Heinrich Himmler, one of the main architects of the Nazi Holocaust. Born the middle-class son of a schoolteacher, he became one of the most infamous figures in modern history. He was the driving force behind Germany's attempt to breed a master race and ordered the genocide of millions.
When she was arrested, she was 3 years old, and she was murdered in Auschwitz in 1942.
Most people from my generation don't understand how over 70 years ago, a small group of Nazis could start a war that killed 60 million people. I want to find out, and to help me, I'm going to use playing cards. Today, they're used by both the military and law enforcement to help identify their targets. But nobody has ever put together a pack of cards for the most notorious group of killers in history. Working with experts, I want to know where each of these Nazis rank in the hierarchy of evil. My name is James Ellis. This is Hitler's Most Wanted. One of the things I find most frightening about Himmler is if you look at his very early life, here's a guy who grows up in a well-to-do, middle-class family. There doesn't seem to be anything in his early childhood that sort of sets him up to be this sort of architect of terror during the Nazi regime.
I think you can look at his relationship with his father. It was one marked by distance, by a lack of warmth, by disappointment that might have affected his susceptibility to radicalization.
I think that he's tremendously insecure in some ways. As he develops into a young man, he is not fully formed. So I think this sort of radical groups that you see him join is what's going to give him the kind of center that he so desperately craves.
Yeah, well, it does seem that Himmler must have been searching for himself. Somebody who is trying to find his way is ripe to be taken in by these types of radicalization movements, and it was certainly ripe at the time.
I still think there's a big leap between coming into an environment with radicalized politics and then ending up as one of the key players in the Nazi system of terror, repression, and mass murder. So, exactly how did he make that leap? The answer lies in the original seat of Nazi power in Germany, Munich. And that's where I've come to. What I'm trying to understand is how Heinrich Himmler, how he became so radicalized.
Well, it all happened in Munich.
I've met up with freelance journalist Michael Tramer, who covers the activities of the far right in Germany today and knows its history well. It was here in Munich that the young Heinrich Himmler began his descent into darkness. Himmler was only 19 and the son of a schoolteacher. He had been too young to fight in the First World War, but found himself in the heat of the action in the aftermath of the German defeat. Wow, cool-looking building. Michael takes me to a place that was vital to the political development of a young Himmler. A beer hall.
Beer halls were very popular, crowded places, loud, predominantly men enjoying beer, enjoying the night, and also listening to political talks and slowly radicalizing themselves.
So this was really a place that people met to hear about politics, to discuss politics, but also they'd come into contact with major far-right leaders such as Hitler.
Most definitely.
In 1921, Hitler was leading the fledgling Nazi Party. Across Munich's beer halls, he railed against the Jews and the communists, and found an audience among students and the unemployed. Among them was Heinrich Himmler.
In a time of crisis after World War I, it became quite common to blame Jews for all the hardship that had befallen Germany. And anti-Semites blamed Jews as being loyal only to each other and to their international interests. So the idea spread that Jews in high finance had betrayed Germany for their own ends.
We often find that individuals who feel disenfranchised from society are often searching for themselves, searching for meaning, and having a difficult time doing so. They find a scapegoat group to be able to blame for their problems. It's easier than to search inwards.
So how did Heinrich Himmler get involved with the Nazi movement?
He was a really talented dancer, actually, and participated in group dances, and those were also held in beer halls.
He became a Nazi through dancing.
That's how he made contact with fascists.
A dancing Himmler is a strange image to conjure, especially when you consider that many of the men around him were veterans of World War I. Militarism was a big part of German culture at that time, I believe.
You're right. Militarism was really important. It pretty much painted a picture of the ideal man back then. Himmler had a fascination for military from very early on.
A defining moment in Himmler's youth was the fact that he was too young to enlist in World War I. His brother served, and Himmler resented that he didn't have the opportunity to prove his worth and serve as well.
Eager to rub shoulders with real war heroes, Himmler signs up for the Nazi Party in 1923. Just a few months later, he takes part in Hitler's attempt to overthrow Bavaria's democratic government in what became known as the Beer Hall Putsch.
Himmler is nothing if not ruthlessly ambitious, and he knows that if he's going to rise within the Nazi Party, he needs to, attach himself to the coattails of one man. That's Adolf Hitler.
And where was Himmler at the time of the coup?
He was actually right here in the Löwenbräu-Keller.
Right here?
Well, maybe not on this exact spot,
But
but
in this
hall.
actual beer hall?
Yes.
Wow. It was in this beer hall, nearly 100 years ago, that Himmler joins the front line of a dangerous new political movement. So during the 1923 beer hall putsch, it must have been filled with hundreds of people, many of them heavily armed, all waiting for the orders to go and take their objective in the city. And for Himmler, that was a huge moment because this was his first significant involvement with the Nazi Party.
Yes, this was the moment for Himmler to prove that he's a soldier, that he's fighting for the cause. He is finally able to display his manhood.
This is Himmler's moment. He's marching through the streets, ready to take Munich and plow on to Berlin. But the Nazis are stopped in their tracks, and the coup ends in defeat at the foot of the city's iconic military monument, the Feldenhalle. There, during a confrontation with Munich police, 14 Nazi demonstrators were killed and dozens arrested, including Hitler himself. This was a significant moment in the rise of the Nazi Party, one that continues to resonate with far-right supporters even today. Michael has brought me to this nearby square, where tonight a group of anti-immigration protesters are laying out their extreme agenda.
We have here people in Germany, they are not allowed to be here. You have to go back in your home countries, and if they do not do this, we have to do it with another way.
What do you mean by other way?
Civil war.
Civil war. So you mean you would kind of start a civil war yourselves to force emigrate?
Yes. Islam is not compatible with the German society.
For us to be in the 21st century and these people to say that now it's looking at a time of violence, that to me is extremely disturbing and very frightening. And if we don't remember our history, we don't remember the lessons of the past, it could be a catastrophic moment for us. The parallels between what I've just heard and what happened here over 70 years ago are unmistakable. What was so frightening is he was talking about violence and a coming civil war in Europe.
He has made really clear in statements saying over the microphone, I just in general don't like Muslims. I can't help myself, but I don't like them. This hatred on a certain group for sure fueled the rise of the Nazis back then. Nowadays, they're aiming for a different target, but nevertheless, they are having radical thoughts on a certain group of people. They're openly racist.
So how do you feel about all this?
I find it really disturbing and frightening that a movement like this finds followers and gathers in the downtown of a city like Munich.
Yet this is just as it was in the time of Himmler, when his fascist leanings compelled him to join Hitler's attempted coup. The next day, Michael and I head to the Feldenhalle, where that attempt fell apart. So this is the location where the beer hall putsch was crushed.
Yes.
So this place was a very important site for the Nazis. So how was this area treated when they were in power?
During the time they were in power, every year they would hold a big rally here, and people would have to Hitler salute when they were walk by.
So this was essentially transformed into a shrine.
Yes, this was transformed into a shrine, a really important place for the Nazis back then, and it is up to nowadays.
So what do you mean it's still a shrine?
Well, during a far-right rally down the road, a group of 10 split off the rally, walked over this place, marched up the steps, stood there, chanted "Hasta la vista, antifascista," and did an almost Hitler salute.
Today, the infamous salute is a criminal offense in Germany and many other European countries. It's shocking to learn that a similar gesture is still being used in a public place. So you're telling me that 2 years ago, a bunch of guys went up the steps here and almost did a Hitler salute.
Well, yeah, I can show you the video. I filmed that on that day.
You took a video of it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's see that. That's unbelievable.
You can see the video here. The group was standing up there in front of the statue, chanting, and here you see the guy doing the Hitler salute.
Yeah, I see him there. On my quest to figure out where Heinrich Himmler fits into Hitler's inner circle, I've been sidetracked by the fact that neo-Nazis are still gathering in Munich 70 years after the war ended.
Yes, my goodness.
It's an unsettling reminder of how young people can be seduced by far-right ideology, just like Himmler was back in 1923. That must have been bone-chilling to experience that.
Yeah, it was a pretty devastating moment. Munich police was criticized for not stopping the people to go up there, because usually, or it is in general illegal to demonstrate up on that plane.
I imagine if you were traveling to Munich and you didn't know its history, you would never make that connection, because this is a 19th century looking building. It doesn't scream out to me as being something that would be used as a far-right or former Nazi shrine.
No, you're right. Most people here probably don't know that much about the historic meaning.
After the Nazis' attempted coup was stopped here at the Feldenhalle, Adolf Hitler was sent to prison. But Himmler emerged unscathed and hungry for more.
When it came time to charge people for involvement in this attempted coup, they found that there wasn't enough evidence against Himmler to actually charge him. This became an opportunity for Himmler, because as some of the Nazi elite were in prison, Himmler was able to take on an organizing role and a role of spreading and disseminating information.
In 1927, Himmler becomes party leader in Lower Bavaria. Soon after, he is appointed as head of the Nazis' elite bodyguard unit, known as the SS. He quickly expands the force to gain more power within the party. He gives speeches about Jewish conspiracies and helps to popularize the idea of Aryan supremacy, a master race dominated by blonde, blue-eyed Germans.
So in this context of this racial theorizing, people start thinking of Jews not so much as a different religious group, but as a different people, as fundamentally alien and other.
For the next leg of my journey, I'm heading to the town of Steinhöring, east of Munich, to meet a woman who understands better than anyone how Himmler's beliefs about racial purity were taken to the extreme. Wow, this must be the original gate to this place. Look at that, the SS emblem. Really creepy. This is the site of a terrifying secret program created by Himmler himself, known as Lebensborn. I'm James. Very nice to meet you. Gisela Heidenreich was a product of this program. What happened to her was so traumatizing that she is now a family therapist.
This was the first Lebensborn home. The institution was founded by Himmler in 1935, and then he built the first and the biggest home here.
It's a legacy she has been forced to live with her entire life.
The Lebensborn program was actually Nazism and racial theory put into practice. It was essentially a breeding program for members of the SS to impregnate someone who was statuesque, blonde, looked very much the kind of wholesome woman that Nazis so liked. The idea was to breed as many perfect Aryan specimens as you could. Why? Because it was felt that that type of human being was better than a human being from another racial group. It was as simple as that. It was pure racism.
Heinrich Himmler took a special interest in the program. He ensured the mothers were screened for their racial suitability. It's even believed he considered himself the godfather of any child born on his birthday. And he ordered all SS officers to procreate for the nation, with a minimum of 4 children each.
And if you didn't have 4 children?
He could have illegitimate children out of the marriage.
Right.
Because he said, we can't spoil this precious German blood.
So the Nazis were selecting people to come here based on racial characteristics.
Yeah, exactly. But definitely it was the other side of Holocaust.
And there's a dark reality to Gisela's intimate knowledge of these events.
My mother was a tall blonde woman and my father was a tall blonde SS officer.
On my mission to determine where Heinrich Himmler ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil, I'm meeting with Gisela Heidenreich to learn more about his racist breeding program called Lebensborn.
So what was it like for you finding out that your father was an officer in the SS?
It was horrible. I don't want to be produced by a man who killed others. I felt suicidal.
Really?
Really.
Gisela was born after her mother had an affair with a married SS officer. Himmler encouraged all his officers to do this, to produce as many Aryan offspring as possible. He set up Lebensborn homes to house SS babies all across Nazi-held Europe. Some 8,000 illegitimate children were born in Germany and another 12,000 in Norway. But after the war, those children had to grow up with the stigma of their birth.
The teacher in front of the whole class asked me, there's something wrong in your file. There is no name of your father. What's the name of your father? I said, I don't know. And the whole class was roaring of laughter. So this was the first time I realized that something was really wrong with me.
So what's it like to see this place?
It's shame and fear and how could they do this? How could they try to produce special people who should in the future represent Germany?
Yeah.
And this makes me, sad and feeling guilty because I really feel I'm part of this whole system.
Aryan breeding may have been the program's primary focus, but Himmler took it even further.
The Lebensborn program wasn't just there for SS men to impregnate ideal Germanic women. It was also in the business of child kidnap. So when the Nazis took over various territories, you would have SS employees who would look around these villages and towns in places like Poland and the Ukraine and look, oh, there's a blonde child, and a proper Aryan. So we'll just take him from his parents, take him back to Germany, give him a German name, make him fostered by a nice German family, and that's another Aryan to add to the mix. It was an absolutely evil thing to do.
There were more than 200 children here.
More than 200 children here?
Yeah, they put all the children in here who they collected from the other homes. Lebensborn is one of the whole horrible mixture of the criminality of Third Reich. And there was nothing good about it.
One of the hardest things to understand about Nazis is their sense of right and wrong. Many of them truly appeared, at least, to believe that their atrocious behaviors were, in fact, right, were justified.
The idea of this place is so absurd. Himmler created the Lebensborn program in an attempt to create this mythical Aryan master race. Yet Himmler himself looked nothing like the tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed ideal he and the Nazis were obsessed with.
Gisela has really opened my eyes to the vile way Himmler's racist agenda destroyed so many families. But his Aryan ideology didn't end with racial purification. When Hitler and the Nazis came to power in 1933, Himmler's SS was already a force to be reckoned with. Soon after, Himmler took control of Germany's internal security and policing. Under his leadership, the SS began to crack down on all dissenting voices, including communists, Jews, church leaders, anyone who spoke out against the party. This was all part of a master plan to fundamentally change the social fabric of German society. I'm headed to the forests of Westphalia, 440 kilometers west of Berlin, to learn about Himmler's ultimate goal. And it all played out here at Wewelsburg Castle, the spiritual home of the SS.
What Himmler wants to do with the SS is to build it up into this elite unit, to be the model of northern Nordic Aryan manhood. Tall, blonde, athletic, intelligent, and Himmler really wants a castle, a Camelot, if you like, for my knights. Who are his knights? Members of the SS. And when he sees Wewelsburg, it just ticks all the boxes.
Himmler imagined Wewelsburg as a luxury retreat for SS leaders, where they would immerse themselves in Germanic legends and folklore. Today, the castle is a museum about the horrors the SS committed.
Yeah, maybe we go to the uniform.
Sure, let's do that.
Marcus Moores is the curator.
It's very striking. What was the significance of having a black uniform like this?
The black uniform should show the SS as an elitist part of the Nazi movement.
The SS uniform is one of the most iconic symbols of terror from World War II. It was designed to instill fear and make Himmler's officers feel superior. Himmler once boasted that the sight of an SS outfit was enough to make people fall ill.
The purpose of the SS is to exert violence, and this is, of course, a symbol of this violence.
I know it's just a uniform, but just seeing this thing up close and knowing what it represents, I just can't help but feel disgusted by it.
Rather than destroy this history, Marcus is determined to keep it alive so others don't forget.
Oh, wow.
They often play host to school groups who come here to learn the truth about Nazism.
I feel like I'm in a medieval hall. What is it?
This is called the Obergruppenführersaal, the Supreme Leaders of the SS Hall.
So specifically for the leadership of the SS?
For the leadership, for the highest generals and officers of the SS, right. Yeah.
I noticed there are 12 pillars. What do they represent?
We don't know it exactly. What maybe was in their minds is something like the legend of King Arthur and the 12 knights.
So this is like part of a twisted Arthurian legend, then?
He saw himself as the leader of some kind of successor of a medieval knights order.
The long-term goal of Wewelsburg was ultimately to become a kind of cathedral to Nazism. It was going to be a place where SS men would go to come and worship, if you like, the idea of the SS.
And at the heart of every religion are its symbols.
And what have we got here in the middle?
This ornament here in the middle of the Supreme Leaders Hall is known as the Black Sun.
The Black Sun?
The Black Sun, yeah.
What does this signify?
We don't know.
Do we have any idea?
The people who should stay here, or who should stand here, maybe should feel like standing
in the center of the world?
In the center of the world, in a symbolic way.
So is this symbol used by members of the far right or neo-Nazis today?
You can find it on websites in Australia, you can find it on the uniforms of Ukrainian nationalist militias and the demonstrations of neo-Nazis in Charlottesville.
Yes.
There were flags with exactly this ornament here.
People were flying flags in America with this symbol on it.
Nazi symbols continue to play a huge role in modern-day fascism. And as I wrap up my visit to Wewelsburg, we find evidence the castle may still be a draw for today's extremists.
What's that?
On my visit to Wewelsburg Castle to learn more about Heinrich Himmler's ultimate ambitions for the SS, I am shocked to see some visitors could still be celebrating the Nazis instead of learning from their legacy of terror.
It looks as if someone has deliberately placed a swastika in the ground. Considering the dark past of this building connected to the history of the SS, it is really, really frightening. How does it make you feel?
Well, of course, angry. We're an institution to educate people about what Nazism and the SS really were.
How important is it for you to ensure that this place does not become a Nazi shrine?
Well, that's what we are working for, of course, what Nazism really meant. It's the persecution of people, it's the hurting of people, it's the killing of people. There is no positive way of thinking about Nazism that is possible.
Himmler's use of Wewelsburg as a cathedral to Nazism may well be disturbing. But his twisted beliefs took on another, far more horrific form. And that's where I'm going next, to the site of where some of the worst crimes in history were committed.
So I've never actually been to a concentration camp before.
Okay.
This is my first time to one, and I know it's important to be here, but I'll be completely honest, I'm not looking forward to it.
Yeah, lots of people say the same thing. It's, even now, so many years later, it's still a very haunting place. Yeah, lots of people have a very strong...
Alexander Pearman is an archivist working at Dachau's memorial site, 30 kilometers north of Munich.
Needless to say, I can totally empathize.
This expression is very famous, so can you just tell me what it means and why it's here?
As you say, very iconic. Arbeit macht frei, so work will set you free.
Dachau was the first Nazi concentration camp set up by Heinrich Himmler.
The Nazis, actually in the early days, publicized the opening of the concentration camps.
Really?
They tried to create an illusion. They said, so we're taking the bad people that are responsible for all the unrest in Germany before we took over. Yeah. We're going to put them in these concentration camps, and through hard work, we're going to reform them.
So it was like an elaborate prison system to reform people who were seen as being undesirable to the nation.
Exactly. The reality on the other side is that the work in the camp was actually designed by the Nazis, pure and simple, to break the inmates.
Himmler was the key figure in establishing how they were designed and how they were run.
Himmler creates a whole new unit of the SS, the Death's Head units, that are there to run the concentration camps. This is absolutely a key part of the way Himmler builds power. He's in charge, he puts his placemen in charge of each of the individual camps, and they report to him.
It's very eerie.
Absolutely. This is what was called the Appellplatz, so the roll call square, and this was designed to make the inmates feel very small, very insignificant, and to intimidate them. So this area could actually hold a capacity of 40,000 inmates at one time.
40,000 people right in front of
Exactly.
us here.
Exactly.
It must have been absolutely terrifying to be in here.
This is where sadistic SS guards gathered their prisoners for roll call before they began a 12-hour day of forced labor. Anyone who disobeyed was severely punished.
What is this place?
So this was then called the bunker. This was the prison within the concentration camp.
What does that mean?
So that means, for example, that certain inmates that were seen as having broken the rules would have been put here. There were cells then where inmates could be deprived of light, of warm food. There were certain cells that were standing cells. The inmates wouldn't have been able to sit or lay down.
So you had to stand.
Exactly.
Like, how long are we talking time period there?
Between a day and 36 hours.
A day standing up?
Yeah, it would be very hard physically.
It's chilling to think that people were actually placed in these cells. They're treated like animals.
After Germany invaded Poland in 1939, the flow of prisoners to Dachau steadily increased, and the camp was expanded.
What is this place?
This is a reconstruction of what the barracks would have looked like.
How many people were living in this barracks?
Later on in the camp, so the period 1944 to 45, each dorm would have 500 inmates. Disease was then rife. The inmates, their only worth was what they could offer the German war industry. So people were literally driven into the ground.
So basically this place was overcrowded, people were starving, and the SS was working them to death.
So many people were dying, the SS decided to build a crematorium facility. That way, the bodies could be disposed of on site.
It's just so barbaric.
Under Himmler's direction, Dachau became the prototype.
Himmler genuinely regards the people in his concentration camps as being less than human, the Untermenschen, the subhumans. And once you start regarding these people as being essentially like animals, you're happy just to use them as tools.
Himmler oversaw the entire camp system, but he had a special interest in Dachau. It's where he ordered prisoners to build a large herb garden called the Plantation.
Why did Himmler have a plantation built next to this concentration camp?
He had an interest in herbal remedies. One project they did as part of the human experiments that took place here, over 1,000 inmates were infected with malaria, and then various herbs and spices were used to try and treat malaria.
So wait, they were deliberately infecting inmates here with malaria?
Yeah. There was no moral conundrum involved at all. The fact that people were dying in the course of trying to find alternate remedies for keeping Germans alive, it was a price he was prepared to pay.
A terrible price.
Absolutely.
One of the remarkable things about the Nazis was their ability to compartmentalize, to be able to commit these atrocious acts against given a group of others, and yet somehow go home at night and live with themselves.
Everything we think of as the worst of Nazi atrocities can often be traced to Himmler's initiative. Himmler was responsible for the expansion of the concentration camp system, and he's the one who created the first camps that were designed specifically as centers of extermination.
To give you an example of a death camp in Treblinka, it was open for about 11 months. In those 11 months, almost 1 million people died.
1 million people in 11 months. That's 100,000 a month.
Death camps like Treblinka in Poland reached those figures through the use of specially designed gas chambers, in which people were murdered en masse. For many, concentration camps like Dachau became the last stop on their journey to those chambers.
If there was one person who was responsible for all this, that's Heinrich Himmler. To me, it is so frightening that one person could be that evil, that they could have that sort of a diabolical vision to create places like this and commit atrocities and mass murder on such a huge scale. What's it like for you on an emotional level to deal with this content on a regular basis?
As much of a cliche as it may sound, it's an honor to work here. It's an honor to be able to keep the history and the events alive so that we can then hopefully learn from this.
It's important to understand an estimated 40,000 people were murdered here by the Nazis less than 75 years ago. How could someone create something as evil as this?
This is why Himmler is considered to be the architect of the final solution. He was key to the systematic murder of not just Jews, but all those considered enemies of the state, most of whom were a threat to no one.
Miriam Grunbaum, when she was arrested, she was 3 years old.
3.
And she was murdered in Auschwitz in 1942. So, James, what I'm going to show you are 13 Stolpersteine, stumbling blocks.
On my mission to determine where Heinrich Himmler sits in Hitler's hierarchy of evil, I've returned to Munich. I'm here to meet journalist Terry Schwartzberg to learn about the world's largest memorial.
Everywhere where the Nazis killed people, Jews, gypsies, homosexuals, there are Stolpersteine. And you'll see, you don't stumble over them, despite their name. You stumble upon them, and that's what we're about to do.
The Stolperstein project began in 1992. Each bronze plaque remembers a victim who suffered under the Nazis. From the millions murdered in the camps Himmler devised to the thousands more who survived them, as well as those who fled persecution.
So it's commemorating not just people who were murdered, but also people who survived persecution as well as suffering it.
Right. These Stolpersteine are for 3 Jewish families. This family, the Rosners here, as you can see, mother, father, 4 children. Look here, over here if you can. Miriam Grunbaum, when she was arrested, she was 3 years old.
3.
3 years old. And she was murdered in Auschwitz in 1942. I mean, I have children. How can you murder children? How can you murder a 3-year-old?
I can't get my head around that. These people are completely innocent.
Inspired by the Talmudic saying, a person is only forgotten when his or her name is forgotten, the stones evoke the memory of those the Nazis attempted to erase. Once a stone is complete, it's placed in the ground in front of the victim's home. Each one begins with "Here lived."
Stolpersteine are not just a project of commemoration, but we're a family. A family comprised of the victims, comprised of their descendants, their families, comprised of the people who donate the stones, the people who research the stones, and the people who come and learn about the Holocaust by stumbling upon, not over them, but stumbling upon these Stolpersteine.
Terry and other volunteers regularly polish the stones so they don't vanish from sight.
So here's your water. Okay. Here's your polish. Here's your sponge. Sponges are coming, they're a bit wet.
I'll just scrub it.
Yeah, and scrub it up. And try to keep yourself clean in the process. Oh, it's coming along very nicely.
Good.
Here comes the miracle. Look how beautiful they get.
Incredible. Oh, nice and shiny. They really are very beautiful.
Yes. Made by hand, that's the whole idea. We
Really?
Definitely, the artist, he says, it's an art project and not a mass production product, so they really need to be made by hand, stamped by hand, put into the ground.
The project has led to the creation of more than 70,000 Stolpersteine across 24 countries, but that's a drop in the ocean. The aim is to remember every single person persecuted by the Nazis, including survivors.
We have to put about 18 million Stolpersteine in the ground.
18 million.
Yeah, we've gotten 70,000. It's a job that's going to take us a while, so we'll be busy for generations.
That's amazing. It must be very fulfilling for you to be able to do this as well, to keep the memory of these people alive.
Yes. Well, I think each person should be remembered. Each person's fate twists your guts, twists your innards. It makes you realize that you, me, and everybody else, these people were just normal people living their lives, and one day somebody said, you're going to be killed, you're going to be persecuted, and they lost everything. I think for my children, and for all the children to come, the Stolpersteine are the best guarantee that we will never experience something like the Nazis again, because they remind us how easily it can happen, and that it did happen. And that's why they've never been more important than they are now.
Given the evidence I've seen of today's Nazis in German streets, these stones seem like shining symbols in a darkening world. They're also a fitting conclusion to my journey into understanding Heinrich Himmler's role in the Holocaust. Now it's time for me to finally determine where this diabolical Nazi fits into Hitler's hierarchy of evil.
What to me makes Himmler especially chilling is that he knows what he's doing is wrong.
My visit to Germany has helped inform my understanding of the role Heinrich Himmler played in the Nazi regime. Now it's time for us to decide where he should sit in the hierarchy of evil. Using our unique system of playing cards, I want to determine where Himmler ranks in Hitler's most wanted.
So when you look at Himmler's early life, one thing I was struck by was how stable his family is. But suddenly as a young man, he's seeking out radical political movements.
I think he desperately wanted to fight, didn't he? He was just too young to fight in the First World War, and he always had a massive chip on his shoulder about that.
And that desire to try to fit in and the inability to do so, particularly in the context of the society at the time, it makes him ripe for radicalization.
I've seen firsthand how the radicalization of the 1920s mirrors the way it occurs today. For Himmler, his need to be superior runs deeper. He didn't just want to keep Germany for Germans. He wanted to create an Aryan race.
Interestingly, it's a very personal example of the way that purity and ideas of degeneration and contamination loom so large in Nazi society and the Nazi state, from racial purity all the way down to the level of what an individual Nazi should be as a man, what kind of sexual purity he should practice.
But Himmler was no ordinary SS officer. He might not have pulled any triggers, but he was responsible for murder on an industrial scale.
The place that I went to that I think sort of had the biggest impact on me was Dachau, because I was really struck by the brutality of the system that he created and oversaw.
We can't underestimate the role of anti-Semitism, the role of racial theory, and the role of the belief in racial supremacy in Himmler's politics and in his vision.
You're absolutely right. Himmler was fundamentally responsible for it. I mean, I think the short answer is, without him, it wouldn't have happened to the extent that it did happen. Yes, concentration camps as a concept had been invented even before the Nazi period, but it takes this man to absolutely sort of perfect it to its terrible conclusion.
Anthony, what do you think?
Himmler is the figure who sets things in motion, who creates camps, and who pushes for the final solution.
So by the end of the Second World War, Himmler is overseeing the Nazi terror and mass murder apparatus. He's an immensely powerful man. How comfortable was he with all that power?
I think he was like a swan. On the surface, yes, it all looks very comfortable, but below, he's paddling furiously because he knows what he is doing is wrong on a very, very deep level.
Yeah, and yet at the same time, he seems to have this innate capacity to compartmentalize, to recognize right from wrong. And so it's really amazing that he's able to continue doing what he's doing, to continue on with the ideological adherence.
And I think that's what makes Himmler evil. He knows what he's doing is wrong, and that's what makes him more chilling.
The establishment of the camp system, in which so many died, makes him a critical member of Hitler's inner circle. But despite the terrible toll he inflicted, his time as leader of the SS ended abruptly in May 1945. As the Allies marched through Germany, Himmler attempted to go into hiding, but is caught at a checkpoint. Trapped in custody, he swallows a hidden cyanide capsule and dies.
So what I'd like to do now is come to some conclusion as to where Himmler ranks in the Nazi hierarchy of evil. So Anthony, your thoughts?
What makes Nazi evil unique is genocide, terror, and wars of extermination. Himmler is responsible for all three. He's number 2.
Guy?
I totally agree with you. He has to be number 2. None of this could have happened without him.
Matt?
Yeah, I don't think the psychology speaks to him in this case, but the history, I agree, number 2.
So based on my experience of his story in Germany and the conversation we've had, I have to agree with you guys. For me, he's number 2, therefore, he is the ace of hearts.
Second only to Hitler, Heinrich Himmler was the criminal mastermind behind the Nazi genocide. For the unspeakable horrors he unleashed across Europe, Himmler trumps all his rivals in Hitler's most wanted. Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's infamous minister of propaganda. The original master of spin, who brainwashed the German people into joining the Nazi cause. His lies paved the way for the Holocaust and ushered in the most devastating war in modern history. His commitment was total.
To murder your 6 children, it requires devotion that becomes evil in itself.
Most people from my generation don't understand how over 70 years ago, a small group of Nazis could start a war that killed 60 million people. I want to find out, and to help me, I'm going to use playing cards. Today, they're used by both the military and law enforcement to help identify their targets. But nobody has ever put together a pack of cards for the most notorious group of killers in history. Working with experts, I want to know where each of these Nazis rank in the hierarchy of evil. My name is James Ellis. This is Hitler's Most Wanted.
I think the thing about the Goebbels to me that's so ironic that he's this key figure in the regime, but he's this short guy. He's something like 5 feet tall. He has a pronounced limp from clubfoot disability. He does not come across in any way as this ideal Nazi.
That's particularly true in a society and in a political movement that euthanizes people with disabilities.
And he's extremely quick-witted. And he also has a certain amount of charm. And Goebbels, you know, could play that very, very successfully.
He not only demonstrated some narcissistic personality, but also he appeared to suffer from depression. He had significant insecurity, quite dramatic at times.
Yet he holds this incredibly important and powerful position in the Nazi regime.
So how did Joseph Goebbels seduce the German people into Nazism? I've come to Berlin, the center of Goebbels' propaganda machine.
So this is Babelplatz.
Yes.
And that's Humboldt University.
Yes.
I'm in Babelplatz to find out more about a moment that defined Goebbels.
Here we have it.
I've met up with political activist Jörg Braunsdorf.
This monument, I can see there's what, empty bookshelves in there?
Sie haben keinen Wert mehr ohne die Bücher. Die Bücher sind der Inhalt der Regale.
On the night of May 10th, 1933, less than 3 months after Hitler took power, Nazi supporters torched a mountain of books by Jewish authors right here in this square.
Die Aktion wurde insbesondere organisiert von dem Nationalsozialistischen Hochschulbund. Gegen Mitternacht kam Goebbels und hielt dann noch eine Rede, eine Propagandarede.
Das Zeitalter eines überspitzten jüdischen Intellektualismus ist nun zu Ende. Der Durchbruch der deutschen Revolution hat auf dem deutschen Weg wieder die Gasse freigemacht.
LKWs mit ca. 25.000 Büchern wurden hier zu dem, damals hieß er noch Opernplatz.
So they burnt 25,000 volumes of books right here?
Circa, yes.
And I understand there was something like 40,000 people gathered in this square.
Diese mitternächtige Stunde, den Ungeist der Vergangenheit, den Flammen anzuvertrauen. Das ist eine starke, große und symbolische Handlung.
The book burnings, these were conceived of as a cleansing and a purification by fire. So it really was a ritual in the service of Nazi ideology.
Goebbels and the Nazis used spectacle and pageantry and iconography to absolutely dazzling effect. The massive swastika banners, the fires, the nighttime marching, it is visually so impressive.
With his incendiary speech, Joseph Goebbels put a government seal of approval on this racist act. He ordered the film of the event to be played in cinemas across the country. His goal was to turn the nation against the Jews.
Propaganda is simply selling a political message. and trying to sell it really hard so that people are going to buy it. Now, you know, the harder the thing you're trying to sell, the better the propaganda's got to be. Buy us, the Nazi Party, and we will make the economy better. Buy us, the Nazi Party, and we will get rid of the Jews.
But who was Hitler's Minister of Propaganda? In 1924, Joseph Goebbels was a 27-year-old PhD and failed author, working at dead-end jobs just to get by. Germany's economy was a mess. Like many, Goebbels was looking for inspiration and someone to blame for his problems.
Goebbels was stuck. He was depressed. He didn't see any prospects. And he became entranced with the person of Adolf Hitler. He began reading anti-Semitic tracts. He began buying into anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. He began thinking of himself as somebody who was loyal to the idea of the folk or the race. And he saw Adolf Hitler almost as a religious savior.
He wrote, "We need a firm hand in Germany. Throw out the Jews who refuse to become real Germans. Give them a good beating too." Germany is yearning for an individual, a man, as the earth yearns for rain in the summer.
Goebbels realizes that Hitler is the one. He's going to be the one who's going to solve Germany's problems. He's frankly captivated by Hitler, and as a result, he joins the Nazi Party. You know, he's there pretty near the beginning.
Goebbels was an intellectual and proved to be a skilled speechwriter and powerful public speaker. Hitler quickly recognized him as a valuable ally. In 1926, he sent Goebbels to Berlin to spearhead the Nazi cause there.
Goebbels, you know, is good at stage managing his own appearances. Hitler does the same thing. You know, like all good public speakers, they have an instinctive feel for their audience, but they also have that kind of narcissism that drives that type of figure on. He starts to peddle propaganda. You know, he gets those leaflets printed. He starts mounting an information war. Now, who's Goebbels targeting with his information war? Well, it's the same old enemies. It's the communists and the Jews.
It was the beginning of an unprecedented campaign of hate that would soon engulf Germany and the world. It's history that Jörg Braunsdorf, who owns Berlin's Tucholsky bookstore, fears we may soon be doomed to repeat. Internet propaganda, fueled by far-right groups, is sharply on the rise in Germany. These groups exploit the recent influx of migrants and asylum seekers in order to spread fear and misinformation.
So this is a meeting with people from the local community, and they're here to discuss a forthcoming counter-protest against what they're describing as a neo-Nazi demonstration.
Es ist eine Auftaktveranstaltung und Informationsveranstaltung aufgrund eines angekündigten bundesweiten Aufmarsches von Neonazis am 3. Oktober.
Und diese Decken sind das Symbol von ihnen geworden. Und
the upcoming far-right march and others like it has Jörg and his group fearing that Germany is on a dangerous path towards fascism once again.
Plakaten für den 3. Oktober.
They've invited me to observe their countermarch in a few days' time.
Dinge entwickeln wollen. Also wir wollen nicht nur gegen Nazis demonstrieren, sondern wir wollen für eine Zivilgesellschaft demonstrieren. Und die Tatsache, dass in Deutschland der Rechtsradikalismus bis in die Mitte der Gesellschaft mittlerweile angekommen ist, macht das auch notwendig.
In the late 1920s, Joseph Goebbels organized similar marches as part of his campaign to propel Hitler and the Nazi Party into power. At the end of the decade, his efforts get a huge boost from a global crisis.
The stock market crash of 1929 and the resulting worldwide depression created adverse conditions for Germany, and Goebbels exploited those conditions to his own benefit and to the benefit of the Nazi Party. You have a series of elections in which Goebbels is able to engage in electioneering and to see the Nazis increase their share of the vote.
In 1933, Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. As his Minister of Propaganda, Joseph Goebbels moved to control newspapers, radio broadcasts, and film production.
Heute Morgen um 10 Uhr hat der Boykott begonnen. Wird bis die Mitternachtsstunde fortgesetzt.
Goebbels now commanded a national stage, and cultivating anti-Semitism became official government policy. In the spring of that year, Goebbels took to the podium in front of a massive Berlin crowd.
Vollzieht sich mit einer schlagartigen Wucht, aber auch mit einer imponierenden Manneszucht.
Goebbels was committed to removing Jews from the social, cultural, political, and economic life of Germany. And he was committed to spreading propaganda in order to make this happen.
The speech sparked a surge in vandalism to intimidate Jewish business owners and discourage customers. For Goebbels and the Nazis, graffiti was a cheap and easy method of propaganda to spread hate. And it's making a comeback.
We're going to the playground where the first swastika in our neighborhood was painted.
In a children's playground?
Yes.
On my journey to find out where Joseph Goebbels ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil, I've met up with artist Ibo Amari.
But graffiti, as you can see in Berlin, is all around us.
Yes.
Nazi graffiti is on the rise in Germany, just as it was in the early years of Goebbels' rise to power.
So where are you taking me now?
We're going to the playground where the first swastika in our neighborhood was painted. And as you can see, it's a quite busy playground, a lot of kids, a lot of families. Same here, you can see graffiti everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere.
Ibo is on a mission to find Berlin's Nazi graffiti and paint over it. The project started right here in this predominantly immigrant neighborhood.
It was there, actually. You can see the black border, parts of the black outline here. Here. So it was quite big, as you can see.
Yeah. So when did this happen? When was the swastika placed here?
This was 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
Yes.
And had you seen anything like that before in this area?
No. Like the last swastika, I personally, it's over 25 years.
25 years?
Yes.
I just can't believe the size of it. You said it's like 1.5 meters by a meter, and it's in a children's playground.
Yes.
Like children, and wait, there's kids playing here right now,
Yes.
and there are apartment.
Yes.
Please
So
look
he
over
risked
it.
to get caught, and he took a lot of risk to spread his hateful message.
According to Ibo, the swastika's sudden reappearance here was no coincidence.
The top 2 leading books that week when this swastika was painted were from a guy called Sarrazin. He tries to connect genetics with your intelligence.
Yep.
And a racist. And the second place was the corrected version of Mein Kampf, the book from Adolf Hitler.
And that's across Germany? Or?
Across Germany, yes.
So the most popular book was essentially a racist book,
Yes.
and the second most popular
from Adolf
is
Hitler.
Mein Kampf.
Yes.
It was the start of a disturbing trend. Since then, Ibo has painted over scores of swastikas and other Nazi symbols.
If you see them and just think there's just one idiot, but out of one idiot, there's 2 and 4 and 8, and all of a sudden they have a party and get voted.
It's an eerie reminder of what happened here in the 1930s. Goebbels' barrage of propaganda over multiple platforms spread the word of fascism across the country. Nazi ideology became inescapable. But there was one medium that obsessed him more than any other. Film.
Propaganda meant the use of images and mass media to spread ideas. And Goebbels was a master of that, and also the nascent medium of film.
Goebbels made hundreds of propaganda films, sometimes personally overseeing their production. I want to find out more about the methods he used, so I've come to a Berlin cinema to screen one with someone who knows the tricks of the trade.
Alexa?
Hi.
I'm James.
Alexa Karolinski is a documentary filmmaker.
I understand you have an interesting perspective on Nazi propaganda films.
I grew up Jewish in Germany. All my grandparents were Holocaust survivors. So in order to understand my own identity and where I was growing up, I was always very interested in basically how this could have happened and how the Nazis were able to win over the hearts and minds of the German people.
So what makes propaganda different to, say, art and documentary?
Art is there to, as an expression of the artist or as a comment on society. And I think that propaganda is there to basically make you feel like you are part of something larger and that you get to partake in like a collective narcissism, for example, in the case of Nazis, or new flare-ups when it comes to nationalist white supremacy.
We're watching a never-released propaganda film shot in Warsaw's Jewish ghetto. The film features callous Jewish policemen mistreating fellow Jews. Its intent was to portray them as a subhuman infestation of Poland.
So we're seeing here, obviously, violence being meted out against people, but the people who are committing the violence are not Nazis because they've got the Star of David on their arms. This kid here.
It's the same boy getting up twice in different shots.
It's, yeah, the same kid.
I mean, I wonder if this whole thing was staged. Everybody's wearing these gray and dark coats, and he has this like crisp, cream-colored or white trench coat, and he really pops in the crowd. That's some smart styling and art direction.
This is just the kind of visual trickery Joseph Goebbels became a master of. Despite the twisted nature of how he employed these methods, some consider him to be ahead of his time.
The whole idea that any violence that you see in this is being perpetrated not by Nazis, but by Jews. So it's Jewish violence against Jewish people, and building that whole conspiracy that they do it to themselves. And you wonder how staged those actions actually are, like that as an example, whether they're just grabbing someone random or
Yeah, there probably are grabbing someone random. I don't know.
Although that woman's reaction makes you wonder.
No, that was real.
That was for sure real.
That was real. I mean, it's real in the sense that there are real people on the street and they're like, run, just run.
Yeah.
Go run.
Today, even a modestly trained eye could spot Goebbels' filming tricks. But back in 1942, this just wasn't the case.
You have to imagine a public that is not used to mass media and perhaps not as sophisticated in separating truth from fiction, in recognizing manipulation of images as we like to think we are.
Fiction and reality are cleverly blurred. In effect, he's producing a 1940s version of what we now call fake news. This is racism at its ugliest and most hateful. To audiences back then, it served to reinforce the stereotypes about Jews that Goebbels had been peddling for years.
So what are some of the stereotypes that we are seeing on screen here?
Jews bargaining, doing business, the collar is like flipped up, two men talking with each other, maybe they're up to no good. Also in the propaganda footage and all this footage, you usually see Jews as kind of like sheepish, like just following and walking and sad and hungry. You rarely see them defending themselves.
Yeah.
So they're depicting them as poor, despicable, dirty people. The consequence of being part of the Jewish world conspiracy is that is how you will end up.
propaganda is absolutely vital for them in order to be able to sell what they want to do, in order to promote all the objectionable policies that they're going to carry out. Without the propaganda, you know, the Nazi grip on power would have surely been a lot weaker.
Dissecting Goebbels' cinematic technique was a deeply disturbing experience. But now I'm about to see firsthand what happens when people believe far-right propaganda and act on it. It's the day of Jörg Braunsdorf's counter-protest against a planned far-right march through Berlin. It comes on the anniversary of a huge turning point in Germany's history, October the 3rd, Reunification Day. What should be a celebration of German unity has instead become a standoff between two deeply opposed ideals.
Und heute sind die Feierlichkeiten zum Tag der deutschen Einheit. Leider wollen einige Leute, die sich hier bewegen in Berlin, mit denen wir gar nicht zusammen feiern wollen.
We're in a cordoned-off area. There are hundreds of people here. I'm being told there might be up to 1,000 far-right marches going through the city at some point, and they will be confronted by these people here. So we're expecting a far-right march from here any moment. There are hundreds of counter-protesters here behind this barricade and hundreds more on the other side. In this area, there are dozens of cops, some of them in riot gear. It is so tense right now. You can tell that they don't know what to expect, and they're clearly prepared for things to get violent. See, my goodness, that looks like an armored vehicle. They're definitely preparing for the worst, that's for sure. They're making their presence very clear to the marchers that are on their way. It's very tense. The counter-protesters are behind the barricade. The cops are here, riot gear. There's cops all around this area. Anything could happen right now. Here they come.
I'm in Berlin on a mission to find out where Nazi propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil. Right now, a far-right march, fueled by the same kind of hate propaganda Goebbels produced during the Nazi era, is heading straight for me.
So the people from some of these buildings have been throwing stuff down on the marchers, and some sort of a scuffle has broken out.
One marcher is led away with a head injury.
It's so strange to be in the middle of this, to think this is Berlin 2018.
Thankfully, there were no serious confrontations. The far-right marches pass, and I look for counter-protest organizer Jörg Braunsdorf to get his thoughts.
Das Wunderbare war im Grunde genommen der Nachmittag. Es waren bestimmt dreimal bis viermal so viel, wie wir erwartet haben.
So why is it so important that you protest marches like that?
Aber wir wollen auch den parlamentarischen, den Parteien in den Parlamenten, wir wollen den Institutionen, den Organisationen, den Gewerkschaften, eigentlich jedem Menschen auch das Signal dafür geben, dass sie für ihre demokratische Struktur, für ihre Organisation auch selbst verantwortlich sind.
The people who protested against the march have their way of fighting fascism, but others choose to do it differently. Not far away,
graffiti artist Ibo Amari is teaching today's young Berliners some visual trickery of his own.
So this workshop is teaching these kids how to transform swastikas into artwork. So we've got one here that's being transformed into, looks like a king or a queen. Here was a stereo player, windows in a house. So what they're really doing is they're getting young people to understand what these symbols mean and take them and transform them into something completely different. It's a really, really important social project. Why is it so important to get kids doing it?
They are the future, actually. So if they are not taught to not tolerate stuff like this, who else? The old heads, it's more difficult to teach old people.
Absolutely.
So, and they have fun, are inspired, and it's the best combination.
Yeah,
young people getting creative and doing something good against racism.
Yes.
Ibo's classes wrap up with a little fieldwork.
By each stroke, he's reducing hate, actually. So the more he paints, the less hateful the message gets. And when he's done, that you can see what it was before.
Yeah.
You've seen the kids?
Yeah.
What they've done?
Yeah.
So you as an adult should be much easier for you.
I don't know about that.
Then, yes.
Like that?
Yes. A little closer.
I don't have a clue what I'm doing, but I'm going to try it out anyway.
Ja, der will aber auch keinen riesen Hinkelstein haben. Guck mal. Muss ganz, ganz fest sein.
Siehst du auch bei den großen
sind
nicht. Yeah. So, was it difficult?
No, it was easy.
See? Like, next time when you see a swastika and nobody removes it, just go there, grab 2 cans and make a cat as you did. Kannst du das nachmalen? Vielleicht? Wollen wir es probieren? She just said she can draw better than you.
Oh, I'm sure she can. That's because you've gone to his workshop.
Yeah, das kann auch sein, yeah.
I just love how you do this. Like, you transform something that's so horrible, but you're sending a message because, say someone had, whoever put that swastika there originally comes by, then they suddenly like, oh my God, like, what happened to my swastika? It's now a cat? Like, it's a real, like, you're sticking it to those people.
It is an answer, definitely. And
Yeah.
we did not like leave a hateful message like that unanswered.
No.
So it's an answer with love, creativity, and a lot of fun, huh? Macht Spaß.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This has been such an amazing experience being a part today of this program, whereby they are transforming these horrible, racist images of swastikas, and they are changing them into these beautiful pieces of artwork instead. I think it's so empowering, and it sends such an important message to the creators of the swastikas here, that these people are not going to let it stand, and that they are going to transform it into something completely different. I think it's so important, and it's been such a powerful experience for me to be part of this.
If anyone had attempted this 80 years ago, however, they would have been arrested, possibly even killed. In Germany, under Nazi rule, resistance was close to futile. By 1941, the country was fully under Goebbels' propaganda spell. But he was about to use that control to help launch an attack that was nothing short of madness. His method of rallying support for that campaign relied on one of the oldest tricks in the book.
He built fear. We can never win that war without crushing Soviet Union.
My mission to find out where Joseph Goebbels ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil brings me to a war memorial in Berlin's Treptower Park, built to honor Soviet soldiers who died in the Battle of Berlin.
The Hollywood perception of the Second World War, I feel, is this focus on the American aspect, that America's role in defeating Nazi Germany, accompanied by its Western allies, Britain and Canada. But people forget the brunt of the fighting was carried out by the Soviet Union, and they lost millions of their citizens in the process. And they were the ones that finally conquered the Nazi capital, Berlin. Now that is one hell of a statue. It's huge.
Made to be seen.
Historian Sebastian Gerhardt is an expert on Germany's war against the Soviets.
I can't get over the scale of this place. So what exactly is it?
It is a Soviet war memorial prepared shortly already after Second World War, but it came at a high price.
Das Reichsministerium für Volksaufklärung und Propaganda. Reichsminister Dr. Goebbels verließ die Proklamation des Führers.
On June 22nd, 1941, Goebbels took to the airwaves to announce that Hitler had just launched an invasion of the vast Soviet Union. The hated communist enemy that Goebbels had been campaigning against since his first days in the Nazi Party. But the country was massive in both size and population, and this made him uneasy.
The Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941 represents a real challenge to Goebbels because he doesn't really agree with it. He has his doubts to drive all those tanks and aeroplanes, eastwards into Russia. But Goebbels is nothing if not loyal to Hitler and adaptable. And, he will use every propaganda tool in his basket to try and get the sell through to the German people.
Von Beifall unterbrochen, zum ersten Mal.
He made a strong case out of producing fear of Soviet-style communism, fear of such a big power in the east of Europe. We can never win that war without crushing Soviet Union, and we have to win that war, because otherwise Soviet Union would win, and that would result in a complete disaster for Germany, complete destruction of German people.
Hitler launched a war of complete annihilation on the Soviets. In the opening days of the campaign, the Nazis drove deep into Soviet territory. Writing in his diary, Goebbels was ecstatic. The divine judgment of history is being passed onto the Soviet Union. I believe the war against Moscow will prove to be our greatest coup, psychologically and perhaps even militarily as well. But ultimately, Russia's sheer size and seemingly endless supply of troops were just too much for the Nazis. The Red Army stopped Hitler's advance in the bitterly cold winter of 1942 at the city of Stalingrad. German losses were staggering.
What really fights Goebbels' propaganda, and there's nothing he can do about it, is the death of someone in your family. If you've lost a son, if you've lost a husband, if you've lost a father on the Russian front, no words from Goebbels, no propaganda message is going to counter that sense of loss.
Goebbels realized the war was going badly and tried to rally the nation. He called for total war against what he called an inferior people.
Nun Volk, steh auf und Sturm bricht los!
And then the irony is that the Soviets did come, and they did defeat the Nazis, and they did conquer half of Germany.
Yes, they did, but even after they liberated all parts of the Soviet Union from Nazi occupation at the end of 1944, afterwards by going to other countries in Eastern Europe and going to Berlin, outside the Soviet Union have been killed more than 1 million Soviet soldiers.
I mean, do we have an idea of how many Soviet citizens, soldiers and civilians, died defeating Nazi Germany?
About 27 million Soviet citizens killed during Second World War.
27 million.
Out of a population of about 190 million people. That makes that every family had casualties.
Those numbers, that's just absolutely unbelievable.
It is understandable why the Soviet Union did not break down even with these heavy casualties. There really was no choice than to win the war against Hitler.
It was either win or face annihilation.
Yes, either or. Like all Soviet war memorials in Berlin, it is a cemetery too, for about 7,000 Soviet soldiers buried here.
Wow.
So many losses.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to understand that we're in the middle of Berlin. We're not in Russia, we're in the middle of Berlin, and we're standing in a Soviet war memorial and graveyard in Berlin.
Yes.
And that's because the Soviets conquered Berlin at the end of the war in Europe.
There was no other chance to make an end to Nazi Germany, and so they had to.
In April 1945, the Red Army arrived at the gates of Berlin with payback on its mind.
Well, the revenge aspect.
Yes. At the very end in Berlin, there was heavy fighting up to May the 2nd, 1945.
And in the Battle of Berlin, how many Soviet soldiers are estimated to have been killed?
About 80,000, that is the official Soviet account.
80,000?
80,000.
And how short a period are we talking here?
We are speaking about less than 3 weeks.
In 3 weeks, 80,000 Soviet soldiers dead?
Yeah.
Wow.
While the battle for Berlin raged in the streets, Joseph Goebbels, along with his wife Magda and their 6 children, took refuge with Hitler and other high-ranking Nazis in an underground bunker in the city's central district. It was there that Goebbels spent his final days, and where his story came to a horrifying conclusion.
Verstanden zu leben und so werden wir auch verstehen zu sterben. So, das hat er gesagt als faktisch letzte Worte.
In my mission to find where Joseph Goebbels ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil, I'm looking for the Berlin site of the underground Führer bunker where he died. It's not easy to find. I'm here to meet Berlin journalist Lothar Heinke, who's going to tell me about Goebbels' final hours as the Red Army closed in on this spot.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm James.
Hello, James. Guten Tag.
Very nice to meet you.
Okay.
So I had quite a trouble finding this place because there's nothing left here of the bunker. So
No, nothing.
nothing.
Nothing. The Soviet Red Army hat das gesprengt und dann war das beseitigt worden.
How long has that plaque been there?
Steht dort seit 2006. Und der Staat hat sich eigentlich nicht so richtig getraut, hier entweder den Bunker wieder zu öffnen und als Touristenattraktion. Das Dritte Reich hat ja die halbe Welt durcheinander gebracht und hat Millionen Tote, Teil des Systems. Nicht? Und hier war das Ende des Systems, des Nationalsozialismus.
So how did it all end here for Goebbels?
Es muss hier eine ziemlich bedrückte Stimmung in diesem Bunker gewesen sein. Es ging alles wild durcheinander. Hitler hat sich erschossen mit Eva Braun.
On April 30th, 1945, Hitler committed suicide to avoid the humiliation of being captured. Only a day earlier, the Führer had named Joseph Goebbels to be his successor as Chancellor of Germany.
Der Goebbels hat sich verabschiedet von seinen Leuten und hat, wie gesagt, dem Telefonisten die Hand gegeben, was er nie gemacht hatte vorher, und hat ihm tief in die Augen geblickt und gesagt, wir haben verstanden zu leben und so werden wir auch verstehen zu sterben. So, das hat er gesagt als faktisch letzte Worte. Und dann ist er in sein Zimmer gegangen und hat sich mit seiner Frau vergiftet.
Joseph Goebbels and his wife were dead. German soldiers tried to burn the couple's bodies in the courtyard to keep the Soviets from using them as trophies. But the sight of Goebbels' charred remains were nothing compared to what was discovered deep inside the bunker itself.
Joseph and Magda Goebbels make the most appalling and evil decision that any parent can make, and that is to murder their children.
They couldn't imagine any purpose in living or in having their children live in a world without Adolf Hitler and without National Socialism.
For 21 years, Goebbels was devoted to Hitler and the Nazi Party. It was his life, it was his everything. In many ways, it was love, the worst kind of love, an obsessional lust for pure evil.
It could be the ultimate final sacrifice of a true zealot.
Learning about Joseph Goebbels' devotion to Hitler has been both a fascinating and disturbing experience. Now it's time for me to determine
where this master of Nazi propaganda fits into Hitler's hierarchy of evil.
You know, to murder your 6 children requires devotion that becomes evil in itself.
My journey across Berlin has given me new insight into the role Joseph Goebbels played in the Nazi regime. Now it's time for us to decide where he should be placed in the hierarchy of evil. Using our unique system of playing cards, I want to determine where Goebbels ranks in Hitler's Most Wanted.
Of all the places I visited connected to Goebbels' story, the one that really struck me the most was the site of the famous May 1933 book burning. And Goebbels was there acting as this sort of master of ceremonies.
Eines überspitzten jüdischen Intellektualismus ist nun zu Ende.
The thing about Goebbels is that he really believed in anti-Semitism. Some of these really senior Nazis, you know, were there. They were anti-Semites for practical reasons in order to get ahead. Goebbels, he really believed in it.
I think some people will think that because he was so anti-Semitic that suggests an elevation of evil.
Anthony, what influence do you think his message of hatred and violence had on the German masses?
When you think about Nazism, the frenzy of Nazi rallies, the emotional whipping up of support and passion, that's all down to Goebbels. And without that, you don't have this mass buy-in and this mass participation.
I think Goebbels is sometimes oversold as a master propagandist, and I'll tell you why. This is a dictatorship. How hard can it be to get your message across when you own the radio and indeed the newspapers? It's not that difficult.
I've seen how Goebbels used his propaganda tools to manipulate the German people, rousing the nation into war. But Goebbels continued to blanket them with Nazi lies long after he knew that war was lost, and millions would continue to suffer and die.
You get a sense, certainly with other Nazi figures who are very much aware that what they're doing is bad. There's always that doubt there. But with Goebbels, there never appears to be any doubt. It makes him very chilling.
Yeah, pure devotion. He's doing it, that's wrong. He's doing it anyway. Goebbels really was devoted to the cause.
So to prove his loyalty to Hitler and the Nazi regime, Goebbels not only kills himself, but kills all of his children. What does that say about him?
I think that does prove exceptional evil. From the perspective of a father, you know, to murder your 6 children requires devotion that becomes evil in itself.
I would see it as a genuine sense that there was no point having his children alive in a world without Nazism, without Hitler as a savior.
It's hard to imagine a more severe version of fanaticism.
It's this level of commitment to the Nazi cause that makes him one of the most dangerous of all Hitler's followers, a true believer to the very end.
So what I'd like to do now is discuss where the three of you think that Goebbels would rank in the Nazi hierarchy of evil. So Anthony, what are your thoughts first?
The Nazi crimes weren't random, they were systematic. And as Minister of Propaganda, as the choreographer of Nazi pageantry, and as a fanatical anti-Semite, Goebbels was central to that system. Because of that, he's number 3.
Guy?
Yeah, I might take exception to you a little bit. You know, the point is, the Nazis controlled the media. How hard is it to get your message across when you do so? That makes me want to go lower than you, but reluctantly, I'm going to go for a 3 as well.
Matt?
He certainly was the master of ceremonies. He was central. This couldn't have happened without him. But I'm curious about whether he would have been able to hold the knife himself. I'm going to rate him a little lower, 4 or 5.
I'm going to disagree with you, Matt, because I think he did get his hands bloody. He did murder his own children for the cause, and his children became victims of Nazism. Also, his role as the Minister of Propaganda, I understand where you're coming from completely, Guy, but I just feel that that message being sent out and how virulently violent it was, I think that played such an important role in the crimes of the Nazi regime. So I'm gonna have to say he ranks number 3, and that is the Ace of Diamonds.
Minister of Propaganda Joseph Goebbels orchestrated the brainwashing of Germany to pave the way for the Holocaust and the Second World War. For that and the murder of his 6 children, he ranks 3rd in Hitler's hierarchy of evil. Hermann Goering, Adolf Hitler's second in command. Born into a distinguished family, he was charming, flamboyant, and a ruthless manipulator. Goering became addicted to wealth and power and was willing to obtain it by any means necessary.
He is a killer. He is a murderer, and he seems completely fine with that.
Most people from my generation don't understand how over 70 years ago, a small group of Nazis could start a war that killed 60 million people. I want to find out, and to help me, I'm going to use playing cards. Today, they're used by both the military and law enforcement to help identify their targets. But nobody has ever put together a pack of cards for the most notorious group of killers in history. Working with experts, I want to know where each of these Nazis rank in the hierarchy of evil. My name is James Ellis. This is Hitler's Most Wanted.
The thing that sets Goering apart from the other sort of leaders of the Nazi regime was the fact that he was a legitimate First World War fighter ace. He hadn't just served in the front lines, but he'd actually been extremely good at what he did.
There's no doubt if the Third Reich had never happened, Goering would now be remembered as a bona fide German hero, and we wouldn't be talking about him in terms of evil.
He was a decorated, dashing man of action, and that explains his success in World War I, his adulation, and it also explains his attraction to Nazism.
I think there's sometimes a danger with Goering that we focus on this sort of larger-than-life character, but behind that lies this really nasty individual. But he's got grandiosity combined with a glib superficial charm, conning, manipulative nature, a certain level of cruelty underlying everything. Once you put all these characteristics together, that is getting much closer to what we would consider to be a definition of psychopathy, of the psychopath.
So how did a revered fighter pilot of the First World War become a psychopathic war criminal in the Second? I've come to Germany to find out.
So what is this aircraft?
This is an Otto biplane.
I'm meeting with Joshua Fink, a curator at the Flugwerft Schleißheim Air Museum just outside Munich. I want to find out more about Goering's life as a pilot. Goering started his Air Corps flying career in a reconnaissance plane, just like this one.
How dangerous would it have been to fly one of these things then?
Well, first of all, quite dangerous because the covering is only cloth, a special cloth made and painted with a special glue. The problem is that this glue is not very long water resistant.
Okay, so it could fall apart, you mean, if it rained?
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine how brave you'd have to be to actually fly one of these things. I mean, I feel I could almost put my hand through it if I pressed on this hard enough.
Goering had first enlisted in the infantry. He soon realized there was little glory in trench warfare and managed to transfer himself to the Air Corps.
You've got to remember quite how scary it was being a pilot in the First World War. You know, it was an incredibly primitive form of warfare, incredibly risky. The death rate was appallingly high on both sides.
The planes were so hard to fly that more pilots died during training than in combat. But combat itself was extremely dangerous. In essence, this was the dawn of the dogfight.
If this was in a combat situation, you'd have people shooting at you, and I could see how easily that would be for this thing to come crashing to the ground if it was hit by anything.
It has been their duty to fly and to go into combat. And on the other hand, I think that they have been brave and a little bit crazy. You know?
Yeah, I definitely could not have done that. No.
Flying reconnaissance was very high risk, but it didn't provide the honor and adoration Goering craved.
He wanted to be seen as heroic, and distinguishing himself militarily would be, he thought, a way to garner that honor and that level of distinction.
The way to gain distinction was by killing the enemy. So Goering transferred to a fighter squadron. Even a severe hip wound didn't keep him out of action for long.
War suits some people. And Goering is one of those people who feels very at home on the battlefield or, you know, on the battlefield in the sky. He loves showing off, he loves being brave. You know, I think he really enjoys war. That's just part of his personality type.
What I'm looking for is an aircraft that Goering flew at the end of the war, and I understand you have one here.
It's just around here at the corner. It's a Fokker D7.
Ah, this guy.
Yep.
Near the end of World War I, aviation technology had advanced by leaps and bounds.
So this is Top Gun 1918.
Yeah, something around this.
Wow, wow, how technology's changed.
The Fokker D7 was the most advanced plane of its day, far superior to what the Allies had. But pilots still had to be superb multitaskers.
You was moving, and you had to shoot at a moving target in the air, doing a lot of other stuff.
Yeah.
Because you're not only shooting in the air, you also have to handle your gas, your flaps, your wings, everything.
You're being shot at by other people, and then you've got to get within meters of a target with this aircraft to then have a chance of shooting someone down.
Yeah, that's it. This is crazy enough for everyone.
It's crazy, but it's incredibly impressive.
First World War pilots were known as Knights of the Sky, and for good reason. They were incredibly brave, and they also had this chivalric code that respected each other. But also, they valorized and glamorized themselves.
The fact that Goering managed to shoot down 22 enemy aircraft with this type of aircraft and earlier technology, that really tells me that he must have been a legitimate war hero.
If you want to call him hero or whatever, he has been an absolutely skilled pilot.
Goering's skill and daring was officially recognized. He became one of Germany's most decorated military men. But the medal he's proudest of and always wears around his neck is pour le mérite, for merit.
It's the highest German honor you can be awarded. And anybody who's got that medal is kind of like a celebrity, a rock star, film star of their day. You know, it shows utmost bravery.
I want to find out how Goering came to be such a heroic figure. Where did his bravado come from? I'm in Bavaria in southern Germany, on my way to his childhood home. Goering was born in 1893, and his upbringing was anything but ordinary.
I think this is it. Oh, check this place out.
This is Castle Feldenstein, believed to be almost 1,000 years old, where his family lived until 1913.
It's like a proper medieval castle. I feel like I've been transported back in time to the Middle Ages. Oh, it's just magnificent. I half expect to see an archer leering at me through one of the arrow slits, or even a man-at-arms in full armor up on the battlements. Wow.
I'm meeting with historian Robert Giersch, who can tell me about Goering's time here.
What would it have been like for Hermann Goering to grow up here?
Ich denke, dass die Burg, dass die Wirkung der Burg als mittelalterliches Machtsymbol, dass ihn das fasziniert hat. Diese kühne Lage der Burg auf dem Felsen über dem Tal, das hat ihm sicher gut entsprochen.
Here, Goering played at being a soldier in battle. His family didn't actually own the castle, but from an early age he believed he was someone special.
Goering, unlike many other senior Nazis, actually came from a distinguished background. But it was a family with a distinguished background that was maybe temporarily embarrassed. And so they often lived on the largesse of Goering's godfather, Hermann Eppenstein. Eppenstein also carried on an affair with Goering's mother.
It's likely his mother's infidelity and his father's acceptance of it influenced the rest of Goering's life.
We use our parents as models, and so that unusual familial situation could have struck him in an exceptional way. Goering had a tendency not to follow the rules very much.
What was it about this castle that Goering liked so much?
Gelände, vielleicht hat sich als kleiner Burgherr gefühlt, war dann auch etwas Besonderes unter seinen Schulkollegen, mit seinen Mitschülern, die da unten im Tal wohnen. Das hat ihm wahrscheinlich auch einen besonderen Status verliehen.
Goering's time at Castle Feldenstein shaped his idea of what a suitable style of living was or should be for a man of his station.
I think it's absolutely fascinating that one of the most powerful Nazis grew up in a beautiful medieval castle. I mean, this thing is stunning, it's grand, it's situated in some of the most beautiful Bavarian countryside. I think being here and just seeing this thing, really, to me, it speaks volumes about Goering the man. As a boy, Goering dreamed of military glory, and he made that dream come true, becoming one of Germany's top fighter aces. But his glorious war came to a crashing halt when Germany suddenly surrendered.
Goering takes the end of the war really badly. Not only, is his favorite pastime, battle, now over, but also he, like so many other German men of his generation, regards Germany as having been stabbed in the back. He regards, the defeat as utterly unnecessary, and in fact, it's people on the home front that are responsible for the defeat and not the Allies.
Goering deeply resented the terms the victorious Allies imposed on Germany. He was looking for radical solutions, and he soon found them. I'm off to the heart of Munich. It's where Goering met Hitler and began his meteoric rise to the top of the Nazi regime. The relationship between these two supremely powerful men was one of the most destructive the world has ever known.
People were dying, and fascists as well as communists were marching with guns.
Hermann Goering was a war hero and a war criminal. I'm on a mission to find out where Goering ranks in the Nazi hierarchy of evil. I've come to Munich, where his relationship with Adolf Hitler began.
Wow, it really is beautiful.
Like the space it offers in the middle of the city.
I'm here to meet Michael Trammer, a photojournalist who can tell me about Goering's connection to Munich's dark past. He's brought me to Königsplatz, the scene of fascist protests in the 1920s.
Why were far-right groups protesting here specifically?
This place was used for far-right rallies due to its size. They understood themselves as fighting force against leftists.
After World War I, Germany was economically devastated. Extremists on both the left and right were seeking radical solutions.
In Munich, you have an attempt to set up a communist state on the Soviet model. And of course, that provokes an amazing backlash from people who are opposed to that form of government and society.
It's another level of violence. You actually have guns being fired, people being killed for their political beliefs.
For sure, I mean, those were armed fights. People were dying, and fascists as well as communists were marching with guns.
It's here that Goering saw Hitler speak.
It must have just been this incredibly powerful moment for someone like Goering that was interested in that type of politics.
As far as we know, he just encountered Hitler in the crowd, and it must have been a stunning moment for him.
So this is where it all began for Goering and Hitler.
This place was the scene of a turning point in history. Goering later said of Hitler, God gave the savior to the German people.
Goering finds Hitler attractive because he is a brilliant orator. He clearly, is a man with zeal on a mission, and he seems to have the answers to all of Germany's problems, all encapsulated in this one very dynamic, charismatic personality. Goering, despite being a big personality himself, is completely sucked in and seduced by it.
Like many war veterans, Goering was radicalized.
We have much to learn about the individual characteristics that lead to radicalization. There is some evidence to suggest that low empathy, high impulsivity, low intellectual resources may contribute to some extent. The individual often has trouble fitting in. is trying to find their own identity.
Today, radicalism is on the march again in Germany.
So I know you're a photojournalist and you cover the far right. Do members of the far right today or neo-Nazis congregate here still?
Yes, this is still a place of gathering because of the historical link. I can actually show you a photo from a rally in 2015. You have the group marching in the middle with their Pegida against the Islamization of the Western world banner.
Oh my goodness.
Pegida mobilizes through social media. It's drawn crowds of 25,000. One of its leaders once affected a Hitler mustache and haircut.
They understand the history. They understand the significance of this place to the Nazis. So there's that connection between then and now, that they do the same sorts of things.
It should be in people's mind when they see a picture of Pegida marching down this road, that this is the exact spot where fascists gathered before they took their power.
Covering the demonstrations of the extreme right can be a dangerous business.
I have been attacked. Just down the road at Karolinenplatz, for example, I was kicked once.
So it sounds like intimidation is a major tactic they use.
Well, yeah, it is intimidation. I mean, one of their chants is Lügenpresse, which means lying press, accusing the press of spreading fake news about fascist movements. And it is intimidating if you have hundreds or thousands of people targeting you directly as a journalist.
That must be really scary.
Being aware that it can be dangerous and that you are seen as one of their enemies is important, but I'm not scared doing my job. I think it would be the wrong thing to be scared. That would be giving in for them.
Pegida is a far-right group determined to claim Germany for Germans only, not unlike Hitler's followers before them. Back in the 1920s, those followers, like Goering, would seek out Hitler at one of his favorite haunts.
And here we have the Haus Neumeier.
Ah, so this is the place?
Yeah.
Dankeschön.
Danke.
Buon appetito.
Guten Appetit. We're eating pizza and sitting here talking just a few meters away from the place where Hitler and Goering met for the first time.
It's really surreal for me to be at the place where quite possibly one of the most destructive partnerships in history started, and now it's this modest pizzeria.
After getting to know Hitler, Goering committed himself to the Nazi cause, and Hitler immediately took him in to his inner circle.
Goering was important to Hitler in the early days of the Nazi movement because there were certain members of the aristocratic and conservative establishment in Germany who had a lot of disdain for Nazism, but they saw Goering as a Nazi that they could respect and that they could work with.
In the battleground that was Munich in the 1920s, the Nazis relied on an organization called the SA.
The SA was the Sturmabteilung, or the Storm Division, and this was the paramilitary organization of the Nazi Party.
Goering's first assignment from Hitler was to instill military discipline in this gang of thugs. In 1923, he and Hitler, backed by the newly trained SA, tried to take over the Bavarian government in what became known as the Beer Hall Putsch.
It degenerates into a fiasco. There's no real proper command and control. People don't really know who's leading it. And it's Goering who really, kinds to rouse these people to keep going forward. He is a real leader of men at this stage, and he's proving himself to be very good at it.
I've come to the place where Hitler and Goering's attempted coup met its violent end.
So this is the Feldherrnhalle?
Yeah, this is the Feldherrnhalle, Field Marshal's Hall at Munich Odeonsplatz.
So what happened here then?
Well, in 1923, Hitler and 2,000 men marched towards the War Ministry that is down the road.
Right.
And they were crushed and stopped by Munich police. There was a shootout. 15 of the Nazis were killed. Goering was wounded here with a shot in the leg, and he was carried away by comrades to get him out of battle. And Hitler, after that, was convicted to jail.
Sustaining an injury for the cause put Goering very high in Hitler's esteem. But after the failure of the coup, Goering fled to Sweden. He'd been given morphine for the pain from his wounds, and became addicted.
In addition to his morphine addiction, there are questions about Goering's mental state in those years. He was committed to a Swedish institution, he said, as for treatment for his morphine addiction, but it's possible that he was there for mental health reasons.
Goering was so violent he had to be confined in a straitjacket. But he managed to kick his addiction, temporarily. Hermann Goering was in exile for 4 years. When he finally returned, he inaugurated the Nazi reign of terror. It began in Berlin, and that's where I'm headed.
Here they tortured political opponents. It still causes me shivers.
In the 1930s, Hermann Goering was a rising star in the Nazi Party. I've come to Berlin on my mission to find out where he ranks in their hierarchy of evil.
So where are you taking me?
So James, we are now looking at the foundation of the headquarters of the Gestapo.
I'm meeting with historian Stephanie Fischer to find out how Goering used the feared secret police, the Gestapo, to climb to the peak of power.
Well, this part of the building was used as a prison for the Gestapo during the Nazi years.
I know that Goering established the Gestapo in 1933. What exactly was it, and why did he create it?
Well, the Gestapo became an important tool for the Nazis to destroy its political opponents. They used violence against anybody they felt were their enemies. And the people who were in this prison, they experienced tremendous violence.
Yeah.
The seeds of the Gestapo were sown in 1933, when Germany's parliament, or Reichstag, was set on fire.
Goering was absolutely thrilled the night the Reichstag burned down. Even when it was happening, he turned up, watched the flames, and he knew that this was representing a massive open door for Hitler to, walk through and to take fundamental, total power. He loved it.
Just 2 months after the Reichstag fire, Goering created the Gestapo.
The Gestapo was trying to rout out anybody who was perceived to be an enemy of Nazism, who represented a threat to the Third Reich. It was a police force that was there to make sure that people, behaved as the Nazis wanted them to behave.
It's terrifying to be standing in this space and knowing that there were maybe thousands of people who were detained here, and they would have been brutally interrogated. I understand that people would have been tortured in this building when it existed.
It still causes me shivers today to be in a side of Nazi terror, right? And it just makes me aware of the fact that we should not take democracy for granted. Part of why the Gestapo was established, it was one of the important tools for the Nazis to destroy its own democracy.
Goering was said to have told his Gestapo, "Shoot first and inquire afterwards. And if you make mistakes, I will protect you." The rules of civilized behavior meant nothing to him. It's a 6-hour drive south from Berlin to the resort town of Bad Wiessee. I'm headed to an old hotel that was ground zero for an infamous killing spree. It turns out that among the first victims of the Nazi reign of terror were other Nazis, the SA or stormtroopers.
It's quite eerie being outside this abandoned hotel. It has such a dark history, but it's located in such a beautiful area.
Tourists are drawn here by its famous spa, the beautiful lake nestled into the Alps, and its peaceful atmosphere. But on a June night in 1934, this place was anything but peaceful. It came to be known as the Night of the Long Knives. It was set in motion by Hitler himself, with Goering's enthusiastic help.
The Night of the Long Knives was a way to purge their rivals within the party and the movement. They thought that the SA had gotten too independent, too big for its britches, and could actually be a rival power base within the Nazi state and a rival power base to Hitler himself.
The SA was led by Ernst Röhm, one of Goering's early mentors in the Nazi Party.
Goering fundamentally betrays Ernst Röhm. He's enough of a pragmatist to know, if he's not going to be liked by Hitler, I'm going to help Hitler get rid of him. It's the ultimate betrayal.
So it really pointed to his ruthlessness and his willingness to do anything to consolidate his power.
The Night of the Long Knives was a murder plot. Be in no doubt about that. You know, this is a plot that sees Hitler drive through the night to a spa town where various members of the SA are staying. You know, he enters into the hotel. It's, you know, they're brandishing weapons, they're brandishing guns.
Röhm and other senior officers were taken away to prison and shot. Today, the Hotel Lederer is slated for demolition. Destroying it would obliterate its terrible history. But how do the people who visit here feel about it?
What do you know about this place?
Ein bisschen. Ja, ich weiß, dass hier diese SA-Leute erschossen worden sind, damals von der SS. Ja, da gab es Streit um die Führung und die Richtung und Hitler wollte dadurch durch dieses Killing hier die Führungseliten der SA auslöschen.
This place is cited to be demolished. Based on what happened here, do you think it should be preserved?
Aber wer will hier wohnen? Hier will ja kein Mensch wohnen, ne? In so einem Haus mit so einer Vergangenheit.
After the Night of the Long Knives, Hitler moved more firmly toward his ultimate goals: the annihilation of Jews and the Germanization of Europe. I'm headed back to Berlin. I want to find out how Goering helped Hitler achieve his terrible aims.
He is a killer. He is a murderer. And he seems completely fine with that.
I'm in Berlin on my mission to find out where Hermann Goering stands in the Nazi hierarchy of evil. One of the most imposing buildings in Germany, the former headquarters of the Luftwaffe, is a monument of sorts to Goering. To find out more about it, I'm meeting with historian Nick Jackson.
This is the Air Transport Ministry. So if there was a seat of Goering's power...
This would have been it?
This would have been it. In 1936, Goering had the whole block demolished and built what was Europe's largest office. There were 2,300 offices in here. The head of the Luftwaffe, that would have been something that he would have been hugely proud of, very involved in. You know, he rebuilds the Luftwaffe from scratch to this fighting force ready to go in 1939.
By the time war broke out, Goering had created the best air force in the world. The Luftwaffe planes could fly faster, climb faster, and accelerate faster than most of the aircraft they were up against. Many Allied pilots never saw their attacker coming.
It was essentially Goering's big dream. You know, he was a pilot, he loved planes, so the idea he now had his own pet air force, well, that's the best toy a man like Goering could possibly have.
He's a busy man. You think of all the titles that he had. But he certainly would have spent time in this building. In fact, that would have been the main office.
Oh, that right there, those windows?
With the large windows.
All those windows are one room.
Yeah.
And that was his office.
That's the main office of the for the building.
He definitely had an office to match his ego.
Other than Hitler, he's the most powerful man in the country.
Throughout the 1930s, as Goering's power increased, so did his taste for the good life. He was developing a hearty appetite for all of life's pleasures.
This looks like a good place.
Yeah, let's go here.
Nick is taking me for a Goering-style meal, where I hope to find out more about Goering's character and how he helped Hitler achieve the Germanization of Europe.
It's funny, when I think of Goering, I think of this fat buffoon dressed in an absolutely ridiculous uniform and indulging in excessive opulence. He was clearly a man of many appetites.
Definitely. I mean, you can see by the size of the man that he was a keen eater. Mm-hmm. I think that would have been something that was very important in Goering's life.
If Goering was sitting here with us now, what would that be like?
I think he'd be doing most of the talking, and he would have eaten all the food. He's a very dominating character. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's all about Hermann. He wanted the attention. Like you know, sort of standing on top of the mountain, and higher than everybody else, and everyone would look and think, that is a great man.
He takes vanity to a whole new level.
Definitely, definitely. I think it's probably fair to say that in every aspect of his life, he was extravagant and boastful and completely over the top. But also perhaps the most likable of the Nazis. But always in the background, you've got that cold murderer, a man who is deeply involved with horrendous Nazi crimes.
The crimes against Jews are the most well-known Nazi atrocities. They began in the 1930s, when persecution of the Jews was official Nazi policy. Before the Holocaust, there was Kristallnacht.
Kristallnacht, Night of Broken Glass, was a night of coordinated violence against Jewish property and Jewish people throughout Germany and Austria. Synagogues set on fire, stores looted, and people rounded up and sent to concentration camps.
Goering, with his boundless greed, did not actually approve of the destruction of property.
In fact, with Kristallnacht, he would have preferred killing more Jews, but preserving some of the valuable items and objects and buildings.
He actually told the Jews that they should pay for the damage themselves. I mean, that shows you quite how revolting a specimen he was.
Kristallnacht was only the beginning. Goering was responsible for the order to organize the practical details of the Holocaust.
In 1941, Goering signed a memo authorizing the coordination of the so-called final solution to the Jewish question, the systematic extermination of Jews. Goering's memo authorizing the coordination of mass extermination is a huge step of the development of Nazi policy from persecution to genocide.
The Holocaust has many fathers, but Goering is one of the most significant of all these figures. What's so sort of especially hateful about Goering is that he's not a kind of virulent anti-Semite at heart. He's carrying out anti-Semitic policies in order to advance his own political career.
The fact that he would be willing to be a part of these atrocities simply for personal gain is truly terrifying.
I feel you could be almost disarmed by Goering's eccentricity, that he's this larger-than-life character, he's involved in all these ridiculous excesses, but he was an evil man.
He is a killer. He is a murderer, and he seems completely fine with that.
Goering's willingness to do anything for Hitler made him indispensable. But in 1939, Hitler revealed that he planned to invade Poland, and Goering tried to talk him out of it.
Why was he so against Germany starting the Second World War?
If Germany loses, he loses all of the power, the houses, the uniforms, the glory, the medals, the position that he'd worked so hard and so ruthlessly to achieve. The most important thing for Hermann Goering was Hermann Goering.
Hitler ignored Goering's views and declared war, but named Goering as his eventual successor and Marshal of the Empire. It was the latest in a long list of titles Goering accumulated. He collected them like others might collect autographs. The more, the better. Goering was at the height of his powers, but could he keep his lofty position? That's what I want to find out next. I'm 70 kilometers north of Berlin, inside one of Europe's largest nature reserves. It used to be the site of Karenhall, Hermann Goering's vast country estate.
What's this? This here?
What's a stone? You found a lot of this.
So this is an original piece of the building?
It's original.
So what is this? Do you know? Like from the
wall.
house? It's part of the wall?
It's a wall, yeah.
Wow.
I'm meeting with Volker Knopf, historian and an authority on Karenhall. He can tell me how important this place was to Goering during World War II.
That was Karenhall here.
Uh-huh.
Around here was a guardhouse,
uh-huh,
and the same on this side. And here where the trees are, if you look on the trees,
yeah,
you see the walls of the house.
So the main building was right here?
Ja, soweit das Auge reicht.
So it's been completely engulfed
Sehr groß.
by the forest.
Ja, aber damals war hier ein Park, ein großer Park, keine Bäume oder nur wenige Bäume.
There's little evidence any buildings were ever here. Just a few tunnels remain.
Alle Häuser waren verbunden durch solche Gänge.
So this was a passage between two buildings to move supplies.
Ja, ja. Und in dieses Loch kann ich gefahrlos mit Ihnen runtergehen. Es wird...
You can step in that.
Me, I know it. For you.
Oh, wow, look at that. There's no way I'm going in there.
Karin Hall, named after Goering's deceased wife Karin, began as a simple hunting lodge. By 1937, after years of renovations, it was a palatial complex. It had everything Goering could want, including a massive library, ballroom, swimming pool, even a private zoo. Goering wanted the estate to be known as a shrine to Karin. In reality, it was a shrine to himself.
This is a playground fit for what he regards himself almost like now a prince. So this is his own sort of palace, and it fits his ego.
Komm, ja, mein Cäsar, kommst du mich besuchen?
Karin Hall recreated the conditions of the good life and of the style of living befitting a man of his station that he'd learned at Castle Feldenstein in his youth. He held parties there, he entertained foreign dignitaries there. It was really where he lived an extravagant, opulent life.
Karin Hall was crammed with art masterpieces, looted from occupied Europe, one of the grandest private collections in the world. It was also his unofficial office, where his staff would come from Berlin to get their orders.
What do you think about Goering?
War das joviale Gesicht des Nationalsozialismus. Aber konnte heute oder in dieser Minute die Wange seines Kindes und eine halbe Stunde später konnte ein Todesurteil unterzeichnen. Das war Goering. Hatte viele Gesichter.
The beginning of World War II was good for Goering. The Nazis scored victory after victory with his Luftwaffe leading the charge. Then came setbacks.
It was Goering's job to destroy the British Air Force, the Royal Air Force, in order to make way for the German invasion barges and then the overall invasion of the British Isles. Now, this never happened because the Luftwaffe failed at their job and the RAF managed to outwit Goering. It was a terrible failure for him.
Goering had solemnly promised Hitler no bombs would ever fall on Germany.
The other big failure of Goering and his Luftwaffe is the fact that the RAF managed to bomb the Ruhr, Germany's industrial heartland. Goering, one of his old fighters, has now failed him twice. This actually is the beginning of Goering's slide into, nothingness in the Nazi regime.
Goering was increasingly isolated from the inner circle and increasingly retreated to Karin Hall and to his life of pleasure and opulence.
Hat in seinen Memoiren geschrieben, wenn man Karin Hall betrat, hatte man das Gefühl, als herrsche tiefster Frieden. Hat hier gelebt, als wäre ihn herum kein Krieg.
Goering was still trotted out on ceremonial occasions, but even that rankled his Nazi colleagues. Joseph Goebbels wrote, "Bemedaled fools and vain perfumed fops have no place in our war leadership. It's effeminate behavior given the current situation."
Towards the end of the war, as the Reich starts falling apart, well, so does Goering. And he retreats into his own sort of kind of make-believe world, stuffed with looted and plundered art, complete with all sorts of baubles, a chest full of medals. I mean, he cuts an absurd figure. And also, he's hopelessly addicted to drugs. Essentially, what you've got is a fat, drug-addled, dipsomaniac, who has lost any respect.
But Goering still harbored delusions of grandeur.
Towards the end of the war, Goering sent a message to Hitler where he essentially said, if I don't hear from you by a certain time, I'll assume you're unable to fulfill the duties of Führer, and I'll take over control and command of the Reich. Hitler regarded this as an extreme act of betrayal, and it was really the final nail in the coffin in terms of Hitler's relationship with Goering.
As the Russian army approached, Goering moved his plundered possessions to safety and fled, ordering Karin Hall to be destroyed.
Goering resigned to the Americans and expected to be treated as the representative of a defeated power. Instead, he was arrested for war crimes.
One of the things I find most interesting about Goering is when he was finally captured, He supposedly believed that he deserved a parade rather than to be convicted. One possibility is that his increased drug use had led to just increasingly delusional thought processes.
Goering is sentenced to death, and he knows he's going to be hanged. But actually, he's still got one more card up his sleeve, and he plays it actually very well. He's got a suicide pill. His body is discovered when a guard looks through the hatch in his cell, and there is Goering's dead form. His face is set in a kind of horrible rictus grin, as if he's having the last laugh.
My trip to Karenhall has given me the last piece of the puzzle that is Hermann Goering. Now it's time for me to finally determine where this complicated character fits into Hitler's hierarchy of evil.
He murdered and plundered his way across Europe, and he murdered and plundered his own people.
My visit to Germany has helped inform my understanding of Hermann Goering's position in the Nazi hierarchy of evil. Now it's time for us to decide where he should be placed in our unique pack of cards. The same kind of pack that law enforcers use today to identify their most dangerous killers. This is Hitler's Most Wanted.
Guy, what's your impression of Goering as a person?
Frankly, I find it a little hard not to be seduced by him. I think he has an enormous amount of charm.
And that's what makes that personality so dangerous, is the fact that he can charm you, he can trick you, he can pull one over on you, and he can send you to a concentration camp.
Goering used charm to mask his brutality. He saw himself as a dashing man of action and a subtle diplomat who could turn every situation to his advantage.
One location to me that really exemplified his personality was Karenhall, which at the time was this incredibly opulent pleasure palace. Anthony, why was Goering so obsessed with opulence?
Goering had a very particular idea of appropriate living for a man of his station. The idea was formed in his youth, living at Castle Feldenstein, and he tried to realize it in Karenhall.
I think that's absolutely right. He was a big personality, and he had very, very greedy tastes. You know, he liked his food, he liked his drink, he liked his morphine, and he liked his works of art. So, in many ways, he was like this big monster that just needed to suck in as much stuff as he could, and it never ended.
What was his motivation?
I think, in absolutely succinct terms, he was a thief. When he got a chance to aggrandize himself and enrich himself, he took it.
Goering killed innocent people to maintain power and the wealth and luxury that came with it. He was ruthlessly ambitious, undermining rivals on his climb to the top.
I think there's sometimes a danger with Goering that we focus on this sort of larger-than-life character, but behind that lies this really nasty individual.
Immediately after Kristallnacht, Goering sets to work coming up with ordinances to dispossess Jews, strip them of money and of assets. So we really see that nasty scheming in the service of Nazi anti-Semitism right in that example.
For Goering, anti-Semitism was a practicality. He wasn't actually, I don't think, a convinced anti-Semite.
To some extent, that makes you wonder, it makes me wonder, why is he doing the things he's doing? He's doing them for personal gain. He really is using the atrocities as a tool. To some extent, that, to me, suggests a greater evil.
So what I'd like to do now is figure out where Goering ranks in the Nazi hierarchy of evil. So Matt, if you want to go first.
Well, I think psychologically he's up there. I give him a 4.
Anthony?
He was central to the early rise of the Nazi Party. He was central to remilitarization. He was central to the early successes in the war. Add to all of that his direct responsibility for the so-called final solution, and we have to rank him at number 4.
Guy?
I'll put him at 4 as well, because he murdered and plundered his way across Europe, and he murdered and plundered his own people.
So you guys have a unanimous consensus, and based on my experience exploring his story in Germany and our discussion here, I'm going to agree. He is number 4. He is the ace of clubs. 4th in the Nazi hierarchy of evil, Hermann Goering had a hand in almost all of that regime's crimes. He bears enormous responsibility for the horrors that befell millions of innocents.
Adolf Eichmann, the notorious Nazi who escaped justice for 15 years before his trial brought global understanding to the term Holocaust. Under oath, Eichmann insisted he was a middle manager with no blood on his hands.
Dass ich nie einen Menschen getötet habe, dass ich nie einen Menschen erschlagen habe, dass ich nie einen Menschen geschlagen habe.
Is this the truth, or were his words all lies? Most people from my generation don't understand how over 70 years ago, a small group of Nazis could start a war that killed 60 million people. I want to find out, and to help me, I'm going to use playing cards. Today, they're used by both the military and law enforcement to help identify their targets. But nobody has ever put together a pack of cards for the most notorious group of killers in history. Working with experts, I want to know where each of these Nazis rank in the hierarchy of evil. My name is James Ellis. This is Hitler's Most Wanted. It is interesting weighing up the different sides of this. I find this is an extremely tough one because he played such an integral role to the Nazi genocide, but at the same time, because he was a cog in that machine, maybe he was replaceable.
What I find most interesting about Eichmann is the pedestrian nature to which he went about his work. To him, it was just automated. He went to work, he did his job, he went back home.
You have to remember, he wasn't a senior Nazi. That uniform is that of an SS lieutenant colonel. That's not that high. It's middle ranking.
When anti-Semitic measures were increased and persecution was ramped up, he was on board. A genocidal regime doesn't just need speech makers, doesn't just need people ranting at the podium, it doesn't just need politicians, it needs organizers, people who make plans and carry them out.
Eichmann was one of several senior Nazis to escape punishment after World War II. He vanished into thin air before being spotted in Argentina in the late 1950s. He was captured in secret and brought to Israel to face his accusers. His trial lasted for 4 months and was watched by millions around the world. Throughout, Eichmann claimed he was purely an administrator who played no direct part in the mass genocide his Nazi bosses carried out. I want to know if there is any truth to his defense, so I've come to Germany to start looking into Eichmann's story at a place that helped take him down.
That's the map. Nearly every spot here is a crime scene.
Wow. Jens Rommel is a prosecutor at the Central Office for the Investigation of National Socialist Crimes on the outskirts of Stuttgart.
It's an amazing visual representation of the scale and scope of Nazi crimes.
And it's only a part of the scale.
So it must be a very daunting task for you then, because you've got all these crime scenes here, and you're trying to bring the people who are responsible for this to justice.
It's an enormous task for a small office like ours.
70 years on, Jens and his team are still chasing down suspected war criminals from the Third Reich. They have identified some 28,000 war crime sites, but with many of the men and women under suspicion now in their 90s, time is running out.
These crimes happened 7 decades ago, but your office is investigating these crimes today.
Well, of course, these are historical events during World War II, but what we are doing are current investigations because the defendants, some of them, are still alive, and it's also important for the victims or their relatives. For them, that's a current issue. Let's move to the card index room. We have 1.7 million index cards with names, locations, and military units.
1.7 million?
1.7 million. More than 700,000 names of defendants or witnesses.
From Hitler down to the lowliest thug, the details of their crimes are recorded here.
So I'm interested in finding out more about Eichmann. Do you have anything on him here?
Well, there should be a file concerning him, but first we have to check on the index cards. That's his index card. You can see we have a lot of cards concerning him, 8 in total.
8 cards. Is that unusual?
That's unusual because he was such a prominent figure responsible for a lot of victims. You have his personal data, Adolf Eichmann, and his actual position as the head of a unit in the Reichssicherheitshauptamt responsible for the killings and the robbery of Jewish citizens.
But as a bureaucrat who spent the Second World War behind a desk, he wasn't well known among Nazi hunters when the conflict ended.
In post-war Germany, the process of denazification undertaken by the Allies quickly became a lower priority than preparing for the coming conflict with the Soviet Union. So there was little appetite in post-war Germany to find and prosecute war criminals, especially those who weren't at the very top of the regime.
This allowed Eichmann, along with many others, to slip through the net. It really blows my mind. Hundreds of thousands of people have blood on their hands, and some of them are still out there. Eichmann, however, was one of the highest profile escapees to be caught. The arrest brought to light his astonishing story. To find out more about how he got his start with Nazism, I'm heading 620 kilometers northeast to Germany's capital, Berlin. Historian Dr. Stephanie Fischer is taking me to where Eichmann's career under Adolf Hitler would flourish. He actually went to the same high school as Adolf Hitler. Is that true?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, it seems to be kind of surprising for us, right? And we immediately start thinking, is there a connection? But it just doesn't seem that they met us.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was a school notorious for, say, radicalizing people or anything like that.
Not that we would know.
Born in 1906, Eichmann is 17 years younger than Hitler, so their paths never crossed in the halls of their high school in Linz, Austria.
Eichmann was a nondescript adult, and he had a nondescript childhood. He left vocational school without completing his course of study as a mechanic. He worked with his father. He worked as a sales clerk. Incredibly nondescript and undistinguished.
And do we know why Eichmann became so interested in right-wing politics?
I think what he really finds appealing about is this idea of comradeship, of belonging, having a group of male bonding and being together and drinking beer and having common goals about how to change the world. And part of it is, of course, anti-Semitism.
So why was anti-Semitism part of his worldview?
As crazy as it may sound to us today, it wasn't something very uncommon at the time. Like right after World War I, among leftists and rightists as well, we would have a high degree of anti-Semitism. It wasn't something unique to the Nazi movement at the time, but the Nazism they pushed it to a new degree.
The Nazis' propaganda machine spouting Jewish conspiracies feeds right into Eichmann's pre-existing anti-Semitism. He joins the SS in 1932.
In 1933, Eichmann was sent to Dachau for paramilitary training, and he wasn't very excited by it. He requested a transfer to the SD, the security service of the SS, and a transfer to Berlin. He was ambitious and he wanted to rise up in the party, but not through the military route.
In Berlin, he is posted to the very center of Hitler's security apparatus.
I actually have a picture of the original building.
Oh, let's take a look.
Yeah. So this is a photo of the building that was standing here before.
Exactly. So this used to be the headquarters of the SS, the security service, SD, Gestapo.
The SS was Hitler's security service, the Gestapo his secret police, and the SD the intelligence wing where Eichmann worked.
The SD is going to become one of the most powerful organizations in the Third Reich. It's there to gather every scrap of intelligence about every enemy. Now, those enemies don't just include foreign powers, they also include the other perceived enemies, such as Jews, communists, members of the church, Freemasons, you name it. Anybody Hitler doesn't like, they are a fair target for the SD.
What were his responsibilities
He was very much involved in collecting data from Jews, but in particular in setting up emigration plans for how Jews should leave Germany. It's a major project. I mean, just think about it. This is where he proves to be a very good bureaucrat.
The Nazis' first attempt at removing Jews from Germany involved racist, restrictive policies that pushed them to emigrate. Eichmann was given the task of coordinating this effort through the SD, and he dove headfirst into the job.
Why is it that he is willing to work in an institution that is persecuting people? Like, why is it that he comes in, he gets a desk job, I understand that he wants to get away from the military service, but then he's persecuting Freemasons, and then he's persecuting Jews. Like, what is it about him that drives him to do that?
We can only read the documents we have, and the documents show that he chose to work there, and it was not something forced on him. So he made a clear choice to work in this department that persecuted Jews.
At his trial, Eichmann conceded that this was where he first honed his skills as an expert administrator, though remained adamant he was nothing more.
Das waren meine inzwischen mir angelernten Fähigkeiten auf dem Gebiet des Auswanderungswesens. So konnte ich sehr wohl jene Zeit auf diesem Gebiet als Spezialist gelten.
But the historical record proves there was much more to his story. In 1938, after Germany annexes Austria, Eichmann is posted to Vienna. He sets up the Central Office for Jewish Emigration and gets straight to work hounding the Jews in the country where he grew up.
He was an expert in what we would call putting the squeeze on people. Eichmann took steps, especially in Vienna, to compel emigration, to make life for Jews so difficult and so unlivable, and to have the threat of terror hanging over them, that they would have no choice but to find some way to flee the country.
Eichmann dreams up financial scams to seize Jewish property and freeze their assets. In May 1938, he boasts to his colleagues, "I have them completely in my hands. They dare not take one step without first consulting me." In just 1 year, Eichmann forces 100,000 Jews to leave Austria. It's an act no one should endure, not back then, nor today.
Dass keiner freiwillig ihre Heimatland und wo man aufgewachsen ist und ihre Umgebung verlässt.
I'm on a quest to figure out where Adolf Eichmann fits into Hitler's hierarchy of evil. I've come to Berlin, the city where Eichmann honed his skills overseeing the forced emigration of Jews from Europe. At his trial in 1961, Eichmann claimed he wasn't high enough in the chain of command to have any influence over what happened to them.
Denn dazu war mein Dienstgrad zu klein und meine Dienststellung zu gering.
But his success in pushing thousands of Jews out of Austria suggests otherwise. In fact, Eichmann and the Nazis were just getting started.
Eichmann's role in the SD is to identify ways in which the Jews can be got rid of. What we're looking at is forced emigration, plunder of wealth and property.
With Eichmann's help, from the mid-1930s onwards, Jews and other perceived enemies of the state were being persecuted to such a degree they had no choice but to leave their homelands, only to discover their situation became even worse.
There was no place for Jewish refugees to go. Many countries' doors were closed to them.
In one famous example, in May 1939, an ocean liner carrying some 900 Jewish refugees left Germany in search of a home. The St. Louis was denied entry to Cuba, the United States, and Canada, and forced to return to Europe. Over 250 passengers were later killed in concentration and death camps. I want to find out what fleeing that kind of tyranny feels like. Since the Second World War ended, Germany has become far more welcoming to refugees.
How long have you lived in Germany?
Ich bin seit mehr als 38 Jahren in Deutschland.
And though I can't speak to those who are aboard the liner, I can speak to people who've endured similar torment.
Ich bin ein Jahr nach iranischer Revolution.
Hamid Nafzari is the director of Berlin's Society for Iranian Refugees, a group that supports newly arrived asylum seekers.
Die neue politische Machthaber im Iran und neue politische Lage war für mich unerträglich. Ich konnte nicht mehr aushalten und deshalb bin ich mal rausgekommen.
After the revolution in 1979, Iran devolved into totalitarian rule. Persecution of political opponents and minority groups became government policy. Just as Adolf Eichmann used the terror apparatus to push Jews out, Iran's leader, Ayatollah Khomeini, intimidated his people into submission. Many were forced to abandon the country of their birth. Why do refugees come to Germany? What conditions are they fleeing?
Sehen sich gezwungen, ihre Heimat zu verlassen, sei es politisch, Hunger, keine wirtschaftliche oder Lebensperspektive, aber auch viele wegen ihrer Geschlecht, als Beispiel Frauen, Homosexuellen, als Beispiel Iraner, mehr wegen religiöser Diktatur, Unfreiheiten, Syrien, Bürgerkrieg. Wenn sie aus Afghanistan kommen, da haben die de facto keine Perspektive. Entweder wenn sie aus Dörfern sind und so, werden die eventuell von Taliban und anderen Paramiliten.
In 2015, more than 1 million refugees fleeing civil war, political persecution, and economic hardship flooded into Europe. In response, Germany opened its borders.
How do you think Germany's history affects their attitude towards refugees?
Ich glaube sehr viel in Bezug auf die Vergangenheit von Deutschland, sich verpflichtet fühlen, sich für die Minderheiten, für Flüchtlinge einzusetzen, dass keiner freiwillig ihr Heimatland und wo man aufgewachsen ist und ihre Umgebung verlässt.
The kind of state-sanctioned persecution Hamid is describing resonates with Eichmann's work. In 1939, the Germans invaded Poland. This gives Eichmann an even greater challenge.
It becomes increasingly obvious that the more territory you conquer, the more Jews are going to be under your control. So when the Nazis do march into Poland, suddenly they got 3 million more Jews. Now, what are you going to do with them?
Ever the problem solver, Eichmann's policies escalate from forced emigration to deportation. And one of his pet projects for what to do with the Jews was truly bizarre.
If you want to get to the roots of basically crazy Nazi thinking, look no further than the Madagascar plan. Big island off the coast of Africa. Nazis look at the map and go, well, why don't we just dump the Jews there?
Eichmann assembles a task force to plan mass deportations from Nazi-held Europe to the French colony. But the plan's impracticality during wartime doomed it to failure.
It's completely insane. There's no infrastructure there, and of course, it makes no sense. If you're going to dump a load of people on that island, well, actually, you might as well kill them. Someone makes that mental leap, and that's what's going to happen.
This is a planned genocide through an industrialized mass murder program. It's deeply disturbing.
The next leg of my journey into Adolf Eichmann's story brings me to a villa in the leafy Berlin suburb of Wannsee. The setting is beautiful, yet the events that took place here over 75 years ago were anything but.
So this really is a stunning property.
Many people tell me that they are shocked by the contrast between the beauty of this place and the horrific history which we tell in our exhibition.
Today, this former SS guest house is a memorial site for European Jews murdered in the Holocaust. Hans Christian Josch is the director.
Now, this property is most notorious for a meeting that took place here in January 1942. Can you tell me what that meeting was for?
The basic idea of the conference was to coordinate government offices on what the Nazis euphemistically called the Endlösung der Judenfrage, the final solution of the Jewish question.
Undoubtedly, many conferences took place in the Third Reich throughout the war about how genocide was going to be enacted. The one that we know the most of, because the minutes of it were discovered, is the Wannsee Conference. This was a business meeting discussing, sales targets, what it looked like to an outsider. You had a map, you had numbers, and you had where those numbers were going to go. But of course, what all those numbers and maps represented was industrial slaughter.
This was where a small group of key Nazis agreed to the coordinated mass extermination of European Jews. Eichmann was among them. At his trial, Eichmann acknowledged he attended the Wannsee Conference, but claimed he played no part in that decision. He even went as far as saying he was opposed to the violence.
Ich hatte im Hinblick auf Juden damals nur jene Obliegenheiten zu erfüllen, die mit der Auswanderung zusammenhingen. Und zwar lediglich in fahrplanmäßiger Hinsicht, das heißt transporttechnischer Hinsicht. Aber ich hatte an keine blutige Lösung gedacht und nicht an eine solche gewaltsame Lösung gedacht.
Of all the claims he made in court, his fate hinged on this one more than any other.
So what was Eichmann's role in the conference?
Eichmann was the head of the desk for Jewish affairs in the Reichssicherheitsamt, in the Reich's main security office, and he was therefore in charge of transport.
All of the deportations from Nazi-ruled Europe to concentration and death camps in the East were overseen by Adolf Eichmann.
What was it about him that gave him such an important role in the Nazi genocide?
Eichmann took a lot of initiative, that he would actually interpret orders from his superiors very sort of flexible way, that he even had been reprimanded sometimes for being overzealous.
Eichmann worked tirelessly to maximize the efficiency of the train timetables. The gas chambers at Auschwitz couldn't keep up with the number of people he was sending. By 1944, even with the Allies advancing on all fronts, Eichmann continued to wage his own war against the Jews.
When the deportation of the Hungarian Jews started in spring 1944, he was actually overstepping Himmler's orders and sort of developed his own ambition in deporting as many Jews as possible.
As the Third Reich begins to crumble, he forces thousands of Hungarian Jews to march to the camps. When Heinrich Himmler ordered a stop to the death marches, Eichmann disobeyed.
Eichmann carried this out with great efficiency. He saw extermination as a task to be carried out, as a logistical problem. But we shouldn't forget, he saw it as a problem that he was happy to solve.
He's an enforcer, he's an administrator, he is the man who makes the Holocaust happen.
So it wasn't just a case that he was working in an office and overseeing or being involved in the genocide. It was something that he really was passionate about, that he saw it as his mission to try and eradicate the Jewish population of Europe.
He wanted to kill as many Jews as possible. This was his war aim, basically.
Inside is the evidence that tears apart Eichmann's defense. His own paper trail proves he was complicit in mass murder.
It's really chilling to be actually looking at the documents, because Eichmann was the one that put these minutes together. It's a list of the number of Jews in Europe that the Nazis have identified. We know that they managed to exterminate 6 million Jews, but this list contains 11 million, and that's because they've taken into account England, Ireland, Spain, Turkey. It just sort of shows the scale of what they were planning. It's deeply disturbing, just revolting.
Eichmann saw these people not as human, but as cattle, livestock being sent to the abattoir.
The largest deportation in 1943 had 1,758 Jews on one train.
1,758 on one train.
In my quest to determine Adolf Eichmann's place in Hitler's hierarchy, I've seen the evidence that proves he was complicit in genocide. Now, I want to know just how deep his commitment was to carrying it out.
So where are we?
We are at the train station of Grunewald, which is basically at Berlin's west end.
I'm with historian Joab Sapir at the main departure point for Berlin Jews destined to die in Nazi gas chambers.
So the majority of Jews that were deported from Berlin were deported right where we're standing here.
Right.
Today, Grunewald Station is a Holocaust memorial. But during World War II, it was arguably one of the busiest stations in Europe, at least when it comes to mass murder.
So what are these here?
These are plaques that commemorate each and every deportation that left Berlin between 41 and 45. The largest deportation in 1943 had 1,758 Jews on one train.
1,758 on one train.
For 4 years, Berlin's Jews were rounded up, taken to Grunewald, and crammed into sealed railway cars. They were deprived of food and water, and there was no sanitary facility other than a bucket. Many died on the trains themselves before they even reached the extermination camps.
What's so chilling to me standing on a platform in Berlin is that you see that we're not dealing with genocide on the battlefield. That was obviously had been happening, but we're dealing with genocide that's been planned. It's something that the state has decided to do in the most practical way possible.
They outsourced the killing to these murder factories. And then, of course, the question was, how do we facilitate this transportation? How do we get the Jews from Germany, France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and so on? And that's where Eichmann comes in. That's where Eichmann is in charge in facilitating the kidnapping of families from their homes, forcing them onto trains, making sure that everything works well, the timetables, having the manpower, having the resources, having the trains on time to leave Berlin, to leave Paris, to leave Budapest, on the way to Auschwitz, for example.
At his trial, Eichmann was confronted by witness after witness. They all testified to his role in deporting Jews to their deaths.
dass Eichmann war derjenige, der alle Bestimmungen betreffend Juden getroffen hat, vorgeschlagen hat und auch sogar durchgeführt hat.
פתרון סופי. אז הוא קיבל את התפקיד לבצע את זה.
Despite the damning words, Eichmann continued to deny his direct involvement in their suffering.
So sind an diesen Sachen eine ganze Menge Personen, wenn ich mal so sagen will.
One of the most confusing things about Eichmann was his seeming normality. He comes across, at least, as just sort of your everyday person. That is scary to some extent because it suggests that that normal people might actually be capable of this level of atrocity.
Eichmann approaches his role within the final solution with the utmost zeal. I mean, he takes his job really seriously. And that's what makes him such a terrifying figure because, this is a big logistical exercise. His department is quite small. It's just a handful of people. Yet together, under Eichmann's stewardship, they manage to get all these people, these millions of people, sent to their deaths.
Now that we're approaching the end of the war, this is the beginning of 1945. And so the numbers are very small. These are the last Jews of Berlin, those who were trying to survive while hiding.
27th of March, 1945.
At this point in the war, the Third Reich is all but finished. Every Nazi knows it, including Eichmann, but he was determined to finish the job he started.
The last deportation that left Berlin, 18 Jews who almost made it. And then, in spite of everything, were still captured, and by fanatic Nazis, they were being deported right before the Soviets encircled Berlin.
That's less than a month and a half before the end of the war in Europe. This really hits things home for me because they're losing the war. It's the final months of the war. They're about to lose it, and yet they are still deporting Jews to death camps.
Indeed, they were losing the physical war, but for some Nazis, the war against the Jews was more important.
Eichmann's profound commitment to the final solution is nowhere more apparent than on this abandoned train platform. But he'd soon find himself unemployed. The Germans surrendered in May 1945. Hitler was dead, and Germany lay in ruins. Millions of displaced people jammed the roads of Europe, desperately trying to get home. Hidden among them were Nazi fugitives in disguise, including Adolf Eichmann.
After the defeat of Nazi Germany, Eichmann was actually briefly captured by the Americans. But he got away using a fake identity.
For the final chapter in Eichmann's story, I'm turning to historian Tobias Freimüller.
So we're in Spandau right now. Yes, this is the neighborhood of Spandau.
He has the inside scoop on how Eichmann was finally brought to justice 15 years after the war ended.
And it became clear that the man was not his uncle, but it was in fact Eichmann himself.
I mean, that's just unbelievable. Adolf Eichmann was a war criminal who evaded justice for over a decade. He'd hoped to live out his days in Argentina, but his capture in May 1960 changed all that. For the final leg of my journey, I've met up with historian Tobias Freimüller to find out how Eichmann's arrest played out and the impact it had on our understanding of what the Nazis did.
And this is actually the place where the synagogue was until it was destroyed in November 38. And what you see here is actually the names of the Jewish citizens of this neighborhood.
So these are the names of people that were deported?
Yes, exactly.
When the war ends, Eichmann's name is not on the list of top Nazis that the Allies are trying to track down, is he?
No, he's not. The Allies search for the top-ranking Nazis they know. His name is mentioned because it was clear from the very beginning that he was responsible for the deportations, but he was not seen as one of the leading figures who were brought before the court in the main Nuremberg trial.
In Argentina, Eichmann lived under an alias, but his wife and children still carried his name.
He spends, his days in Argentina drifting from menial job to menial job. He tries to make an Angora rabbit farm work. It doesn't work. He's working as a mechanic at a Mercedes-Benz factory. These aren't big jobs for a man who thinks, he deserves more.
Eichmann coped with his lowly place in the world by bragging about his past to other fascists. He also gave extensive interviews to another former SS officer turned journalist.
When he started giving these interviews in the 50s, the plan was to write a book and to publish a book where Eichmann would tell the truth about his history in the Third Reich, and he would publish it under his real name then.
One second, in the 50s he was going to write a book and he was going to talk about what he did and publish it. I find that extraordinary. But I suppose if you're that fanatical and you genuinely believed what you did was right, I suppose something that sounds as crazy as that now, to him, sounded like the logical thing to do.
Absolutely. He wanted to tell the truth from his point of view.
But it would be Eichmann's twisted version of the truth, no one else's. And these memoirs were never published.
So how was Eichmann ultimately apprehended?
It was in '57 when Fritz Bauer received a letter. Fritz Bauer was the state prosecutor of the state of Hesse, and he was known as one of the very few people in the judiciary in West Germany who would really fight for the prosecution of Nazi crimes. So he received a letter from Buenos Aires.
That letter was written by a Jew who'd escaped Nazi Germany in 1938. He'd just learned about his daughter's new boyfriend.
This new boyfriend turned out to be Klaus Eichmann, and it became clear that the man who lived with Klaus was not his uncle, but it was, in fact, Eichmann himself.
I mean, that's just unbelievable.
Fritz Bauer passed the tip on to Mossad, the Israeli Secret Service. During a daring operation in May 1960, agents kidnapped Eichmann from a Buenos Aires suburb and smuggled him back to Israel to stand trial.
It was a very, very special case. The trial in Jerusalem found a very huge echo in the media worldwide. It was the first trial at all who had such a focus on the Holocaust.
Eichmann's trial was watched by millions. The horrors inflicted on the Jews by the Nazis shocked the world.
Mein Bruder ist schon in Theresienstadt gestorben und meinen Sohn haben sie geführt nach Auschwitz.
We walked for 24 hours without food, and those who could not carry on were shot.
ראיתי ילדים מובלים להריגה. פעם אחת באו אנשי SS.
SS men arrived one morning and took the child away with them. Later, I learned that the child was thrown into the fire.
Until that point, I don't think that the world at large really knew what had happened. They knew there had been atrocities, they knew there had been killings, but they hadn't realized that the Holocaust, and it wasn't really called the Holocaust at this point, was actually this genocidal act.
You had survivors telling their stories in front of a global audience, and really for the first time, bringing narratives of the Holocaust and the systemic nature of persecution and genocide together in one place.
To have this laid out so clearly and to hear the testimonies and to see Eichmann in this glass box made a huge impression, especially on the younger generation, of course, who heard for the first time really what was the real nature of the Nazi crimes.
I think it's at the Eichmann trial where people really start to appreciate the mechanics and the machinery of the genocide. They realize that this isn't just something that just took place on a whim in camps. This was something that was organized, it was designed, it was literally built. Trains and timetables were literally drawn up, and people who were doing it were men like Eichmann.
The trial inspired Jews around the world to recall their own experiences of persecution and loss under the Nazis. It renewed calls for action to hunt down war criminals still on the run. It also forced Germans to confront their past.
So the German society had to learn that responsibility was to be found everywhere, within every bureaucratic system, within every family, and every soldier who took part in the war in the East had seen and probably done terrible things. And this took decades in Germany to really get through.
So the Eichmann's trial really opened up this period of understanding and taking responsibility for the atrocities that Germany had committed, and not just brush it under the carpet and say, oh, Hitler and a few other guys were the people who did it all.
Absolutely.
What does Eichmann's performance at the trial tell us about him?
Well, it tells us pretty much everything that we know about him, finally, because there he was again and again making the argument that he only followed instructions, that he had to do what he did.
Eichmann played a fictitious role at that trial. He made himself out to be the little man. He made himself out to be the cog in the machine. He made himself out to be just the type of bureaucrat that all governments and indeed all dictatorships need if they are to function.
But everyone else in the courtroom saw right through him.
We know that he was very convinced of what he did. And until the very end of the war, he still tried to keep up the deportations, even if it was pretty clear that the war was lost.
Eichmann was found guilty on all charges and sentenced to die. He was hanged on May 31st, 1962. A coward to the end, he never once expressed remorse for his complicity in the murder of millions during the Second World War. Now it's time for me to figure out where this Nazi bureaucrat fits into Hitler's hierarchy.
Eichmann gets as close as I can imagine anyone getting to pure evil.
My travels to Germany have given me a much clearer picture of Adolf Eichmann's role in the Holocaust. Now it's up to us to find out where he fits in the hierarchy of evil. Using our unique system of playing cards, I want to determine where Eichmann ranks among Hitler's most wanted. So what was it about his character and abilities that gave him such an important role in the Holocaust?
You know what he was? He was good at logistics, he was good at organization, and he was good at following where those lines led to their most cruel and horrible conclusions without batting an eye.
Well, I think the thing about Eichmann that I notice is how bureaucratic he was, how administrative he was. Or at least he tries to portray himself in that way, as a quite normal person just going about his business.
And that was certainly how he portrayed himself in the dock in Jerusalem in the 1960s. Well, what you have to remember about Eichmann is that he was a Gestapo officer, and he had an enormous amount of power in determining the mechanics of the Holocaust. He's sometimes called the architect of the Holocaust. I think that maybe some other characters were actually deserve that epithet. But what he did do was he helped manage it, and he managed it very, very fervently.
Eichmann's bureaucratic diligence wasn't just about following orders. To him, his job was everything, and he relished in the administration of terror.
Eichmann was there right from the very beginning. He was up there, exploring the options whether all the Jews should be deported to Madagascar, and ultimately as to where they should be murdered.
And when the Nazis escalated from persecution to mass murder, he went to great lengths to keep the mechanics of genocide running smoothly. The place that really struck me was Grunewald train station in Berlin, and this is where a large number of Berlin Jews were deported to the east to be murdered. And Eichmann was responsible for those deportations. But the thing that was most disturbing about that place was learning that those deportations were happening right up until the final weeks of the war.
It was not incidental. They were diverting resources to it. And at the very end of the war, they ramped up the extermination in order to make sure there wouldn't be any witnesses. In Argentina, Eichmann cavorted with ex-Nazis and would-be Nazis and was quite proud of what he'd accomplished. He bragged about how many Jews he was able to deport to extermination.
You're absolutely right. And he actually said once, "I'll jump into my grave laughing that I killed 6 million Jews." This was not a man who was in any way ashamed of what he had done.
So it's really frightening to grasp the fact that what he was doing he believed was right, and he felt a conviction to the cause.
It wasn't so much that he believed what he was doing was wrong and did it anyway, like a psychopath would. He truly believed that his behavior was justified. Now, that doesn't necessarily make his behavior any less evil, but it is, again, scary to think that somebody can undertake immoral behavior and actually feel justified to do so.
Eichmann saw no moral quandary in the bureaucracy of genocide and his central role in it. That is what cements his place among Hitler's most hated disciples. So I'd like to come to a conclusion now of where you think he ranks in the Nazi hierarchy of evil. So Guy, we'll start with you.
Well, I'm going to put him down in the late teens, which may seem a little bit surprising considering he's this kind of household name amongst Nazis. Why? Yes, his personality is revolting. His anti-Semitism is pure evil. What he did was pure evil. But I think there would have been a lot of people who could have done that job in the Third Reich. So therefore, he doesn't really qualify for something much higher.
Anthony?
I think we all agree that Eichmann wasn't the faceless cog he portrayed himself as. But Eichmann gets as close as I can imagine anyone getting to pure evil. He didn't do this for fame, for money. He did this because he believed it was the right thing to do. His skill at that means that he has to rank a little higher, so I'm going to rank him in number 10.
I agree. I think he's necessary. I think his personality profile is required, and I think that his zeal demonstrates a pure evil. But I do, unfortunately, believe that evil, that position, is replaceable. I rate him at 12.
So obviously the three of you have difference of opinion, but for me, I just can't get over the fact that he was responsible for the deaths of millions. I'm therefore going to agree with Matt's ranking, and he's at number 12. He's the queen of clubs. For his devotion to the logistics of the Holocaust and his unrelenting desire to deport all of Hungary's Jews to their deaths, Adolf Eichmann proves that even a bureaucrat can be responsible for great evil. Albert Speer, Hitler's scheming architect. He built the Führer's invincible image and sacrificed thousands to make his weapons of war. And when it was all over,
I swear by God,
he orchestrated one of the biggest cover-ups in history.
It's an interesting story to see how he got away with it and why people for many decades were prepared and even keen to believe what he said.
Most people from my generation don't understand how over 70 years ago, a small group of Nazis could start a war that killed 60 million people. I want to find out, and to help me, I'm going to use playing cards. Today, they're used by both the military and law enforcement to help identify their targets. But nobody has ever put together a pack of cards for the most notorious group of killers in history. Working with experts, I want to know where each of these Nazis rank in the hierarchy of evil. My name is James Ellis. This is Hitler's Most Wanted. Speer is one of those Nazis that people, especially of my generation, don't really know about. But he played such an integral role in the regime. Yet when it came to the end of the war, he managed to escape the noose. How did he manage to not get hung for his crimes?
He managed to convince those judges at Nuremberg, and he managed to convince the world at large that actually he was the gentleman Nazi. He did a few nasty, beastly things, but really he wasn't really one of the bad guys.
Speer wanted the world to believe that he was a technocrat, that he was swept along by the currents of history, that he wanted to do his job, be an architect, and didn't know about the atrocities that were going on.
In order to have a life pre-1945 and after 1945, it takes a certain amount of conviction, first of all, for that lie, and it also takes some resolve in order to live with it for that length of time.
So how do we separate what he did before the end of the war and the story that he told about what he did after the end of the war?
So you have to base your understanding of Speer on his concrete actions, not on the stories he told. The actions tell a very different story.
I want to understand Albert Speer's true role in Hitler's Third Reich. For that, I'm heading to Germany. I'm starting in the city that's synonymous with both the rise and fall of the Nazis, Nuremberg.
Where we are right now, this is known as the VIP rostrum.
I'm here with historian Kevin Hoskins at the site of one of Speer's earliest architectural projects, the Nazi Party rally ground, to find out how he became a Nazi and rose through the ranks.
The structure in the center, that's known as the Golden Hall. And on top of there was that big golden swastika that we've all seen blown up by the Americans a million times.
Oh, so it was on the top of that building?
The Americans blew that up on the 22nd of April, 1945.
Wow.
The swastika's destruction was a symbolic act of retribution. To let the world know that the Allies had finally defeated the Nazis. For almost 10 years, this was the beating heart of Germany's totalitarian regime, where the masses came to worship at the feet of Adolf Hitler. This grand monument to fascism was the brainchild of one man. But who exactly was Albert Speer, and how did he come to design it?
Speer came from an upper middle class family, a family of architects. And so Speer pursued architectural studies in the family tradition. Speer attended a speech by Hitler in 1930, and he was quite taken with Hitler, and he began to believe that Hitler could be a savior of the German people.
He joined the party in 1931. The way he got his start is he redesigned the Nazi Party headquarters in Berlin.
Speer's work caught the eye of Hitler's notorious minister of propaganda, Joseph Goebbels.
After the Nazis came to power in 1933, Goebbels had Speer redesign the propaganda ministry. By this time, he's starting to get noticed by Hitler.
He was given the commission to design the Nazi Party rally grounds. And that's where he really comes to Hitler's attention and really impresses him.
Speer's task was to create a structure that would transform Hitler the politician into Hitler the god.
This particular structure, the VIP rostrum, was actually copied from another great empire, namely the Greek Empire.
Right, I was going to say it has like an ancient civilization feel to it.
Well, Hitler and Albert Speer, they liked neoclassical architecture, so copying other great empires kind of fit in with that. Now, an interesting little side story, the original plan for Hitler's entry here on the VIP rostrum was he was going to enter the back side of the Golden Hall, come through these doors, walk down these stairs to the rostrum there. But Hitler never did that. And why? Hitler never came in the back door anywhere. The way Hitler made his entry is he came right down the front in his convertible Mercedes, giving everybody his famous salute, and walked up the front. That's the way the Fuhrer made his entry.
Standing up here, you just get a feel for the scale of this thing. It's huge. I mean, you can see a football pitch here. You could probably fit about 12 of them in this space.
You could fit 85,000 spectators around the field there on 3 sides, plus 15,000 more here on the VIP rostrum. And they had space for up to 250,000 participants in the field.
So this thing could hold, what, over 300,000?
Correct.
That's an extraordinary amount of people.
That's over 6 times the capacity of New York's Yankee Stadium.
You can imagine how thundering it must have sounded with people all shouting in unison, Heil! Heil!
The noise must have been just deafening.
Hitler was viewed sort of as this almost godlike savior who was going to bring Germany into the forefront, was going to create the master race.
And what Speer provided was a kind of massive cathedral to Nazism. You know, your eye is drawn to one man alone. That, of course, would have been Adolf Hitler.
So Hitler would have come along here.
Correct.
Mounted these steps.
Yes.
And then he would have stood, what, right here?
Right here in the center.
And delivered his speeches to the masses from this spot.
Exactly. And you can imagine standing here, everybody saying Heil.
Those people screaming your name out.
Yeah, you'd feel like God standing up here.
It is a monumentally huge stage for a monumentally huge ego, and it was Speer who created it.
In 1934, Hitler appointed Speer the Reich's chief architect, and the two became good friends.
They certainly formed a close relationship, and it may be that Hitler, as somebody who had had artistic ambitions and hadn't been able to realize them, saw in Speer somebody who was having the kind of career that he could have had, not as an artist, but as an architect.
Speer was given the opportunity to fulfill his wildest professional ambitions, and there were other benefits to being the Führer's architect.
Speer takes an enormous amount of personal wealth from all these projects that he's mandated to do by the Führer. You know, he is doing land deals, you know, and real estate deals on the back of all these state-sponsored projects. So he's feathering his own nest.
Speer's rapid rise through the Nazi ranks was unprecedented among Hitler's followers. Throughout the late 1930s, he lived a life of privilege and luxury, never far from the Führer's side. During the war, Hitler rewarded Speer's loyalty by appointing him Minister of Armaments, entrusting him with the vital task of keeping the German war machine rolling. Albert Speer reached heights in the Reich that few Nazis could boast. Given what Speer's monument to megalomania now represents, you have to question its continued existence.
Why not tear it down?
there's two camps. Okay, there's one camp that says, let it, deteriorate into dust, let's tear it down, let's use it for something else. And then you have the other camp that says, we have to maintain it to make sure that the things that happened here under National Socialism don't happen again. There's actually graffiti on the Golden Hall here that says Nie wieder Krieg, which means never again war.
But just as the city of Nuremberg played host to Speer's rise, it was also the site of both his and the Nazi Party's fall.
Those top 4 windows on the front of the building here, that's where the Nuremberg trials took place.
All right, so they happened right there.
Correct.
It's in this building that the true character of Hitler's best friend emerged.
I swear by God that I will speak the pure truth.
I'm in Nuremberg with historian Kevin Hoskins on a mission to find out where Nazi architect Albert Speer ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil.
This is the portion of the complex here known as the Justice Palace. In room 600, those top 4 windows on the front of the building here, that's where the Nuremberg trials took place.
All right, so they happened right there.
Correct.
On November 20th, 1945, a little over 6 months after Germany surrendered, 22 of the Führer's highest-ranking accomplices were put on trial, including Albert Speer.
Hermann Wilhelm Göring.
If found guilty, most of the defendants faced death by hanging.
Rudolf Hess.
One by one, they pled innocent. Next came Hitler's armaments minister,
Albert Speer.
Speer faced 4 charges relating to his actions during wartime, which many believed helped prolong the deadliest conflict in modern history.
Speer, managed to increase munitions production. In doing so, he increased Germany's capacity to fight, and in doing so, lengthened the war.
In his plea, Speer towed the line with his other defendants.
Nicht schuldig.
Speer is indicted under all 4 counts.
But when it came to his defense, he shocked everyone in the court.
I swear by God that I will speak the pure truth.
Es wäre ihm nahezu gelungen, mittels seines technischen Vorsprungs Europa zu unterwerfen.
He railed against Hitler for his despotic actions and warned the world about leaving future fascists unchecked.
Je technischer die Welt wird, umso größer ist diese Gefahr.
Speer even went on to do something none of his co-accused were willing to.
Speer gets this reputation from these trials as the Nazi who said sorry. Can you tell me about that?
Well, that comes from a couple of things. One, he was the only guy in the first trial that actually showed any kind of remorse.
He also presented himself as largely ignorant of the Holocaust and of the extent of the persecution and attempted extermination of Jews.
I think what he was primarily trying to do there was distance himself from the other defendants, because at this point it was like rats on a sinking ship. It was every man for himself, and he figured that his best bet for getting through this was to cooperate. What that did was it gave the prosecution an idea. This guy, he's breaking away from the pack, so maybe we can use him as a wedge against the other guys. So that's what happened.
Die Streitigkeiten zwischen Saugel und mir zu beenden.
Speer presented evidence against the Reich and even his fellow defendants. In the dock, they were disgusted by his actions.
Speer cooperated with the prosecution, did a little snitching, also was credited with providing the court with the most realistic view of Nazi Germany.
His extraordinary testimony climaxed with a bombshell. Speer told the court that as the Allies closed in on Berlin, he concocted a plan to assassinate Hitler to end the conflict and save the German people from any further death and destruction.
Speer famously goes to the Führer bunker in the very dying days of the war and goes and has his last, somewhat tortured meeting with Hitler. Speer will later claim that he was minded to introduce poison gas into the Führer bunker in order to kill everybody.
But on further questioning, Speer could only offer a string of flimsy excuses to explain why his plan failed.
Speer spun fables. We know that this is a lie. Much of what Speer was saying was absolute nonsense.
It was all part of a desperate attempt to save his own neck.
The tribunal has considered the whole of this evidence with great care.
On October 1st, 1946, the verdicts were announced.
The tribunal finds that Speer is not guilty on counts 1 and 2, but is guilty under counts 3 and 4.
Speer was convicted of capital crimes, but when the judges handed down their sentence, he found his cooperation had paid off.
Instead of getting the noose, like I personally believe he deserved, all he got was 20 years in Spandau.
Albert Speer was going to prison.
His acceptance of a collective responsibility and his willingness to serve as a star witness against some of the other leading Nazis probably saved his life.
Of the 22 men on trial, only 3 were acquitted. 12 were sentenced to death by hanging, and 7, including Speer, were given jail time. Speer was incarcerated at Spandau prison in West Berlin. He'd spend the next 20 years behind bars. But what's the real story behind Hitler's Minister of Armaments? To find out, I'm heading to Germany's capital, Berlin.
How is Speer connected to this place?
It's a camp for forced laborers.
How are you going to produce as many weapons in the shortest time possible? You're going to need slaves.
There must be a light around here somewhere.
Yeah, there is, yeah. Okay, I switch it on. Yeah.
My mission to determine where Albert Speer ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil has brought me to Berlin.
Berlin was, of course, a huge spot for production.
I've come to this former work camp to meet historian Magnus Bracken to learn more about Albert Speer's actions as armaments minister during the war.
So what exactly is this camp and what was its function?
It's a camp for forced laborers, and the function was to provide a labor force for armaments production and other workforce. You will find them all over Germany,
right?
Because forced labor was a very basic part of keeping the war running.
Slave labor was absolutely crucial to the Nazi economy, and the man who used it more than anyone else was Albert Speer. His role as armaments minister is to try and produce as many weapons as possible. Well, how are you going to produce as many weapons in the shortest time possible? You're going to need slaves. There is no other way he has of doing it, because he sure as hell ain't going to pay them.
And how is Speer connected to this place?
This special camp in 1943, Italian forced laborers have been working here, and these were people who actually came into the realm of Speer because Italy changed sides in September 1943, and Speer immediately took the opportunity to get control.
But for Speer, amassing slave laborers was about much more than just maximizing production.
This is an important aspect of Speer in general, to be in control over forced labor, to get control of as many people as possible, to have the reflection of power that this represents. The more people he has, the more power he has within the National Socialist system.
This barrack complex would have been used to house the laborers here?
Yeah, I think it was up to 2,700. And it's, of course, narrow, dark. If you imagine people crammed here, constantly hungry, and 12-hour working shift.
There must be a light switch in here somewhere.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Inmates here also lived with the constant fear of being hit by Allied bombers that targeted Berlin.
Is this a bomb shelter?
Yeah, well, it's a cellar, which was obviously used as a bomb shelter. Right. But you can imagine when you are in here and there's just a few centimeters of concrete above you, and then there's the barrack above this. that if a bomb hits this place, there is not much protection. And if you have a hit close by and everything falls on top of this.
You've been buried alive down here.
Exactly, yes. Yeah. Places like this were all over Europe where people had to work in one way or another for Speer and for his huge empire of production during the war.
Punishment consists of starvation.
At the Nuremberg trial, the prosecution presented eyewitness accounts of the horrors laborers endured.
Proper medical treatment or care for the sick are not available in the mass camps. The consequence is complete exhaustion, an ailing state of health, and tuberculosis. There are cases of 8-year-old delicate and undernourished children put to forced labor and perishing from such treatment. We shall show that the defendants Sauckel and Speer are principally responsible for the formulation of the policy and for its execution.
Fritz Sauckel was Speer's subordinate, in charge of rounding up slave laborers. When faced with the death sentence, Speer pointed the finger of blame at Sauckel alone.
Und Sauckel ließ sich dazu den Auftrag geben, 3,5 Millionen Arbeitskräfte aus den besetzten Gebieten zu holen. Dabei gab Hitler schärfste Weisung über OKW an die Militärbefehlshaber, den Forderungen Sauckels mit allen Mitteln nachzukommen. Waren Sie mit dieser Entscheidung einverstanden? Nein, keineswegs.
Speer managed. At Nuremberg, he switched it around and says, well, I was only the armaments minister. I had nothing to do with forced labor people. That was Sauckel. He had the task by Hitler to get these people from all over Europe. I was not connected to this.
Blindsided by Speer's betrayal, Sauckel desperately tried to lie his way out of a guilty verdict.
In meinem eigenen Aufgabengebiet immer alles daran gesetzt, Ausschreitungen, Willkür, Rohheit jeder Art zu verhindern. Gott schütze ein über alles geliebtes Volk.
But it didn't work.
Sauckel is indicted on all 4 counts. On counts 1 and 2, he is guilty.
Based on Speer's testimony, Fritz Sauckel was convicted of crimes against humanity and hanged.
It's an interesting story to see how he got away with it and why he got away with it and why people for many decades were prepared and even keen to believe what he said.
Albert Speer convinced the judges at Nuremberg that he was just a civil servant who had no direct hand in Nazi atrocities.
All right, so what have you got here?
In reality, the trial never brought to light the true nature of his commitment to the regime.
Das ist also eine groß angelegte Planung für die Umgestaltung Berlins.
So if the Nazis had won the war, this would have been the capital of the world.
Or the vile lengths he would go to achieve his aims.
More than 55,000 Jews were victims of mass deportations out of Berlin.
I'm in Berlin on a mission to find out where Nazi architect Albert Speer sits in Hitler's hierarchy of evil. At the Nuremberg trials, Speer portrayed himself as a reluctant participant in Hitler's dream of worldwide domination. But there are those who know otherwise.
Ja, ich wollte hier mal ein sehr ungewöhnliches und auffälliges Bauwerk zeigen hier.
You can't really see it through the trees here.
Hartmut Gratz is a historian and an expert on the architectural history of Berlin.
So what exactly is this structure?
Ein Vollbetonzylinder, der wiegt also 16.000 Tonnen, der also hier einfach hingestellt wurde, gebaut wurde, um den Druck des Erdbodens zu testen für ein großes Bauwerk, nämlich für den sogenannten Triumphbogen.
In June 1940, the German army seized Paris. Hitler made a special one-day trip to the French capital to see its architectural wonders. Among the select group with him that day was Albert Speer. The two were looking for ideas for the Führer's plan to remake Berlin into the ultimate Nazi capital.
I mean, Hitler was obsessed with legacy. You know, Hitler knew that he was going to die like any other person on this planet, but what he wanted to leave behind was something that was almost indelible, or at least going to last 1,000 years. What lasts a long time? Big buildings last a long time, and you don't get bigger buildings than what Hitler and Speer designed for their new world capital, Germania. They saw themselves as the two men alone had a vision for what the Third Reich was going to look like in the next century and the century beyond that.
Das ist also eine groß angelegte Planung für die Umgestaltung Berlins. Die Idee, der Traum, den hat Hitler. In den 20er Jahren skizzierte zum Beispiel eine große Halle und einen Triumphbogen.
In Paris, Hitler and Speer drive past the city's famed Arc de Triomphe and take notes.
Es ist groß, es ist gigantisch, es soll Menschen einschüchtern.
Germania's planned arch would be so heavy, Speer was worried it would actually sink into the ground. But even the arch was dwarfed by their plans for the domed Volkshalle.
When you're looking at the grand hall he designed for Germania, you know, it was so big that all the breath would have created clouds in it, and it would have actually rained inside. The thing about Speer's thinking, architecturally, is that actually it doesn't really work on a human scale. And it shows that ultimately Speer didn't really have an appreciation of humanity.
I think a common characteristic of the Nazi mindset at the time was that they were, in fact, the superior race. There's this collective narcissism. There's this collective understanding that they were worthy of adulation. I think that Speer's buildings demonstrate this.
Hitler hat gesagt, die große Halle, ja, da sollte ursprünglich oben der Adler sein, der das Hakenkreuz in den Klauen hat. Und er hat die Planung umgeändert. Er hat gesagt, der Adler soll die Weltkugel in den Klauen haben. Sie sagen eigentlich damit, hier ist der Mittelpunkt der Welt. Es ist also ein steingebauter Rassismus eigentlich.
Speer's huge monuments to Hitler would have stood along the so-called Avenue of Splendors, dwarfing everything around them.
So you'd arrived, you'd see these ginormous buildings, and then right at the end you'd see the Volkshalle.
Ja, das damals das größte Gebäude der Welt werden sollte.
And what's this building here in red?
Das ist der Reichstag.
So that's the Reichstag that's standing now.
Ja.
So that just gives you an idea. That's what they wanted to build. How much bigger that is than the Reichstag.
Ja.
That's extraordinary.
Ja, das ist eine reine Kulisse, nur Kulisse eigentlich für die große Inszenierung des Nationalsozialismus.
In 1937, 3 years before their Paris tour, Hitler had appointed Speer, Berlin's chief building inspector, to prepare the city for its mighty transformation. Speer's master plan meant tens of thousands of Berlin households would have to be demolished to make way for construction. That would have deadly consequences.
So we're on the bank of the Spree right now, and on the other side is the Reichstag.
Yes.
And so
I've come to meet historian Susanna Willems to find out more.
I wanted to take you to these Stolpersteine, the commemoration for 10 people who used to live in one flat which was vacated in early 1941.
So he'd earmarked this area and other parts of the city to be demolished for the world capital, Germania.
Yes.
Building to rehouse the people that were being evicted from this area. They were evicting Jews and rehousing these people here.
He convinced people in the Ministry for Economy that taking over the big flats of Jews would save a lot of money to the state. So he proposed it as a measure of saving public funds.
Really, really horrifying.
But Berlin's Jews weren't simply being evicted.
The commemoration is to Willy and Rosalie Hirsch, the tenants of one flat in the building.
Sobibor, the name at the bottom of these plaques, was an extermination camp in Nazi-occupied Poland. Between 1942 and 1943, the Nazis sent an estimated 250,000 Jews there to be killed in gas chambers.
And do we know how many Jews were victim of Speer's building plans?
At least 45,000.
Wow.
If Speer had slowed down and let aside his interest as a general building inspector, many of the Berlin Jews would have survived.
At Nuremberg, Speer claimed to know little of the concentration camps and what took place in them.
This document I discovered among the papers kept in Moscow in the special archives.
In her own investigation, Susanna traveled to Moscow, where she gained access to captured Nazi documents that shed new light on Speer and the Holocaust. It's the record of a meeting he attended in 1941.
So you have here Reichsminister Professor Speer sitting with SS Obergruppenführer Pohl, and then personnel of Speer and the SS.
Right, okay.
And one topic is enlargement of the camp of barracks in Auschwitz following the deportations to the east.
Auschwitz in southern Poland was the biggest and most notorious of all the Nazi camps. More than 1 million people were sent to their deaths there between 1940 and 1945.
The result of this conversation was Reichsminister Professor Speer has allowed it, and he has assigned 13.7 million Reichsmark. You find here 4 Leichenhallen, gas chambers.
So this is an order for 4 gas chambers for
Yes.
Auschwitz.
Yes.
And this is from the money that Speer is allowing them to use.
Yeah.
So this document shows that Speer not only knew about Auschwitz, but he's involved in its actual physical expansion.
Yes.
Wow. So he not only knew about the Holocaust, but he was directly involved in the extermination of Jews.
Yeah, the program was actually called Special Program Professor Speer.
Oh my God.
None of this evidence was submitted at Nuremberg. Once again, Speer's carefully constructed lies covered up his crimes. But Speer's story still contains one final secret that lies buried in a place that can only be described as hell.
You only have to look at Mittelbau-Dora to realize quite how evil Albert Speer really was.
I'm on a mission to find out where Albert Speer ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil.
The tribunal finds that Speer is not guilty on counts 1 and 2.
Hitler's architect managed to convince the Nuremberg court that he was innocent of crimes against humanity.
Speer was a brilliant liar, and he was also a brilliant actor. You know, he played this role of the kind of apologetic, gentlemanly, quote-unquote, good Nazi, you know, to the absolute maximum, and it worked.
I'm on my way to a place that will prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, just how guilty he was. This is Mittelbau-Dora concentration camp in central Germany. It doesn't look very imposing at first glance, until you discover that most of the camp is underground.
It's incredibly cold, and it's damp. It's got a musty smell about it.
It's here that Albert Speer committed atrocities that almost defy imagination. By 1943, the Allies were launching regular bombing raids on German factories making weapons and ammunition. To keep the Nazi war machine running at full steam, Speer took production underground.
Wow, look at the size of this place. It's huge.
In all, 60,000 inmates were forced to work down here in conditions that were utterly inhumane.
People were basically forced to be troglodytes living underground for months at a time.
This camp also stands out as it was a key production facility for one of the most powerful weapons of the entire war.
This is an engine from a V2 rocket, and that's what they were assembling down here in these tunnels.
The V2 rocket was the world's first long-range ballistic missile. It had a guidance system that enabled it to hit targets up to 200 miles away. Hitler unleashed the V2 on the cities of Western Europe and Britain in September 1944, causing devastating damage and mass civilian casualties. It was the Führer's last, desperate attempt to prolong the war and remain in power. But to make that happen, he needed a steady supply of V2s to hurl at them.
Look at this. Parts of rockets. So this is clearly chamber 44, one of the chambers where the laborers were forced to build armaments. At one point, 1,000 laborers were forced to live in this small chamber.
Slaves worked and slept down here for months on end, using barrels for a latrine.
Speer visited Mittelbau-Dor personally, so any denial on Speer's part of knowing the extent of the conditions and the suffering there is a complete lie.
Laborers were regularly worked to death, building a weapon that in reality didn't pay off.
The big irony about the V2 rocket is that more people were killed making that rocket than were killed by that rocket. You only have to look at the grim statistics of Mittelbau-Dor to realize what a horrific place it was. Between 43 and 45, 60,000 people were sent there, and only 20,000 got out alive. That's 40,000 deaths right on Albert Speer's doorstep.
Ooh. And these look like stretchers used to bring the dead bodies of the inmates up here. Ooh. So these are the ovens. Oh, shit. I must admit, I feel physically sick being so close to these ovens, knowing what they were made for, specifically for burning the bodies of inmates who had died here. It's like there's artwork on these walls, flowers. It's so strange to see artwork on the walls of a crematorium.
Ultimately, Speer never shared the fate of the thousands who died behind the camp walls. He was released from Spandau prison on October 1st, 1966, to adoring crowds and an enthusiastic press.
What I find extraordinary is that Albert Speer emerges from Spandau after 20 years imprisonment, and he becomes the kind of darling of the talk show circuit. And he's even interviewed by Playboy magazine.
Speer was now widely known as having been Hitler's closest confidant. This made him a hot commodity in a world still fascinated with the man who dragged it to the brink of total destruction. The newly freed Speer was only too happy to give the people what they wanted, with an extra helping of wit and charm.
The fact that before 1945 he seems to be one person, and after 1945 he portrays himself as a completely different person suggests a skillfulness in being able to manage multiple impressions, which is not something that everybody can necessarily do.
Speer died in 1981 at age 76. To many, he remained the Nazi who saw the light, a lone, noble figure among some of history's worst criminals.
He sold the world a massive lie that he was essentially a decent man caught up in a very, very kind of compromising position. No, he willingly became friends, with the most evil man of the 20th century. He was a key component of the Nazi regime. I think he was a thoroughly detestable and evil man.
Now it's time for me to find out where that man ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil.
And there's a question about whether the person who does it because he's truly devoted to the cause, or the person that does it because self-benefit is worse. Which one is truly worse?
My mission to Germany has given me new insight into Albert Speer's involvement in both the Nazi war effort and the Holocaust. It's also exposed the many lies he told to escape the death penalty and whitewash his legacy. Now it's time for us to decide where he should sit in the hierarchy of evil. Using our unique system of playing cards, I want to know where Speer ranks in Hitler's Most Wanted.
One of the places I visited was the Nuremberg rally grounds, which Speer obviously designed. How important a moment was that for Speer?
It's hugely important. The scale and the scope of those rally grounds are also reflected in Speer's plans to remake Berlin into the world capital Germania. You see these plans for grandiose, monstrous buildings, and that shows this shared obsession that Speer and Hitler had of Germany as a power that would dominate the world.
His grandiose plans for developing Berlin lead to hundreds, thousands of Jews being thrown out of the German capital. Where do they end up? Being killed in concentration camps. The line between a Jew being murdered and Speer is a direct one.
In his memoirs, Speer denied being an anti-Semite and a true believer in Nazi ideals. But even if this was true, would it absolve him of his role in the Reich's crimes against humanity?
Of all the places I visited, the place that had the biggest impact on me was the Mittelwerk tunnels, where thousands of slave laborers were forced to build weapons for the Nazi war machine.
When you went to those tunnels, you saw what Speer didn't want you to see. Speer wanted the world to believe that he was a technocrat, that he was swept along by the currents of history, that he wanted to do his job, be an architect, and didn't have political impulses, didn't have political convictions, and didn't know about the atrocities that were going on.
In his roles as building inspector and armaments minister, Albert Speer caused the deaths of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people. Yet his carefully conceived lies convinced his accusers that he was an innocent man.
Speer would love to be remembered. He'd love to be remembered as the Nazi who was welcome at salons, the Nazi who didn't know what was going on, the cultured and cultivated Nazi. We have to dispense with all of that.
It sounds as though everything after 1945 is a falsehood, is a lie. Well, and that deflection of responsibility is psychologically important to be able to cope with the atrocities that one commits.
I think that actually Speer's lying and this presentation of seeming innocence after the war also helps Germany and a lot of Germans come to terms with what took place in Germany. It makes them feel, well, if Speer is innocent, then the average German could also feel innocence.
We think of Joseph Goebbels, propaganda minister, as the greatest liar the world's ever known. He wasn't. Albert Speer was.
He was one of the very worst guys. And the fact that his deputy got hanged at Nuremberg and he didn't shows you quite what he got away with.
So now I'd like to come to a conclusion as to where we think he ranks in the Nazi hierarchy of evil. Guy?
Well, I'm putting him really high because it really annoys me that Speer has got away with it for all these decades. I'm going to give him a 6.
Anthony?
If you're talking about a militaristic regime and wars of aggression, the armaments minister has to rank high. Add to that his role in the Holocaust, and he's a 6.
I'm surprised, truthfully. I instinctively, from what I know and from the psychology of it, I would have ranked him lower, but I'll defer to the historians on this one.
I completely agree with you guys. I think that the myth that he created after the war has gone on for far too long, and he is definitely 6. It makes him the King of Hearts.
Albert Speer's deception is one of the most outrageous injustices to come out of World War II. For that, and the monstrous crimes he committed in the name of the Nazi regime, he ranks 6 in Hitler's hierarchy of evil. Joseph Mengele, the notorious demon doctor of Auschwitz.
This is all that remains of one of the 4 gas chambers here. And right next to the gas chamber was Mengele's lab.
Here, he conducted barbaric experiments on innocent victims.
The fact that he experimented on children earns him an even deeper place in hell.
Once he was finished, he murdered his victims to further his twisted pseudoscience.
Mengele dissected the bodies and collected the eyes and sent them for research.
What so corrupted a medical doctor that he went down in history as the angel of death? Most people from my generation don't understand how over 70 years ago, a small group of Nazis could start a war that killed 60 million people. I want to find out, and to help me, I'm going to use playing cards. Today, they're used by both the military and law enforcement to help identify their targets. But nobody has ever put together a pack of cards for the most notorious group of killers in history. Working with experts, I want to know where each of these Nazis rank in the hierarchy of evil. My name is James Ellis. This is Hitler's Most Wanted. Joseph Mengele has become the poster boy for Nazi medical experiments. What is it about Mengele that makes him so notorious? Guy.
Mengele was not the only Nazi doctor carrying out this kind of work, quote unquote. And the reason why we think about him is because he got away with it.
A lot of the underlying ideas behind Mengele's experiments were in line with scientific thinking of the day on issues like race and eugenics. What was not in line with the scientific thinking of the day were the practices.
Well, there's no question that his work was unethical. But one of the things we need to consider is the distinction between the ethics of the science and the validity of the science. They're not the same thing. We can have very ethical science that is conducted poorly, and we can have scientific research that's conducted very well, but it's completely unethical. What we really need to consider is the extent to which Mengele's science is either ethical or valid, and it may be neither.
His job is supposed to be saving lives, yet he's carrying out some of the most horrific atrocities that the Nazis committed. What is it that allowed him to do that? To answer the question, I'm starting my investigation in Günzburg, the picturesque German town where he grew up.
There's obviously a kindergarten to our left because I can hear the kids.
Yeah, that's right. That's the building over there.
I've come to meet with historian Sven Keller to find out about Mengele's early life and how he became a Nazi.
This is a children's playground.
Yeah, the Ruth Mengele playground, actually.
So it's named after a member of the Mengele family?
Yeah, it's named after the wife of one of the brothers of Joseph Mengele. Locally, the Mengele family was always known for their largesse, for making social donations, like many well-to-do families.
Since the early 20th century, the Mengeles have been one of the most important benefactors in town, and several local landmarks bear the family name.
Is it just me, or is it really creepy that there's the Mengele name stamped onto this children's fort in a playground named after a member of the Mengele family, and Joseph Mengele carried out heinous experiments on children in Auschwitz?
Well, I'm actually with you there. What makes it especially creepy for me is that there's a Jewish woman from Auschwitz who suffered from experiments from Mengele. Mengele kept her from feeding her newborn child in order to see what would happen to the child, how long it could live until it starved. In the end, the Jewish woman thwarted Mengele by silently killing her own child at night. This Jewish woman bore the same name, Ruth, as Ruth Mengele. This connection, that's something I can't get out of my head. It's
absolutely horrifying.
Yeah.
So obviously the Mengele family are a big deal in this town.
Can you tell me a bit more about them?
This was a very respected family. They came up from nothing. They were like self-made men. That was something that people admired.
Joseph Mengele was born in 1911 into a conservative Catholic family. His father, Karl, ran a successful farm equipment company that grew to become the second largest employer in town.
And what was Joseph Mengele like as a kid? What do we know about him?
That's not so easy to answer. There are not very many sources. The people that grew up with him, they describe him as likable.
Was there anything that was happening in his childhood, anything that he was doing that sort of hinted at the horrific actions he would partake in later in his life?
Not at all.
None at all?
I would say, not at all, no.
So he was just a normal kid growing up in an affluent family in this nice town in Bavaria?
Yeah, that's what I would say, yeah.
Throughout Joseph's adolescence, the Mengele business continued to grow, as did the family's influence over the town. In the early 1930s, Hitler visited Günzburg twice to drum up support for the party, even giving a speech at the Mengele factory on his second trip. By 1933, Karl Mengele had bribed his way onto the town council.
So this street is named after Joseph Mengele's father?
That's Joseph Mengele's father, yes.
I can't think of another notorious Nazi whose family name exists on a street sign. I mean, why wouldn't they just get rid of it now?
Yeah, this is this very complex relation the town has with this family.
Yeah.
With the family being so respected and giving donations, it was very hard for the city to get a distance. Me personally, I would get rid of the name.
As successful as the Mengeles were, Joseph chose not to follow in his father's footsteps.
How did Mengele get set on his path to become a doctor?
He graduated from high school in 1930, and he wasn't made for the family career. How that decision was made exactly, frankly, we don't know. But he went to Munich and started to study medicine.
Munich was the center of the Nazi movement during the 1930s. Once Hitler became chancellor in 1933, Jewish scholars and scientists were dismissed from the universities and replaced by Nazi sympathizers. These were the academics who taught and influenced Joseph Mengele.
Mengele was an incredibly hard-working young man, and when he was doing his degree, he also did a doctorate in anthropology.
In medicine, he wasn't so much interested in the clinical part of it.
Okay.
He went for this quite new, sparkling branch of medicine called genetics.
Okay.
And obviously, genetics and anthropology were both sciences that were pretty much connected to what National Socialism did with their racist theory.
Wow. So he was potentially radicalized while he was studying at university.
Yeah. It would be much easier if you could say, well, this was a madman from the beginning.
Yeah, but you can't.
Would be much easier, but you can't.
In 1937, Mengele took a coveted research assistant position at the Institute for Hereditary, Biology, and Racial Purity in Frankfurt. Here, he joined geneticists studying twins in a department at the forefront of Nazi racial programs.
It sounds to me as if these racial ideas are sort of mainstream academia in Germany at that time.
Yeah, mainstream, but also at the very kind of bleeding edge of academic research. He hoped this would be a career boost by concentrating on those sciences.
Mengele joined the Nazi Party in 1937, and his advancement in the medical profession paralleled his advancement through the Nazi ranks. In fact, in 1938, the same year that Mengele received his medical degree, he also joined the SS.
At that time, at the latest, he seems to have fully embraced the regime.
That regime would soon allow Mengele to commit some of the most despicable crimes of the Second World War.
Are those eyes?
Joseph Mengele. He dissected the bodies and collected the eyes for research. It's really disturbing.
I'm in the southern German town of Günzburg with historian Sven Keller, tracing the origins of Joseph Mengele's sadistic pseudoscience.
What I actually wanted to show you is this memorial here. This is for the victims of Joseph Mengele.
This is, oh. Are those eyes?
Those are eyes, yes.
Because of Mengele's fascination with eye color, he ended up removing the eyes from many of his victims. And that's why the memorial to Mengele's victims that was erected in his hometown of Günzburg consists of many, many eyes.
In one particularly evil experiment, Mengele attempted to change eye pigmentation in 36 children. He injected them with colored dyes, causing excruciating pain and blindness. When it was all over, Mengele had no further use for the children and sent them to the gas chamber.
I like this memorial, and what I also like is that it was made by students from local high schools.
Really?
Yeah, they came up with this idea of using the eyes of Mengele's victims to get a connection to the person looking at this memorial, and at the same time address this history of the town, this part of their town's past. And I think that's the way to do it.
Yeah, amazing, especially getting kids to do it. So they're at a young age, they're learning about the history of Mengele and what he did.
Yeah, and learning about the victims and taking the perspective of the victims, yeah.
So what impact does it have on you to study someone like Mengele and to really analyze his life and his crimes?
We need to understand how people like Mengele became what they became, why they did what they did, and how it was all possible. Because if we don't understand why these people committed those crimes, it may happen again.
What kind of world would allow young doctors like Mengele to commit atrocious crimes? What opened the door to this gruesome, mad science? To find out, I'm headed to Berlin, the former scientific center of Nazi Germany.
Alexandra, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm meeting Dr. Alexandra Lovenau, a historian and expert on eugenics during the Third Reich.
The eugenics movement was all about destroying or eliminating mental diseases and not only mental diseases but also physical deformations.
Eugenics is a set of beliefs and practices that aim at improving the genetic composition of the human race. Today, this type of negative eugenics is obviously seen as quite repugnant.
In the 1930s, the Nazis turned to eugenics to help realize Hitler's dream of a master race. They started by weeding out so-called defective Germans. Less than 6 months after Hitler took power, any German who was disabled, mentally ill, or diagnosed with a hereditary disease was forced to undergo sterilization.
So about 400,000 people were sterilized. Mentally ill people were not allowed to reproduce, to have babies.
But preventing so-called worthless Germans from having children wasn't enough for the Führer.
Not only did the Nazis want to stop mentally and physically ill people from reproducing, they wanted to eliminate any need to spend resources on caring for them.
The Nazi government decided that it simply is too costly to keep them alive.
Therefore, they should be murdered.
Yes. They started with children below 3 years old.
Who was killing the children?
These were physicians.
Mengele is very much part of the kind of Nazi medical community, which actually thinks that anybody who is disabled or quote-unquote defective in some way should be put to death.
In 1939, Hitler ordered gas chambers added to 6 designated institutions. patients deemed unfit to live were sent there to be killed. It was a clandestine operation, later named Action T4.
However, it was basically impossible to keep it as a secret.
Hitler couldn't afford a public backlash during wartime. Action T4 was cancelled in August 1941, but the Nazis ordered physicians to continue the slaughter in a more concealed manner.
What brings someone who is in a profession that's supposed to heal people and save lives, what brings them to commit mass murder?
Majority of T4 Action physicians were relatively young, like Mengele. These are people who graduated in the mid-30s. Students were told not to waste your time, energy, and career on trying to help people who could not be helped, because they're not going to improve.
Right up until the end of the war, Nazi doctors murdered another 200,000 people.
This is totally chilling, because the idea that any human being who's not perfect in some way is regarded as being a drain upon the rest of humanity. And the idea that if you eliminate all these people, you either murder them or you sterilize them, that you're actually going to make humanity better is obviously completely evil, because it's not accepting the fact that human beings aren't perfect.
After the Reich's most vulnerable citizens were murdered by the very people sworn to look after them, Nazi physicians took their inhumanity a step further.
In some cases, it also happened that the researchers would visit killing centers and examine patients themselves, still living patients. And if they found someone interesting, the brain of that person would have been delivered.
You're saying they would select someone and say, you know, I want to examine that person's brain. And so that person was murdered in order for them to conduct experiments on their brain.
Yes. And in fact, it was seen as a great opportunity, a never-ending source of research material.
That's horrifying.
It is indeed, yeah. So that makes the euthanasia action even worse, and the involvement of researchers who were conducting scientific research on the brain makes them killers.
A lot of doctors were particularly enamored by the racial pseudoscience and phony ideology of the Nazi Party, because it blended in very well with a lot of kind of medical opinion at the time.
Mengele's scientific interests were never separate from the theories of racial science that were mainstream at the time, and specifically from Nazi ideas of racial hygiene.
This was the world Joseph Mengele stepped into as an aspiring young doctor. He would soon embrace the Nazis' inhumane ideology with a chilling zeal.
He had absolutely no human feelings towards these children.
I'm on a mission to figure out whether notorious doctor Joseph Mengele fits into Hitler's hierarchy of evil. I've come to the site of a former Nazi concentration camp at Sachsenhausen to meet someone who chose her career after coming across one of Mengele's victims.
Astrid?
Oh, James. Hi.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. How are you doing?
Dr. Astrid Ley is a historian and deputy head of Sachsenhausen Memorial and Museum.
So what was it that launched you into this field of study?
Actually, it was the encounter with a victim of Mengele's experiments that I had many years ago after I finished school. And for her, the most terrible thing was that she kind of didn't know how it affected her health. So I made it my goal to find out what the Nazi doctors did and tell it to the surviving victims.
Joseph Mengele is the name people most associate with medical experiments in Nazi concentration camps and death camps. But obviously he wasn't the only doctor
working in those places. How widespread was that practice?
It was a very widespread phenomenon. In all of the bigger camps, medical experimentation took place, and it started immediately after the Germans had begun the war.
The Nazis also encouraged medical experimentation to support the war effort.
Doctors were trying to cure injuries resulting from war by testing vaccines for infectious diseases that come up during the war, like hepatitis, like typhus.
The Führer offered up a deeply unsettling and vast new testing ground to unethical physicians like Joseph Mengele, looking to make medical history.
For doctors and for ambitious researchers, ethical constraints on using human subjects could sometimes be frustrating. The concentration camp system provided subjects that doctors were free to experiment on as much as they wanted.
What sorts of medical experiments were taking place here?
At that time, hepatitis was not known like we know today, being a viral infection. So one doctor, what he did is that he went to Auschwitz, he selected with Mengele 11 Jewish boys. The boys were transferred to Sachsenhausen.
The boys were infected with tissue biopsied from German soldiers suffering from hepatitis.
We do have testimonies of a prisoner's nurse, a male nurse, who was describing how the boys were crying, what extreme pain and how they were frightened. And the doctor didn't seem to care. These Polish Jewish boys, for him they were nothing better than guinea pigs.
During the war, a grisly array of medical experiments was conducted across 8 of the largest concentration camps.
How could a doctor whose job it is to care for people, how could they be so cruel?
Yeah, this is what we really don't understand. It shows an extreme ability to distance yourself from the suffering of your victim. And you can only do that when you don't consider this person being a human being.
Empathy is the ability to feel what another person is feeling. If you feel sad when you see another person sad, or you get scared when you see another person who's scared, that's empathy. It's quite clear that the Nazis didn't feel empathy because they dehumanized their victims to such an extent that they didn't feel empathy for those people.
The appalling way in which these experiments were conducted ultimately did next to nothing to advance medical science, except in a small handful of isolated cases.
Today we know that hepatitis is a viral disease because of this experimentation.
That's really disturbing. So the medical experiments were both for helping soldiers on the front line, but also as part of justification for Nazi racial ideology.
Yeah, definitely.
Joseph Mengele would take this ideologically based research to another horrific level.
Mengele was interested in heredity. And at that time, a way to study heredity, to see which characteristics were environmental and which were inherited, was to look at twins.
And I'm guessing that twin research, was that something that was specific to Mengele, or was that something that was being done in the wider scientific field at that time?
It was something that was very acknowledged, and Mengele was, actually, he was not a nobody. He was one of the leading geneticists. In 1938, Mengele, in a book review he wrote about a twin study, he said, the biggest problem we have is that we can never dissect twins at the same time, because twin couples hardly ever die at the same time. So this is why he became a concentration camp physician. He went to Auschwitz because in Auschwitz he would have the chance of experimenting on testing, examining more twins, and he planned to later write about it, use it in order to make his scientific career.
To find out what exactly Joseph Mengele did to make his scientific career, I need to go to the place most synonymous with his cruel legacy.
He used to visit the children with some sweets. He was bringing just for them.
I'm on a mission to figure out where Dr. Joseph Mengele fits in Hitler's hierarchy of evil. I've come to Poland to see the one place most closely associated with his sinister crimes.
Here we are at the entrance to Auschwitz, Birkenau. This camp is enormous. It sprawls as far as the eye can see.
Auschwitz is the most well-known Nazi concentration camp and a prevailing symbol of the Holocaust.
Right now we are in the main camp, so-called Stammlager, Auschwitz I,
Right.
which was actually the beginning of Auschwitz.
To learn exactly what role Joseph Mengele played in the horrific crimes committed here, I'm meeting with historian Teresa Wątosiewicz.
Before the war, the barracks were Polish army base, and in 1940, they became another German concentration camp.
Auschwitz ends up becoming one of the largest Nazi concentration camps. It's originally on one site, but it actually ends up going to 3 separate sites, which cover about kind of 8 miles in distance.
Joseph Mengele arrived in Auschwitz in May 1943. Why did he come here?
He was sent here after he kind of fulfilled his military duty as a doctor.
Mengele was an officer with the medical corps of the Waffen-SS, Hitler's most fanatical combat troops. He was wounded on the Eastern Front in 1942, and after recovery, requested a post to Auschwitz.
Joseph Mengele was one of quite a few doctors at Auschwitz. When the trains came into Auschwitz, it was the job of one of these SS doctors, including Joseph Mengele, to select the Jews as to who was going to go to the gas chambers and who was still fit enough to work. He literally was just going left, right, and whichever way you went determined whether you were going to be dead in a matter of minutes or whether you were going to live another day and maybe survive a few weeks until you were worked to death. So that was one of his primary roles. His other role was to use Auschwitz as an experimental laboratory to conduct his very twisted pseudoscience. Doctors like Mengele regarded a body of human people as essentially just that, a body. And if you could kind of excise the cancerous part of that body, i.e. the races you regard as being infectious, unclean, diseased, such as Jewish people, then you'd be doing the body itself a favor.
Here they started to send families. They started to send children. So having families meant to have the twins and triplets together for the experimentation.
The exact purpose of Mengele's research on multiples is still unclear, but it's widely believed he spared twins from the gas chamber because he hoped to find in them the secrets to genetically engineering Hitler's master race.
At the time, the genetic code was not fully understood. He was actually undertaking some of the introductory research into hereditary studies with twins.
Twins were regarded as useful for this kind of research because you could look at 2 people with identical genetic material and see what was the same about them and what was different. And so you could conclude which characteristics were influenced by the environment and which were inherited.
Mengele had to first differentiate which features were replicated and which showed some variation. Only then could he try to eliminate undesirable and so-called racially impure traits.
He used to visit the Roma children in Birkenau with some toys, with some sweets. He was bringing just for them.
He used to give them toys and sweets.
He did. He did. This is how he was remembered.
So he would bring them toys and sweets,
Mhm.
and then he would take them and carry out his experiments on them.
This is true.
Once the children were inside Mengele's laboratory, the torture began. Crude surgeries, painful tests, needless amputations, wounds deliberately infected, and exposure to fatal disease were all routine.
Mengele was completely devoid of human feeling while he was conducting experiments that he thought were in the name of scientific progress, but he didn't care that they were incredibly cruel and inflicted untold suffering on his victims.
Scores of Mengele's victims died before he even finished experimenting on them. Those who survived rarely fared better.
For the very last step, the children were killed. So this is what happened for most of the children.
So after they'd been experimented on by Mengele, they were killed, and then someone conducted an autopsy on their bodies.
This is correct.
Clearly, it requires utter sadism to carry out experiments on living people and indeed to kill them just to find something out. There's an appalling story in which Mengele and one of the other Auschwitz doctors are arguing about whether a child has got tuberculosis, and Mengele maintains that he has, and the other doctor maintains that he doesn't. Mengele comes back an hour later and confirms that he, Mengele, was wrong. The child didn't have tuberculosis. How has he found that out? He's killed him and dissected him just for the purposes of a medical discussion.
The majority of twins at Auschwitz died from Joseph Mengele's experiments. Only a handful survived long enough to see the camp liberated by the Soviet army on January 27, 1945.
Like many people, I've read about this place. I've seen pictures and movies about it. But I didn't fully get the sheer scale and the extent of the suffering until I saw this place with my own eyes. It's something that I'll never forget.
Yet despite his sadistic crimes, the Nazi doctor from hell somehow slipped the net.
The fact that after the war he escaped, lived out his life, and there was no public reckoning is incredibly frustrating.
I'm in Berlin, meeting with historian Tobias Freimüller to find out what happened to Joseph Mengele as Hitler's empire was crumbling.
So this is a memorial established in the late 80s.
Right.
And it represents the deportations mainly to Auschwitz.
What happened to Mengele when the Red Army was coming towards Auschwitz?
He left shortly before, and then he would travel westwards, disguised as a Wehrmacht officer.
In June 1945, American forces captured Mengele among some 10,000 German troops on the run in Saxony. They scanned the POWs for Waffen-SS tattoos. But when Mengele had joined the SS, he decided not to get one.
So he was released under a different name. He started working as a farmhand in southern Germany for quite a long time.
Then the world began to learn of the barbaric crimes committed by Nazi doctors.
All of the defendants herein unlawfully, willfully, and knowingly participated in plans and enterprises involving the commission of war crimes and crimes against humanity.
There was actually a doctor's trial held in Nuremberg where doctors who had committed atrocities in the service of Nazism were put on trial.
Mengele knew he had to flee.
He hotfoots it down to Argentina, which is probably the most popular retirement destination for former Nazis.
Mengele lived under an alias for several years in Buenos Aires. Then in 1958, he married his brother's widow, a major shareholder in his father's company.
In order to do so, he needed his real name and his real passport and his real identity. And so he went to the German ambassador in Buenos Aires and got his German passport with his real name. You could find his name in the telephone book of Buenos Aires, and he lived there under his real name, yes.
And he obviously at that point wasn't frightened that
people were going to track him down.
Absolutely.
Nazi hunting was carried out by the Allies for about 3 to 4 years, and then they stopped doing it because they ran out of inclination and indeed the ability to launch tens of thousands of manhunts. You know, it would be taken decades.
And at what point did people start trying to track him down and bring him to justice?
In the late 50s, finally, there was a warrant of arrest issued out.
In 1960, Israel's intelligence service, the Mossad, captured Adolf Eichmann in Buenos Aires. They set out to capture Mengele during the same operation. Spooked, Mengele fled to Paraguay, but the Mossad stayed on his trail, so he slipped over the border into Brazil.
From that point on, his life became much less comfortable. He had to change his houses a couple of times.
For more than 3 decades, Mengele's relatives in Günzburg had been complicit in helping the Nazi fugitive. They provided financial aid and denied knowing his whereabouts. Only his son was willing to confront his father about his crimes.
And when his son visited him in the mid-70s, he asked him about Auschwitz and he asked him about what he did. And the son later reported that his father did not show any insight, that he would still say that it was correct what he did and it was right what he did, and that there's no need to apologize for anything. And that's why his son then traveled back to Germany and never get back to him.
Really? So his son was so horrified by his father's, not only his crimes, but the way he justified those crimes, that he cut off communication with him.
And the father obviously had hoped that he could convince his son that he did the right thing back then.
And how did he die?
He had a stroke, but it took another 6 years until it was finally officially proved that it was him, that he was actually dead.
Mengele is only hunted properly in 1985, around the time of the 40th anniversary of the kind of end of Auschwitz, which was in January 45.
That's when German police raided the home of Mengele's childhood friend in Günzburg and found evidence of the doctor's death.
What's ironic about, Mengele's ultimate fate is that when his bones are dug up at this graveyard at a place called Embu in 1985, his skull is held up and shown to the world's media. And those bones now have ended up in a lab, where they're looked at by medical students. It's kind of fitting that he doesn't have a proper grave. He ends up in a laboratory.
At what point did he become this notorious figure that epitomizes so much of the evil of the Nazi regime?
I think it's basically because he performed so terrible medical experiments, and it's easy to picture this. It's not so easy to picture what Eichmann did, but it's easy to see that doing medical deadly research on twins, on children, or deciding which Jew should sent directly into the gas chamber and who is not, is something completely and deeply inhuman. So this was a monster, a picture of a monster that he had escaped, made the whole story even more interesting.
Mengele was never known to express any remorse or take any responsibility for his crimes. The fact that after the war he escaped, lived out his life, and died from having a stroke while swimming is incredibly frustrating. There was no public reckoning. There was no chance for the victims and the survivors to testify and to put their story before the world and to see some measure of justice dealt out to Joseph Mengele.
Now that I know Joseph Mengele's key role in the inhumane medical experiments conducted in the service of the racist Nazi regime, it's time to figure out where he stacks up in Hitler's hierarchy.
Auschwitz offers an environment unlike any other, a place where a physician can experiment on human beings with no moral retribution at all.
After retracing the story of Joseph Mengeler's murderous exploits through Germany and Poland, it's time for us to decide where this demon doctor fits in the hierarchy of evil. Using our unique system of playing cards, I want to determine where Joseph Mengele ranks in Hitler's Most Wanted.
There's so many horrific elements to Mengele's story, but one that really stuck with me is the stories about him doing selections on the ramp at Auschwitz.
Yes, I think it's also important to remember that Mengele is one of many doctors in many camps carrying out this sort of work. I use the word doctors with inverted commas because I think you're actually given up deserving to be called a medical person if what you're doing is slaughtering people, essentially.
With the flick of his wrist, Joseph Mengele held the power of life and death over so many innocent victims.
What led a physician from a wealthy and respectable family to carry out such horrific acts?
Mengele was incredibly ambitious, and he saw the work that he was doing at Auschwitz as having the potential to open doors for him for his future career. When he took that ambition and took the state of science and combined it with a complete lack of ethics and a lack of human feeling.
As well as ambition, he was motivated by a twisted form of anthropology. He really did think that certain types of people were inferior to certain other types of people. And that's what lay behind his research, and that's what led him ultimately to murder.
It's a terrible backwards ideology, but if you fit into that ideology and you believe it, you may in fact be capable of doing the horrific things that Mengele did.
Careerism and a warped racial worldview spurred Joseph Mengele on to commit unimaginable atrocities.
It seemed to me that Auschwitz really opened the door, that it gave an opportunity for Mengele to take things to another level and really cross that ethical boundary.
He simply had an opportunity. He had human bodies that he didn't care about and wasn't concerned about ethically and morally, and he was given the opportunity to do anything he wanted to them.
Auschwitz offers an environment unlike any other that's almost ever existed in the world, a place where a physician can experiment on human beings with no moral retribution at all.
It's important to remember when evaluating Mengele and his crimes that there were doctors, even Nazi doctors in concentration camps who refused to participate in these activities. He did it willingly.
Working in the appallingly cruel Nazi camp apparatus, Joseph Mengele saw himself above morality. His work was neither valid nor ethical. He coldly betrayed his Hippocratic oath, and what's worse, he was never held to account for his crimes.
What I'd like to do now is come to a conclusion as to where you think that Mengele should rank in the hierarchy of evil. Matt, let's start with you.
Well, as a scientist and a researcher, I'm particularly bothered by Mengele's research, his ideology, and his methods in particular. Regardless of his own outlook on his medicine, I have to rank him quite highly. I'm going to put him at 9.
Anthony.
If we were ranking based on cruelty, he'd be in the top 5. But we're ranking based on his centrality to the Nazi regime's atrocities. I'm not convinced that he was central. He was part of a system that spanned hospitals, universities, concentration and death camps. He was one among many. He's number 49.
Guy.
I'm going to score very differently to you, but almost identical reasons. I think that actually he is a symptom of an evil way of thinking. It was a way of thinking that actually we had to fight against, and it's actually partly why we went to war. His sadism and cruelty, of course, knows no bounds, but because I regard him as a symbol of all that was totally twisted about that way of thinking and about the regime, I am going to put him very high up, and I am going to put him at number 5.
So the three of you have very different perspectives. For me, it's very simple. We're talking about a hierarchy of evil, and I can't think of anything more evil than torturing and murdering children. So for me, he has to be in the top 10, and I agree with Matt here. He's number 9. He is the Queen of Spades.
Perhaps the most notorious Nazi fugitive of all, Joseph Mengele has become the embodiment of pure evil. A physician pledged to heal who kills instead. The diabolical doctor from Auschwitz is a central figure in Hitler's Most Wanted. Karl Dönitz, Hitler's ruthless naval commander.
He was the mastermind.
His U-boats claimed thousands of lives. There must have been few things more frightening than being hunted by one of these things. He was a fanatical Nazi who would do anything. What were conditions like for the slave laborers that were forced to build this bunker? To see Hitler's evil dream fulfilled. Why did Hitler choose Dönitz as his successor? Most people from my generation don't understand how over 70 years ago, a small group of Nazis could start a war that killed 60 million people. I want to find out, and to help me, I'm going to use playing cards. Today, they're used by both the military and law enforcement to help identify their targets. But nobody has ever put together a pack of cards for the most notorious group of killers in history. Working with experts, I want to know where each of these Nazis rank in the hierarchy of evil. My name is James Ellis. This is Hitler's Most Wanted. In many ways, I feel that Dönitz is the physical embodiment of the classic question, when and how someone who's in the armed forces becomes a war criminal. Guy, how do we decide when that line has actually been crossed?
The answer is very straightforward. You break the rules of war. Of course, it often sounds silly that there should be, rules for warfare. But no, there are rules. The big question we have to ask about Dönitz is whether he actually broke these rules of war.
Matt, I think this calls out for a question here, that if you're in the armed forces, killing is an integral part of your business. How does that affect your morality?
To some extent, I think this is a larger question, beyond just the war criminals we're talking about. The question is, how does morality change in times of war? How does warfare alter one's morality?
Anthony, why do so many people who are in the know about Dönitz's actions during the Second World War still try to present him as just a sailor following orders?
The idea of the clean military has long been a powerful myth, and it's easy to understand why. People want to say that, sure, the regime was criminal, it launched wars of aggression, but the soldiers and the sailors who served were honorable. In the case of the German military in World War II, this is largely a myth, and it's a myth that Dönitz's reputation has benefited from. He also shaped his legacy and his reputation to benefit from that myth.
Based on that, how do you value Dönitz's actions?
I think you have to go to Germany and see the way his legacy is presented and contested.
I'm on my way to Munich, to the Deutsches Museum, one of the world's biggest collections of historical technology. It's home to some unique artifacts that are the perfect starting point for my investigation. Carola, hi.
Hi.
So this is it?
Yeah.
Carola Dolke is the curator of computer sciences and cryptology here. There it is.
Yeah, that's the Enigma, the naval Enigma.
It's an Enigma machine, the infamous Nazi encoding device for sending top-secret messages. Wow. So I've never got this close to one of these things before. The Nazis used Enigmas like this one to radio coded orders to their U-boats in the Atlantic and coordinate their attacks on Allied ships. So how did the Navy and the U-boats use this machine to communicate with each other?
The one who uses the Enigma always has to type the message to encrypt it or decrypt it. So when you type an X, maybe you get a T. But when you type the X again, it will not be a T again, but maybe an F or something else.
During the Atlantic War, the German commander in charge of issuing those orders was Admiral Karl Dönitz.
Dönitz was a German naval officer. He was the driving force behind building up the German U-boat fleet.
Dönitz masterminded Nazi Germany's submarine warfare. It was he who realized quite how effective submarines would be in essentially blockading Britain and starving her of vital supplies from Canada and the United States.
Dönitz survived the war and was arrested by the Allies, who put him on trial alongside 21 other prominent Nazis at Nuremberg. He was indicted on 3 counts, including multiple conspiracy charges, waging a war of aggression, and committing crimes against the internationally recognized laws of war.
I'll give you one more opportunity of answering my question.
Ja, das weiß ich nicht.
Dönitz was absolutely defiant at Nuremberg. He thought that he was simply a senior armed forces officer who had just been doing his job. He was just a sailor.
He's not very well known among the general public. When people have heard of Dönitz, there's a tendency to think of him as an apolitical career military man rather than somebody involved in war crimes.
But if he really was just an officer following orders as he claimed, then why was he tried as a war criminal alongside top Nazis like Hermann Goering? Who exactly was Hitler's Star Admiral? My search for an answer begins with this. It's a U-1 submarine, the German Navy's very first model, and the standard training vessel when a young Karl Dönitz joined the U-boat corps during the First World War. So this is obviously the engine room. These things are definitely not built for people my height. Just imagine how hot it would have been. So claustrophobic. And loud, too.
You have to remember that U-boats and submarines were a relatively new form of warfare. You were hiding under the waves, popping up, destroying things, and then slipping away into the deeps and the darkness.
This is the torpedo room, the business end of the U-boat.
During World War I, Dönitz became convinced that the submarine was essential to future naval battles. He wasn't as interested in surface ships as he was in submarines, and he began thinking about how to build up Germany's submarine fleet.
Dönitz's U-boat was sunk by the Allies in the Mediterranean in 1918. He survived and saw the end of the war in a British POW camp. Dönitz spent a year there, fuming over Germany's defeat and drawing up new submarine tactics to beat the Allies if the chance ever came again.
He's preparing for wars and battles that he wants to fight. He wants to get in amongst the thick of it again, and he wants to give the Allies a real hammering.
Dönitz was dreaming of the day Germany's U-boat corps would return and redeem itself in battle. This is the Laber Naval Memorial, just outside the city of Kiel on Germany's north coast. Wow, amazing the size of this thing.
It's impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely huge.
Yeah, it rises up to 85 meters above sea level.
Dr. Jan Witt is a historian and a leading authority on Dönitz and German naval history. Now, my understanding is Dönitz's experience as a U-boat commander during the First World War made him a committed submariner. He saw the submarines as the future of naval warfare.
He was a true believer in this, yes, of course. The problem was that, according to the Versailles Treaty, Germany was forbidden to have any U-boats.
But in early 1933, Hitler became chancellor. Like Dönitz, he too was a veteran of the First World War, bitter about the terms of Germany's surrender. He immediately set out to rebuild Germany's military, and in 1935, U-boats were reintroduced to the Navy. Yes. So Dönitz now finds himself in the German Navy as part of Nazi Germany.
Yes.
Now, obviously, he's in the armed forces.
Yes.
But to what extent is he actually a committed Nazi?
Well, you have to understand the mindset of the German naval officers at that point of time. By far, most of them welcomed the Nazi regime, especially because this opened new hopes for re-strengthening the German armed forces. And
right.
Of course, also new career opportunities.
So they hoped that the Nazi regime would make the German armed forces great again.
Yes.
Dönitz became a committed Nazi and a rabid admirer of Adolf Hitler. He also embraced Hitler's trademark anti-Semitism.
He periodically made anti-Semitic speeches and made comments along the lines of, can you imagine what Germany would look like today without Hitler? There'd be Jews here, everything would be horrible. He said he'd rather die than live in a country that still had a Jewish presence.
And he was one of the most loyal followers of Hitler. until the very end.
Dönitz was a rising star in the U-boat corps. He began training a new generation of submariners, demanding not only total devotion to duty, but to Hitler and Nazism as well.
And so he could build up again the German U-boat force and train his U-boatmen according to his new tactical ideas. And this is how he led his U-boat warfare.
In September 1939, Hitler once again plunged the world into war. Karl Dönitz's shot at revenge had finally arrived, and his U-boats were about to wreak havoc on the Allies.
I can almost imagine what it would have been like to sort of spot a convoy and then sending out a message to move in for the kill.
I'm on a mission to determine where Nazi submarine commander Karl Dönitz ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil. Right now, I'm on Germany's north coast with Dr. Jan Witt, investigating Dönitz's actions during the Second World War.
Wow. So that's a real Type 7 U-boat.
Exactly, the last surviving in the world.
Amazing. Can we take a closer look?
Yes, of course.
Fabulous.
Mind your head.
I would definitely be too tall for a U-boat crewman. How many men traditionally served on this type of U-boat?
Up to 50 men.
50 men?
50.
So you had 50 men
crammed inside this tube.
That's unbelievable. Oh my God, I can't imagine 50 men fitting in here.
2 toilets for 50 men.
2 toilets?
2 toilets. No showers, and the aft toilet was usually used as a provision store. So it was basically 1 toilet for 50 men.
So, I mean, it must have smelt disgusting in here.
Yes.
Wow.
U-boat crews endured these cramped conditions for months at a time as they prowled the North Atlantic.
So this is the radio room?
Exactly, as you can hear
yes.
from the wireless Morse code. So there you find all the different types of radio, but also the Enigma.
Oh wow, so the Enigma machine would have been in here?
Exactly.
It's here that U-boats received Admiral Dönitz's orders of attack during the all-important Battle of the Atlantic.
The shadow of the conquering German armies covered Western Europe.
In June 1940, Hitler drove the Allies across the English Channel. Britain was now isolated, and Dönitz saw his chance to knock the nation out of the war.
The Atlantic is absolutely essential for getting vital supplies from Canada and the United States across to Great Britain. These are absolutely essential lifelines for Britain to stay in the war.
And one of the things that made U-boats so effective in the Second World War was the Wolfpack tactic. Now, that was something that Karl Dönitz came up with. Can you explain that to me?
It stems from the experience of the First World War. Dönitz started to think about different means of attack, new tactics, and so he came up with the idea not to have the U-boats attacking convoys individually, but in groups.
August 8, 1940, the German war machine opened the Battle of Britain with an all-out assault on coastal shipping, on the convoys that were keeping beleaguered England alive.
So part of the U-boats simply keep the escorts busy, while the other U-boats attack the actual convoy ships, the merchant vessels, and sink them. This was very, very effective, especially in the first stages of war, when the British had not enough escorts available.
By firing on unarmed merchant ships, Dönitz was engaging in a taboo tactic known as unrestricted submarine warfare.
Dutch tanker, British tanker. Again and again the torpedoes struck.
Unrestricted submarine warfare is essentially a tactic by which you are going to torpedo any ship that basically comes within your periscope. It doesn't matter whether you target a neutral merchant ship. If that's sailing across the Atlantic to give some supplies to the United Kingdom, then that's a valid target. That's a crime. Winston Churchill famously observed that actually, if the Allies had lost the Battle of the Atlantic, they probably would have lost the Second World War.
Dönitz seemed willing to do anything to achieve victory, even if it meant killing unarmed civilians by the thousands.
Many believe that the perfect soldier may be somebody who has, say, loose moral codes. Certainly that type of individual might be very good at doing the dirty work, at being able to undertake the types of actions that would cause moral and ethical repercussions for other individuals.
There must have been few things more frightening in the Second World War than being hunted by one of these things.
I think so, yes. Imagine yourself standing on a merchant vessel in a dark night and a stormy night, and your vessel gets torpedoed. You go down and you have to go to a raft or into a lifeboat. And, well, I think the first thing is you're done for. That's it, the end of your life.
Dönitz's U-boats continued to wreak havoc on Allied supply convoys into early 1941. But their dominance was about to end.
There are essentially three ways in which the tide turns against Dönitz and his U-boat campaign. First of all, the Allies managed to crack the Enigma code. So we're starting to have a good idea of where these U-boat packs are because we're intercepting their signals. Secondly, there's another massive technological advance called ASDIC, in which you can start actually pinpointing the U-boats under the water with a form of radar and then just drop depth charges on them and just blow them up. And the third thing, of course, is the US then enters the war, and with it, greater naval power. That's another big threat to Dönitz.
The longer the war went, the better the defenses became, and the more refined that the anti-U-boat tactics became, and new weapons were introduced. The role of these U-boats more and more changed from being the hunters to being the hunted.
Right.
The results were devastating for Dönitz's U-boat corps.
The casualty rates amongst U-boat crews is enormous. It's 75%. I mean, that is bigger than any other type of unit in the Second World War.
But that didn't stop Dönitz demanding construction of more U-boats and sending crew after crew into what was becoming a slaughter.
I can't think of a much more unpleasant death than being on the receiving end of an Allied depth charge attack when I'm in a U-boat. You must have felt entombed and helpless, knowing at any time that hull could crack and the North Atlantic could just pour into your U-boat and you're going to be drowned with all your mates. It must have been horrific.
Karl Dönitz's ruthlessness on the high seas is well documented. But he committed a host of other atrocities that are far less known.
Passiert und selbst nach der Kapitulation hat es noch solche Hinrichtungen gegeben.
I'm on a mission to find out where Nazi submarine commander Karl Dönitz ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil. So far, I've seen how he embraced Nazism and unleashed his U-boat wolf packs in an attempt to starve Britain. Now I've come to Hamburg to investigate another side of Dönitz's cruelty.
Where are you taking me?
James, ich führe...
Renee Sinenko is a historian and an expert in Nazi recruiting during the Second World War.
Das ist das sogenannte Deserteursdenkmal. Also der Gedenkort für die Deserteure der Wehrmacht und andere Opfer der NS-Militärjustiz. Das ist der offizielle Titel, James, yes? You must read from the opposite side.
So we have to go inside to read the text here?
Yes.
Okay, let's go inside then.
As long as there's been war, there have been deserters. There have been people who literally desert their post, flee, and refuse to continue to fight in the war that they're supposed to fight in. What makes desertion stand out in the case of Nazi Germany is the fact that desertion takes on a much clearer moral character when it's a matter of refusing to participate in a war of aggression, in a war of genocide.
What would have happened if you were caught deserting from the German armed forces in the Second World War?
Deserteure im Zweiten Weltkrieg wurden bei der Fahnenflucht, wenn sie verhaftet worden sind, vor ein Kriegsgericht gestellt und verurteilt. Wenn sie Glück hatten, sind sie mit einigen Monaten Haft, Militärhaft davongekommen, aber Viele, viele Tausend von ihnen sind zum Tode verurteilt worden. Auch hier in Hamburg. Wir haben insgesamt 226 Namen von Soldaten, die hier in Hamburg am Höldigbaum, Schießplatz Höldigbaum, hingerichtet worden sind. Aber wahrscheinlich waren es wesentlich mehr.
How did Karl Dönitz view and treat deserters?
Ja, du weißt ja, dass Dönitz war der Nachfolger von Hitler, nachdem Hitler Selbstmord, Suizid begangen hat. Er war oberster Befehlshaber der Wehrmacht, nicht nur der Marine, sondern auch der Wehrmacht. Und hat noch in den letzten Kriegstagen viele Deserteure oder viele Fahnenflüchtige, die zum Tode verurteilt worden sind, musste er als oberster Kriegsherr das Todesurteil bestätigen. Das heißt, es sind noch eine Anzahl von Deserteuren wegen Dönitz seiner Bestätigung hingerichtet worden.
Hitler had issued guidelines for the punishment of desertion, and these guidelines saw some mitigating circumstances. If you deserted out of youthful foolishness, there were ways that you could escape the death penalty. But for Dönitz, this wasn't true at all, and he issued a competing ordinance that called for the death penalty in every case of desertion.
Obwohl der Krieg schon fast zu Ende war und in einigen Fällen war die Kapitulation schon passiert, und selbst nach der Kapitulation hat es noch solche Hinrichtungen gegeben. Dönitz war also ein Scharfmacher, ein Durchhaltegeneral, der unbedingt wollte, dass der Krieg in den Gleisen, so wie Adolf Hitler das befohlen hat, zu Ende geführt wird. Das heißt, auch Dönitz selbst hat aus dem Krieg nichts gelernt. Und deshalb sehe ich Dönitz natürlich als Kriegsverbrecher, der er war, sehr, sehr kritisch.
But back in 1946, the question of whether Dönitz was a criminal in the eyes of the law had yet to be resolved. That was the job of the International Military Tribunal at the Nuremberg trials. During the proceedings, the prosecution confronted Dönitz with a damning piece of evidence about Nazi treatment of Allied commandos caught behind German lines.
It's Dönitz who's enforcing Hitler's commando order, which stipulates that any commandos caught should be summarily shot, executed right there and then. This is a flagrant breach of the rules of war.
I asked you yesterday about the secrecy standard of the original Führer order that the shooting of uniformed prisoners acting on military orders must be carried out even after they have surrendered voluntarily and asked for pardon.
Most sides accept the fact that if you aren't wearing your uniform and you're spying, then basically you deserve to be executed. But commandos? No, commandos are special troops, but they're still just regular troops in uniforms fighting, under the rules of war. Hitler doesn't like them, Dönitz doesn't like them, and he's happy to help them get executed.
Do you agree that that is a reason for giving top secrecy to this document?
Ja, das weiß ich nicht. Das kann ich nicht sagen, weil ich diesen Kommandobefehl nicht herausgegeben habe.
I'll give you one more opportunity of answering my question. Will you answer it or won't you?
Ja, das will ich tun. Ich halte das für möglich, zumal der Jurist hier dieser Ansicht ist. Ob das stimmt, weiß ich nicht, weil ich den Befehl nicht herausgegeben habe.
Dönitz has got problems when it comes to defending himself because it's Dönitz who's behind enforcing Hitler's commando order.
We hear a lot about the fact that they were just following orders. That also happens to be one of the primary ways in which you can use justification to try to reduce the cognitive dissonance that you may be experiencing inside. There is some evidence there that they do have some recognition that what they were doing was in fact wrong, or else they wouldn't need the justification in the first place.
But the prosecution wasn't finished with Dönitz yet. They had even more shocking evidence for the court. They accused him of using slaves.
12,000 concentration camp prisoners will be employed in the shipyards as additional labor. Now that is your document. May we take it that you were familiar with the fact of the existence of concentration camps.
I have never denied it.
And do we have any idea how many forced laborers lost their lives building this thing?
I think about 1,600 victims.
My mission to determine where Nazi naval commander Karl Dönitz ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil has brought me to the German town of Rechem, near the North Sea coast. Home to this massive concrete bunker called the Valentin submarine pens.
What part of the bunker are we in here?
We are now at the end of the whole production line. This place was meant to produce submarines on a kind of assembly line. And the last
Dr. Markus Meyer is a historian and an expert in Nazi naval history.
This place is absolutely ginormous. I'm still trying to get my head around how big it is. Why did they build this?
They wanted to build submarines, and they needed a kind of place that was protected from Allied airstrikes. And so they decided to build this huge construction, which should have been bomb-proof, against the biggest bombs they had at that time.
By early 1943, the tide of war had turned against the Nazis. Allied bombers were attacking German industrial centers day and night, threatening to shut down arms production. Hitler was looking for anything that could help him strike back. Karl Dönitz was convinced he had the answer, in the form of the powerful new Type 21 submarine.
The Type 21 was an attempt to try and take out as many Allied vessels as possible.
Exactly. Dönitz was responsible for this project. This was the most important project of the German Navy at that time. And Dönitz was convinced that the Type 21 would win the war, basically, and to sink more ship space than the Allies could rebuild.
But to build the Type 21s, he needed a factory safe from the relentless Allied air raids. Dönitz needed a place like this.
How big actually is this structure?
About 419 meters long. It covers the ground, about 5 soccer grounds. We have walls at the moment at about 4.60 meters, and the roof would have been brought to 7 meters.
So the walls are 4.5 meters thick?
Exactly, and that should have been thick enough to protect the whole production process against airstrikes.
Building a structure on this scale called for a massive labor force. But the vast majority of German men were needed for the war effort. So the Nazis found another way.
The key thing about the Valentin bunker is that it was constructed using massive numbers of slave laborers.
They were concentration camp prisoners, mainly Soviets and Poles, along with Italian POWs and French conscripts, all shipped to Rechem and forced at gunpoint to build the Valentin submarine pen.
12,000 concentration camp prisoners will be employed in the shipyards as additional labor. Now that is your document.
Dönitz used slaves. I think it's a real measure of Dönitz's brutality and, frankly, evil that he's requesting 12,000 slaves.
What were conditions like for the slave laborers that were forced to build this bunker?
Very bad. They had nearly nothing to eat. The average weight of a prisoner at that time was about 45 kilograms. So say they suffered from having nothing to eat and nothing to drink. They had to do very hard work, carrying sacks of cement about 50 kilograms, so more than their own weight. They were forced to work very quickly. They were heavily guarded. There was nearly no possibility to take a break, just a short break. So it was working nearly 12 hours a day. And after that, you had the life in the camps. also guarded, also bad conditions when it comes to what beds you get and what kind of hygiene standards you have. There were nearly no standards for hygiene.
And do we have any idea how many forced laborers lost their lives building this thing?
We are talking about 1,600 victims during the 2 years.
If they had managed to finish this bunker and the facilities inside it, would that have changed anything?
From, I think, autumn 42 on, that was impossible. The Germans could have built boat after boat after boat, but the Americans and the Canadians were faster. So the idea to sink more ship space than the other could rebuild was a fantasy.
Everything about Dönitz's actions towards the end of the war shows that he was a much more fanatical Nazi than was previously suspected. He was fighting to the bitter end.
But before that end, Karl Dönitz would receive a shocking and totally unexpected promotion.
Why did Hitler choose Dönitz as his successor?
I'm on a journey to find out where Nazi naval commander Karl Dönitz ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil. On May 1st, 1945, millions of war-weary Germans tuned in to hear an unfamiliar voice deliver some momentous news.
Unser Führer Adolf Hitler ist gefallen. Der Führer hat mich zu seinem Nachfolger bestimmt.
He was Hitler's hand-picked successor as head of state, not as Führer, but as Reichspräsident, or President of the Reich.
It's quite a surprising choice. You would have thought that someone like Himmler or Goering or some of these other far more sort of kind of big Nazi political names would have taken that job.
I've come to the northern port city of Flensburg to find out more about Dönitz's brief tenure as president in the final days of Nazi Germany.
Dr. Pust?
Yeah.
James, very nice to meet you.
Dieter Pust.
Dr. Dieter Pust is a historian, author, and a leading authority on the city's history.
Nice to see you in Flensburg.
The city is the longtime home of the German Naval Academy, and it's where Dönitz chose to make his final stand as the only man apart from Hitler to lead the Third Reich.
Why did Hitler choose Dönitz as his successor rather than Himmler, Goering, or a number of other prominent Nazi leaders?
Because Dönitz has been the truest follower of Hitler. He has not connection to politics.
So the other members of the leadership had discredited themselves in Hitler's eyes.
Yes.
So Dönitz was the natural successor for Hitler because he was someone who had not betrayed Hitler.
Dönitz has always been loyal, Dönitz has always been true. There's none of the politicking nonsense about Dönitz. He wasn't that kind of political figure, you know, always part of the center of the Nazi soap opera.
When Dönitz announced Hitler's death to the German people, he stated that Hitler had died fighting at the head of his troops in Berlin. He didn't reveal the fact that Hitler had committed suicide. Why was that?
Es war, den Mythos über Hitler aufrechtzuerhalten. Auch in Bezug auf die Soldaten und jeden Deutschen, der seine Pflicht erfüllen musste bis zum Letzten. Und den Mythos aufrechtzuerhalten, dass Hitler also nach seinen eigenen Grundsätzen dann sozusagen bis zum Ende für das deutsche Volk sich aufgeopfert hat. Und das war, wie gesagt, die letzte große Lüge des NS-Systems.
Dönitz was unfailingly loyal. In Hitler's political testament, when he entrusts Dönitz with the position of President of the Reich, he says that Dönitz should carry out the military struggle using all means available.
By this time, Berlin was in ruins, and the once mighty Wehrmacht had been reduced to a few scattered pockets of resistance. Their war was utterly lost. Nonetheless, Dönitz ordered German troops facing the Soviets to stand and fight.
So where are you taking me now?
Ja, wir sind auf dem Weg zu einer besonderen Station hier in Flensburg. Und zwar dem Ort, an dem Dönitz zuletzt hier in der Stadt gewesen ist.
All right, let's go in.
In front of us is the building, where for a few fleeting weeks in May 1945, Karl Dönitz ran the final Nazi government.
The Flensburg government took up offices at the Naval Academy, and it actually had some of its ministries on ships in the water surrounding the Naval Academy. This was a very strange 21 days in German history.
Stranger still was Dönitz's plan to save the crumbling Reich.
It's a measure of how actually detached the Nazi leadership, and in particular Dönitz, was from the realities of the situation, that he calls upon the Western allies to team up with the remnants of the Nazi forces to actually prosecute a war against the Soviet Union.
Hat zunächst versucht, Waffenstillstandsverhandlungen zu führen mit den Westmächten, mit dem Argument, in Zukunft würde der Feind aller, der Sowjetkommunismus sein im Osten. Und darauf sind aber die Alliierten nicht eingegangen.
So the Allies were going to keep fighting Germany until they committed to an agreement of unconditional surrender.
Yes.
From Allied headquarters aboard the Patria at Flensburg, North Germany, orders go out for the arrest of the last top Nazi.
Having run out of options, Dönitz announced Germany's unconditional surrender on May 7th, 1945. The war in Europe was over.
Now the Führer of the beaten Third Reich, Grand Admiral Dönitz himself, comes out under Allied arrest. He walks through a tunnel in the Flensburg compound to imprisonment.
Und von hier aus erfolgte dann die Überführung der prominenten Gefangenen zum Flugplatz Schäferhaus. Und von dort erfolgte dann die Überführung zunächst nach Niedersachsen und dann schließlich nach Nürnberg zum Nürnberger Prozess.
So you're telling me that after Dönitz was arrested, he would have stood right where I'm standing here?
Ja.
Wow.
Hat sich dann noch beschwert, dass nicht richtig als Militär in Uniform und so weiter zur Kenntnis genommen wurde von den Alliierten, die ihn dann abgeführt haben.
And he stood here when it had all ended for him, that he had been arrested, his time as the leader of Germany was over, and after this moment it was really just a short while before he was going to stand trial at Nuremberg.
Dönitz est inculpé des crimes faits par les premiers, deuxième et troisième chefs de l'acte d'accusation.
On October 15th, 1946, after nearly a year of testimony, the Nuremberg verdicts were read, and Karl Dönitz learned his fate.
Dönitz was indicted on 3 counts: conspiracy to commit crimes against peace, waging a war of aggression, and crimes against the laws of war. He was found not guilty on the first count, but convicted on the second 2.
Dönitz was found guilty of committing heinous war crimes, but while many of his fellow Nazis were sentenced to hang, he received just 10 years imprisonment.
I think Dönitz's sentence was far too short. I think he got lucky because he had a decent lawyer. And what's very difficult when you're prosecuting a man like Dönitz is that if you start accusing him of waging unrestricted submarine warfare, then you better be sure that your own side hasn't done the same thing. And Dönitz's lawyer had actually got an affidavit from the US naval commander Nimitz to say that he too had engaged in a similar type of warfare. And this is what Dönitz can rely upon for his defense. He's going to say, yeah, maybe I did something bad, but so did you, so why are you prosecuting just me?
Standing here with Dieter on the very spot where Dönitz was taken into custody, I'm left with one last question.
After the war, did Dönitz ever express regret or remorse for the crimes he committed?
He said he has only so gewesen, dass danach die Pflicht erfüllt hat und insofern sich keinen Grund gesehen hat, sich da zu entschuldigen oder.
Karl Dönitz was released in 1956, the first of the major Nazis serving time to be set free. He died in 1980 at age 89. Now it's time to find out where Dönitz ranks in Hitler's Most Wanted.
He is up to his neck in crimes against humanity.
My journey has given me new insight into Karl Dönitz's fanatical belief in Hitler and Nazism, and revealed the truth about his use of slave labor in a pointless attempt to prolong the war. It's also demonstrated his complete lack of any remorse. Now it's time for us to decide where he should sit in the hierarchy of evil. Using our unique system of playing cards, I want to determine where Karl Dönitz ranks in Hitler's Most Wanted. At Nuremberg, Dönitz is sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think that's fair for his actions during the Second World War?
No, I think it's pitiful. There were submarines operating with utmost ruthlessness against merchant shipping. Many innocent men, women and children were sent to their deaths by Dönitz's men on his orders. So, as far as I'm concerned, he is up to his neck in crimes against humanity.
The place that I went to that had the biggest impact on me was the Valentin U-boat bunker. This was a structure that was built under Dönitz's orders by slave labor, and construction started at a time when the war was already unwinnable for Nazi Germany.
What the building of that bunker shows is that you really can't separate the military and what it did from the human rights violations and other atrocities of the Nazi state. It's a U-boat bunker. It's built with slave labor. Dönitz has unclean hands in the crimes of the Third Reich, and you see it in the building of that bunker.
One of the advantages Dönitz has as a sailor is that the Third Reich's Navy, of course, is not directly involved in the Holocaust in the same way as the Army and the SS and all these other apparatuses of the Nazi state. And it's that distance, or perceived distance, that makes Dönitz look a little bit cleaner than other Nazis.
Matt, given Dönitz's actions during the Battle of the Atlantic and his willing use of slave labor, what does that say about his morality?
Well, the average soldier's sense of morality is going to shift to some extent in times of war. There's no question about that. And yet, Dönitz's actions do seem to go far beyond what would be considered to be a normal shift in morality. His behaviors are certainly immoral.
And that relatively light sentence had a detrimental effect on the process of reckoning in post-war Germany, because it allowed Dönitz to retire and to write his memoirs and to peddle his narrative of who he was and what he did.
Well, that seems to be evidence of a denial of responsibility. And that is a feature of some individuals who have committed atrocious crimes. In fact, they'll often see themselves as the victim for having been locked up.
Absolutely, and I think that one of the problems that Nuremberg had is that there were some Allied commanders who had committed probably very similar crimes to those committed by Dönitz, and that's why the tribunal went a little bit more easily on him than it actually should have done.
So what I'd like to do now is come to a conclusion as to where you think Dönitz ranks in the hierarchy of evil. Anthony, what are your thoughts?
Being an admiral and being Hitler's successor as head of state aren't things to dismiss. At the same time, I don't think Dönitz was anywhere near as central to the atrocities committed by the Nazi state as some of the other people we've discussed here. So I rank him number 26.
Guy, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think that Dönitz, in a normal war, quote-unquote, and if he had worked for a normal regime, quote-unquote, and done the actions he had done, would be a major war criminal. I'll put him straight into the top 10. But there are so many other players in the Nazi pantheon who are a lot worse than him. So I'm going to go about 24.
Okay. And Matt?
I'm going to largely agree with my historian colleagues here. I would rank him at 25.
So it's interesting, the three of you basically have come to an almost unanimous conclusion about where he should rank in the mid-20s. Matt, I have to agree with you. I think 25 is where he should be ranked. He's therefore the 8 of spades. Karl Dönitz was a fanatical Nazi whose tactics and orders claimed thousands of innocent lives. As Hitler's successor, he tried to prolong the war. For that, he ranks 25th among Hitler's most wanted. Hans Frank, Hitler's conniving personal lawyer.
He saw the law as a means to power.
He twisted the legal system to sanction the Führer's crimes and enslaved a nation.
I despise him.
Under his tyrannical rule, millions of Polish Jews were sent to the gas chamber.
Every Jew was a target for extermination.
What turned a cultured lawyer into the monster known as the Butcher of Poland. Most people from my generation don't understand how over 70 years ago, a small group of Nazis could start a war that killed 60 million people. I want to find out, and to help me, I'm going to use playing cards. Today, they're used by both the military and law enforcement to help identify their targets. But nobody has ever put together a pack of cards for the most notorious group of killers in history. Working with experts, I want to know where each of these Nazis rank in the hierarchy of evil. My name is James Ellis. This is Hitler's Most Wanted. Why is Hitler's lawyer someone we should even care about?
If we were in Poland, Hans Frank would be an obvious choice to talk about. He was responsible for so many atrocities, so much suffering.
What I particularly find fascinating about Frank is that, he is a middle-class professional. He's a lawyer, and this is a classic example of how the trappings of kind of bourgeois respectability can be so easily subverted and used to promote something incredibly vile.
And history is filled with strong, smart, intelligent individuals who have ended up on the wrong side of morality.
Frank is absolutely pivotal. He has this massive role, he exterminates a lot of people, and he is right at the heart of the Third Reich.
Despite all of that, why do the majority of people still not know who he is? To answer the question, I've come to Germany, to the small town of Ecklach, northwest of Hamburg.
So Nicholas, tell me, what do we have here?
Some pictures. This first one is Hitler before he took over power in Germany. My father was his personal liar between, I would say, 28 and 33 of the last century.
Author and journalist Nicholas Frank is the youngest of Hans Frank's 5 children. He's the only one among them to have denounced their father.
And here you can see little Nicholas.
And this kid is you?
Yeah, that kid is me.
How old are you here?
2 years.
2 years old.
Yes. I hated this close.
Hans Frank was appointed Governor General of Poland when the country fell to the Germans in 1939. Nicholas spent his first years as a witness to his father's rule over the occupied territory.
And here's the King of Poland, my father, on the tower of the Wawel Castle. And this I hate especially, this picture.
Why?
Yes, because at this direction was the ghetto, at this direction was concentration camp, down in the streets, everywhere, the SS guards, and he was pretending here to be a peaceful, far-looking statesman. He knew exactly what he really was, the governor on a sea of blood.
Before his death, Hans Frank wrote a note to each of his children inside a small book of prayers.
And here's the inscription. It was written on the 18th of September 1946.
And what does the message roughly say?
In most heartful love, he gives me this small prayer book, and he wishes me a very good life under the merciful guard of God.
And how do you feel when you read it now?
This is all lies. This is all lies. Why didn't he write, my dear beloved Nicky? I was a criminal. I am sure that I will get the death penalty. And it's right. Please have a little bit more civil courage, which I never had. Please lead quite a different life. Yours, party.
So you wish he'd admitted to his crimes and taken responsibility for his actions?
Klar. I despise him.
How did Hans Frank become such a terrifying and hated figure? Not just to his own flesh and blood, but to a whole nation. To find out, I'm in Berlin, the city where Hans Frank first came to Hitler's attention. You have to be a certain way to get attracted to a movement like the Nazis.
Yes.
What was it about the Nazi Party that attracted Hans Frank?
I mean, I think it's an excellent question in the sense that it's not an obvious home for a lawyer.
No.
The principle of National Socialism is precisely that people are not equal and that what they say overrides the law.
Yeah. Dr. Henning Grunwald is an expert on legal history during the Weimar Republic. I want to understand how Hans Frank became a Nazi and rose through party ranks. So, what was the environment in which he became a lawyer?
Well, it was the Weimar Republic, so a very politically fraught environment. And Frank, from his father, who was a failed lawyer, imbued him with attitudes that we would call quite clearly anti-Semitic.
Hans Frank was born into a professional middle-class family, a very patriotic family. His brother was killed in action in World War I. Hans Frank himself joined the military after high school, but never saw action before the armistice was signed.
At the end of the First World War, you've got young men looking for a purpose. In many ways, they're rootless. They've come back from war, or they've just missed out on the war, but there's no obvious job for them to fall into. And then, of course, you've got the Treaty of Versailles, negotiated by the Allies, very much against Germany, really making Germany pay for that war. And so when you've got a voice like Hitler's saying to the millions of young men like Hans Frank, I'm going to save this, I'm going to sort this out, it's not surprising that men like Frank can fall under his spell.
Hans Frank joined the early Nazi movement in Munich. But it wasn't until he started defending Nazi thugs, known as stormtroopers, that he came to the Führer's attention. How does he become Hitler's lawyer?
Yeah. So, in 1928, he represented Hitler himself in the so-called Italian gold trials, which turned around allegations in the electoral campaign of 1928 that Hitler essentially was in Mussolini's pocket. Frank pleaded on Hitler's behalf, and then on the back of that, managed to persuade him to become his lawyer, to become the Nazi Party lawyer.
Frank goes on to represent many Nazis in the courts. But his personal mission was to do much more than defend individual clients. He just needed an opportunity.
In late September 1930, Nazi officers are accused in the so-called Ulm-Reichswehr trial. So this is about a group of 3 National Socialist officers who have formed a kind of, if you will, revolutionary cell.
3 junior military officers were charged with spreading Nazi doctrines, and Frank used that trial to dramatically defend them and to defend Nazism more broadly.
But it's Frank's star witness who steals the show.
Frank's real stroke of sort of genius there was to put Hitler out and as a witness under oath.
Hitler knows that he can't just appeal to disaffected youth. No, what he also needs to do is to impress the bourgeoisie. And these are people who take the rule of law very seriously. They know that the rule of law gives stability. And if the Nazi Party can seem part of that stable structure, then it makes it appear far more acceptable, far more legitimate, and therefore far more likely for Hitler to get into power.
Hitler says, I sympathize with these officers in the dock. You know, they have the right ideas, but the wrong means. You know, we will seek power only by legal means.
The trial was a media sensation, and it became Frank's signature case. The accused are found guilty, but given lenient sentences. But for Hans Frank, the verdict was irrelevant.
There's a lot of newspaper coverage, inimical, friendly. It doesn't matter, because in this case, the exposure is everything. The trial really was crucial both for the Nazi Party and for the trajectory of Frank's career.
Frank's skillful manipulation of the courtroom led to a dramatic turn in both his and the Führer's fortunes. In the 1930 election, the Nazis took 18% of the popular vote and were now the second largest political party in Germany.
So Frank really plays a key role in legitimizing the Nazi Party to a large group of German society.
Yes, precisely.
By 1933, Hitler had risen to power in Germany. The Führer rewarded Frank for his loyalty with political appointments. But where he really made his mark is behind the scenes as the party's chief legal policymaker.
Es ist daher Aufgabe des Rechts, diese, das Charakteristische des deutschen Lebens ausmachende und die schöpferische Wurzel aller deutschen Tat gewährleistende Rassensubstanz des deutschen Volkes mit aller Macht aller Welt gegenüber zu schützen.
There are those who follow laws, and there are those who create and shape them. Individuals who follow laws tend to be moral, law-abiding citizens. Individuals that create and shape laws don't necessarily fall into that category. In fact, history is marred with evidence of individuals who have used their own power and their ability to create and shape laws to their own discretion, regardless of morality and ethics.
One of Frank's first acts was to target so-called enemies in his own profession.
It starts with the Jews that were evicted, quite literally, right, from the courthouses. You know, on the morning of 7th of April, the stormtroopers came and basically said, we will, you know, remove all Jewish lawyers.
The names of more than 600 of those professionals are listed here.
These people were driven out of the legal profession and ultimately murdered because they were Jews. Frank was central in driving them out and thereby facilitating their murder.
So this to me really exemplifies the contempt that Hans Frank and the Nazis had for the law.
Basically, he saw the law as a means to power.
But for Hans Frank, this was just the beginning.
The Jews in general are an object of Frank's policy who have to be destroyed.
My quest to find out where Hans Frank sits in the hierarchy of evil has brought me to the Polish city of Krakow, where Hitler's personal lawyer spent most of the war.
What I've come here to explore is this. What happened to turn a man with an exceptional legal mind into the monster known as the Butcher of Poland?
The Germans invaded Poland in September 1939, instigating the bloodiest military conflict in modern history. After the military victory, Hitler appointed Hans Frank Governor General of the occupied territory. In a gesture that would foreshadow his despotic rule, Hans Frank moved into Wawel Castle, the former royal residence of Polish kings.
It was right here that Hans Frank established himself as a pseudo-monarch, ruling over his Polish realm.
Frank's first order of business was to implement Nazi racist doctrine. At its core was the persecution of the Jews.
So is this part of the ghetto wall?
This is the left part of the ghetto wall, yes.
To learn how he accomplished this, I'm turning to historian Dr. Magnus Brachtken. He's brought me to an infamous symbol of Nazi cruelty.
The plaque says, to those who became the victims of Hitler and the occupation.
Well, should we have a look and see what it looks like on the other side, around here?
Okay.
So how personally involved was Hans Frank in the creation and the implementation of the Krakow ghetto?
When the war started and he was established here, Frank wanted to get his area as free of Jews as the rest of the Reich.
Hans Frank immediately began implementing anti-Semitic measures.
He starts very quickly enacting laws against the Jews, stripping them of all their rights and stripping them, frankly, of their dignity.
Across Poland, the Nazis closed synagogues and plundered Jewish homes. They mandated forced labor for any Jew over the age of 12. In 1940, Frank upped the ante, introducing a brutal new measure to segregate the Jewish population.
Ghettos are effectively prisons. There's no other word to describe them. There's a great big wall around it, there's a barbed wire around it, there are troops patrolling it. It's also another way of proving your utter superiority over another people. What do? You fence them in, you wall them in, you block them in.
So these buildings would have been inside the ghetto?
Inside the ghetto, yes.
So people would have been crammed into these?
Yeah, and of course it's concentrated. You have the wall around it and you are not allowed to get out. And the conditions would be very rough because there is little options to have food and all the necessary everyday support in here.
The Nazis built hundreds of ghettos across Poland. The Warsaw Ghetto was the largest. 400,000 people were confined to 3.4 kilometers of space.
You can imagine the overcrowding, the filth, the hunger, the deprivation. Add to that the Nazis were forcing Jews in the ghetto to participate in forced labor. They were farming them out essentially to German companies and factories.
Well, it looks like there's another part of the wall here.
Yes, indeed.
What really hits home for me is there would have been children behind these walls.
It's a playground on the other side today, which is very strange contrast to imagine how it would have been there in 1941, 1942, 43.
In 2.5 years of the occupation, 83,000 Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto alone died from disease and starvation.
People tried to survive somehow, to get some food, to get a normal life, if we can call it normal at all. It was all covered by this permanent threat and all covered by the need to get something to eat, which is at the heart of everything. And if you get ill, it's of course more or less a death sentence.
Yeah, it's just horrifying. Every day it was just about trying to survive to the next day.
Exactly.
The tombstone shape of Krakow's ghetto walls was tragically prophetic.
The Nazis decided to build ghettos throughout Poland because they wanted to make it easier to round up the Jews when it came to slaughter them. You know where to get them when you want to deport them to the camps.
Across occupied Europe, Hitler's deputies implemented the final solution: the deliberate and systematic extermination of the Jews. Despite the grossly criminal directive, Hans Frank showed no objection to state-organized mass murder.
People often conflate intelligence and wisdom with morality. We assume that people who are intelligent enough to know better are going to fall on the right side of ethics and morality, but this isn't necessarily the case.
Addressing his senior officials in late 1941, Hans Frank insisted they show no mercy in carrying out the Führer's plan.
And then people were deported to the death camps, extermination camps, and most of them were killed there.
It's just so crazy for me just to think that people could have that thought process, to sit around and say, right, we're going to make this policy of our regime to do that.
The Jews in general are an object of the National Socialist policy, of Frank's policy, who have to be destroyed.
By the end of the war, after 5.5 years of brutal occupation, 3 million Jews, 90% of Poland's Jewish population, were murdered by the Nazis.
Hans Frank was rightly known and is rightly remembered as the Butcher of Poland. He ruled with an iron fist and in an incredibly cruel way. His mission was to exterminate the Jewish population of Poland. Every Jew was a target for extermination.
But Hans Frank doesn't stop with the genocide of Poland's Jews. He is determined to wipe an entire nation off the map.
For them, Polish people only being something like slaves.
I'm in Krakow, the center of Nazi occupation in Poland during the war, to investigate Hans Frank. He ruled the Nazi-held territory
and I'm here to learn about his role in the Führer's chilling plans for a conquered nation.
When was this museum founded?
There's the first exhibition in 1991.
Mateusz Gaulik is a historian at the Home Army Museum. He is an expert on Poland's resistance movement during the Second World War.
We have some letter paper. Hans Frank used it when he wrote, for example, orders to his officers, orders like shoot somebody and so on. And we have an original paper, letter paper. For example, you see Heil Hitler, Hans Frank is his signature.
As Poland's de facto ruler, Hans Frank was tasked with paving the way for the Führer's cold-blooded vision in the occupied territory.
Generalplan Ost, or General Plan East, was a big master plan drawn up by the Nazis and under, obviously, the stewardship of Hitler to basically conquer and subdue everything east of Berlin, all the way through to Moscow. You were going to treat all these lands as a kind of breadbasket for the German people. The existing people there, the Untermenschen, the subhumans, would be driven even further east, and then all that territory was then going to be lived in by Germanic settlers. Generalplan Ost basically called for a liquidation of millions of people, an occupation of millions of square miles of territory. It was absolutely barbaric.
Untermensch is a term in Nazi racial ideology. It essentially means subhuman, and it referred to the groups that the Nazis saw as racially inferior. Of course, the Jews are the most prominent example, but the Nazis also saw Slavs as racially inferior, as a population fit only for servitude and eventual displacement.
To enact the Führer's plan, Frank opened Poland's doors to Nazi death squads in September 1939. They started at the very top of Polish society.
I know that when the Germans occupied Poland, one of the first things they did is try to remove the sort of Polish elites.
Yes, exactly. First prisoners in the concentration camp in Auschwitz were teachers, priests, professors from the University of, for example, here from Krakow.
It seems to me as if the Germans were trying to turn Poland into a slave state.
Yeah, exactly. For them, Polish people only being something like slaves. They working in the concentration camp, in worker camp.
To the Germans, Poland was to become nothing more than a giant labor camp. What Hans Frank hadn't counted on, however, was the indomitable spirit of the Polish people.
This is an amazing collection of firearms.
Yeah, MG42, rifles like Mosin, Mausers, Panzerfaust, MG34, for example, Polish mortars, a lot of guns.
The Home Army Museum features a small arsenal, once used by those who dared to fight the Germans.
The Polish Home Army was essentially a semi-uniformed resistance to Hitler and the occupying Nazi forces. These were incredibly brave men and women, and what they were doing was trying to hamper as much of the German occupation as they could. Frank, of course, absolutely loathed them and wanted to destroy them.
The Home Army was a symbol for not only of our military resistance, but also is a symbol of freedom, that we cannot give up. Even in the 1939, everybody believed that we win this war. Maybe not this year, maybe next year, but we win. And when we resistance to Germans, then we have a hope.
So it was about fighting back and keeping the hope alive that one day Poland will be liberated from the Nazis.
Yes, because you see death in every day.
The Home Army counted nearly 400,000 members by 1944, but they were fighting with scraps.
So obviously the MG42 is a German machine gun.
Yeah, German machine gun which Home Army captured from a train. And you see that nicknames of Polish soldiers. For example, Hardy, tough guy.
So the people who captured these engraved their nicknames on them?
They use it, and it's my weapon. I shoot it and is a part of me. And I wrote my nickname.
Amazing.
One thing that stands out about Poland during World War II is that you had an effective and organized armed resistance to the Nazis. It was able to sabotage and slow down and foil some Nazi plans to impose their will on Poland.
The most well-known act of Polish resistance to the Germans is the Warsaw Uprising in the summer of 1944.
As the Allies advance towards Berlin, the Home Army, it feels incredibly empowered by the fact that the Red Army, Stalin's forces, are coming in from the east, and they're going to sweep, hopefully, into Warsaw and liberate it from the Nazis. And so, as Stalin approaches, the Home Army decides to rise up, fight street by street throughout Warsaw. What happens is appalling. Stalin and the Red Army stop, and he lets the rising fail. He wants the Germans to crush the Poles, and then he's then going to crush the Germans.
After 63 days of bitter fighting, the far better armed Wehrmacht defeated the uprising.
So how did the Germans respond to attacks by the Polish Home Army?
I'll give you an example. When Polish resistance Home Army officer killed Polish actor who collaborate with Germans, they killed 150 people in Warsaw.
150 people?
Yes. Because Polish resistance killed one actor.
For one actor?
Yeah.
That's horrifying.
The reprisals against those who dared to fight the Nazis were merciless. And even the very act of trying to stay alive could mean death.
Here we have just little piece of pork fat.
Yep.
For that thing, I would go to Treblinka camp.
You go to a death camp
Yes.
for just having
Yes.
pork fat?
It was banned.
On my mission to figure out where Hans Frank sits in Hitler's hierarchy of evil, I've come to the home of author Aleksandra Zubrotko-Janika. She's written extensively on Polish women and daily life under the German occupation.
Right, so I just ladle beans in
Yeah.
here?
We have to process them to mousse.
I'm here to learn how Poles resisted Frank's brutal regime on the home front.
But be careful for your fingers.
I will. I'll try not to grind anything off.
We're baking a cake with the same limited ingredients Poles had in the war, when food was strictly rationed by the Germans.
And so they could grow the beans themselves. It was very efficient to cook with beans.
Gardening was very popular because everyone tried to grow veggies to
Yes.
eat them. Starvation was a huge problem.
The Nazi policy of rationing food during the occupation of Poland was really a policy of starvation. It was a policy of genocide carried out through starvation, and it wasn't carried out equally.
Using a food rationing system, the Nazis set out to starve the Poles. Non-Jews were given just enough food to keep them in chains. The Jews got the very worst of it. Their allotment of food wouldn't keep them alive for long.
How many ingredients go into the cake?
Just 3.
Just 3 ingredients?
Yes.
Why so few?
During wartime, there was a real struggle to get some elaborate ingredients.
Life under Hans Frank became one long fight for survival. At harvest time, German troops went to the countryside to steal crops for export to Germany. Peasants were shot for not fulfilling their quota. The Poles turned to the black market to stay alive. They grew vegetables in secret or raised livestock in locations hidden from the Germans.
People have an innate instinct to survive. In life and death situations, people may be willing to do things that they wouldn't normally be comfortable doing, things that may go against their moral code.
So by making a cake like this, it's not only part of surviving, it's also part of resisting.
Exactly. Thanks to Polish women who really smuggling those banned produce, people can eat, people can resist. So we have to mix egg yolks with our sweetener.
Okay.
We have to put our beans
beans in.
into the mix.
So you're using the whole of the egg. You're using both the yolks and the whites.
Nothing could go to waste. Even breadcrumbs were used.
How am I looking?
Better.
Better?
Yeah.
Under Frank's repressive regime, Polish women risked their lives to feed their families. And what would happen if they were caught with ingredients that were banned?
I show you. Here we have just a little piece of pork fat.
Yep.
For that thing, I would go to Treblinka camp.
You would go to a death camp
Yes.
for just having pork fat.
It was banned. Pork fat or having unregistered porks,
Yeah.
that was a capital offense.
So it was a death sentence to be found with something like this in your possession.
Yes, there are many examples of people that were taken out of a train and killed next to train, just on the side.
Wow.
It was awful, it was scary, but Poles always find a way.
The only way that Poles could survive the harsh rationing imposed by Hans Frank was to rely on very creative strategies, usually devised by Polish women, to subvert and undercut the rationing system. This involved the black market, this involved smuggling. This was the only way for anyone to survive the forced starvation.
That looks great.
It looks almost like sponge cake.
It does. I'd say I've never had white bean cake before. This is like... That's really good. I can't believe this is just 3 major ingredients.
Polish wartime cookery books are full of recipes like that.
Yet despite the efforts to subvert Nazi-engineered famine, hundreds of thousands of Jews and non-Jewish Poles died from starvation and disease during the war. And Hans Frank was the man who orchestrated it all. The Butcher of Poland's reign eventually came to an end. I want to find out how, from someone who witnessed Frank's demise firsthand.
What is left in my memory is cowardice.
To complete my investigation into Hans Frank's story, I've returned to Germany to speak with his son once again. Nicholas?
Hi, James.
Thank you so much for agreeing to speak with me again. Nicholas has a unique perspective on the rise and fall of Hans Frank's tyranny.
So he loved very much his office on the Wawel, the castle of Krakow, where all the former Polish kings were residing. And he was happy about his 111 uniforms.
111.
And especially happy he was about his Mercedes, because his Mercedes has the same yellow light like Hitler's Mercedes had.
The post of Governor General over occupied Poland conferred more than just power. It gave Hans Frank status and wealth. Despite his legal training, during his 5 years ruling over the Polish people, Frank flouted his ability to break the law, thinking nothing of stealing precious works of art and giving jewels robbed from Jews to his wife and mistress.
Frank was spending an enormous sum of money to bring in fineries, riches. His wife was particularly drawn to furs. So they were buying luxuries, they were plundering wealth, to the point that Hans Frank's wife would even go shopping in the Krakow ghetto and try to get what she referred to as bargains from the very desperate population there.
He became the king of Poland. And he was so happy. And he never cared about all the victims in his country.
And when did you become aware of your father's crimes?
It started when they arrested my father at our village in Upper Bavaria on the 4th of May, 1945.
Yeah.
If you want a measure of what kind of man Hans Frank was, you only have to see what he does when the Soviets reach the gates of Krakow, you know, his kind of medieval castle. He flees.
As the Red Army closed in from the east, Hans Frank gathered his family, truckloads of stolen art, and hightailed it back to Germany. He hid out in the Bavarian Alps until he was arrested by the Americans and taken to Nuremberg to stand trial for war crimes. In the dock, he downplayed his knowledge of and role in the Holocaust.
Frank spun fables at his trial in an attempt to keep himself alive. It's laughable that Frank didn't have personal, direct knowledge of exactly what was happening, not only in the ghettos that he created and oversaw, but in the death camps, 4 of which were in the territory of occupied Poland, of which he was the governor general.
Instead of owning up to his heinous crimes, Hans Frank tried to pass off his behavior as the work of an evil alter ego.
He told the psychiatrist in Nuremberg in his cell that he is sure that he himself is 2 persons. The one is a lawyer, a well-educated piano player, and the other is this ugly guy.
And what do you think?
He was just one person, one character, one mass murderer.
So as far as you're concerned, there's absolutely no way that your father could not have known about all the atrocities that were being committed by the Nazis in Poland?
Right. He knew everything. Also, my mother knew everything. They knew exactly what was going on every day, what was going on in the ghetto, in the concentration camp.
What's the hardest part about being the son of Hans Frank?
The hardest thing to think every day of him, to know nearly everything about his involvement in all those horrible crimes.
Hans Frank was found guilty of war crimes and crimes against humanity. He was hanged in October 1946.
So what's this here?
This is my biggest joy every day. This is the coat of my father. I can see it from our living room, sitting there and saying every day to my father, that's the only thing you have deserved, being a scapegoat at our little lake. And since then, he is standing here, and I'm very happy.
Why does it make you happy?
It shows for me that what is left of him in my memory, his crimes, and even more, his cowardice. And when I look at him, I always accuse him, why have you done all of this? So what is really left from him is this coat, which he loved very much, and in which he also distributed so much fear to all the others who saw it. And now he's standing here and only the birds have to be afraid of him.
Now that I know Hans Frank's central role in the brutal and lengthy occupation of Poland, it's time to figure out where he stacks up in Hitler's hierarchy.
You can slaughter them, lock them up, kill them, eradicate them, it doesn't matter. They're not human beings.
My visits to Poland and Germany have helped me understand Hans Frank's role in the Third Reich. Now it's time for us to decide where this Nazi lands in the hierarchy of evil. Using our unique system of playing cards, I want to determine where Hans Frank ranks in Hitler's Most Wanted. The experience which had the biggest impact on me was meeting Hans Frank's son, Nicholas. I was amazed by Nicholas' bravery because I could not imagine publicly eviscerating my own father. But in his case, he feels people need to understand his father's crime.
In a very public, unvarnished, and raw way, Nicholas Frank is modeling what he thinks German society should do in general to grapple with the familial and the national legacy of the Nazi era. He has a message for subsequent generations and particularly for contemporary Germans. And that message isn't one of guilt or shame, it's responsibility.
For Nicholas, disseminating his father's story is vital to confronting Germany's past and preventing the reoccurrence of the heinous crimes committed across Poland during the Second World War. Why was the Nazi occupation of Poland so brutal?
The Nazis regarded Poland as their own backyard. It was their territory to do with exactly how they liked, and the people they lived there, they didn't really regard as people. They regarded them as being subhuman. Now, if you start, regarding another human being as being no better than a sheep or a pig or a cattle, then it's much easier to do with them exactly what you like. So you can slaughter them, lock them up, kill them, eradicate them. It doesn't matter. They're not human beings.
I agree. Hans Frank's goals in Poland were to exterminate the Jews as quickly as possible and to enslave and deplace the ethnic Polish population.
If you see these individuals as subhuman, then to some extent you don't even interpret the behaviors that you're committing against them as immoral, as a way to get around your own morality.
A key player in the Führer's master plan for the East, Hans Frank warped the law to encourage persecution, enslavement, starvation, and genocide. You are all united in the fact that he was a central figure in the Nazi regime. But why do the majority of people know nothing about him?
I think part of the problem is that very few people in Western Europe and in North America actually study and look at the experience of Eastern Europe and Poland in particular. I think that's a great shame, and I think that Frank is someone who we need to know a lot more about.
The creation of the ghettos, the systematic starvation of the Polish people, and the state-sanctioned mass murder of the Jews were all overseen in the territory Hans Frank ruled. These atrocities place him well inside Hitler's circle of evil. What I'd like to do now is to come to some sort of conclusion as to where you think Hans Frank should rank in the Nazi hierarchy of evil. Anthony, you go first.
Hans Frank, as a lawyer, played a large role in popularizing the Nazi Party, but he wasn't the only lawyer involved with doing that. As Governor General of occupied Poland, he was certainly central to the atrocities committed there, but he wasn't central to the leadership of the Reich. At the same time, we have to take into account the sheer brutality, the sheer suffering of his reign. I say he's number 20.
Matt?
On the one hand, I agree, he's just a lawyer. On the other hand, 3 million Jews and countless Poles died in Poland under his reign. I think he's more significant. I'm going to put him around 12.
He destroyed millions of people. He ruled over a vast segment of the Third Reich with the utmost barbarity. For me, he's got to be in the top 10. I'm going to give him an 8.
So the three of you have different views there and where you think he should rank. For me, it's quite simple. His fingerprints are on some of the worst Nazi atrocities. He has the blood of millions on his hands. I therefore rank him at number 10. He is the Queen of Hearts. Though he was well trained to know right from wrong, Hans Frank was nothing more than a vicious thug and a remorseless thief. For the genocide of Poland's Jews and the untold suffering of millions of non-Jewish Poles, Hans Frank makes it into the top 10 of Hitler's Most Wanted. Wilhelm Canaris, Hitler's master spy.
Canaris was the one who organized intelligence.
His covert operations caused chaos and destruction.
Canaris was working entirely in the service of the Nazi regime
and set the stage for World War II.
This was a spy chief who had to be reckoned with.
But all was not what it seemed.
He did provide information to the British.
He was directly involved to help Jews to leave Germany.
Most people from my generation don't understand how over 70 years ago, a small group of Nazis could start a war that killed 60 million people. I want to find out, and to help me, I'm going to use playing cards. Today, they're used by both the military and law enforcement to help identify their targets. But nobody has ever put together a pack of cards for the most notorious group of killers in history. Working with experts, I want to know where each of these Nazis rank in the hierarchy of evil. My name is James Ellis. This is Hitler's Most Wanted.
Wilhelm Canaris. This is a guy that most people probably have never heard of. He doesn't have any of the notoriety as people like Himmler, Goering, or Goebbels has. So I think it's important to start by saying, who is this guy and why is he important? Anthony, do you want to start off?
Canaris was a spy. He operated in the shadows to some extent, and in terms of his career and his ideology and his actions, he's an opaque figure.
I'd like to pick up on that. I think that too often with the Third Reich, these characters can be painted in black and white. And here we've got a figure who's got so many shades of grey. There's so much ambivalence here. And actually, for historians, it becomes a really interesting figure to look at.
So what muddies the water with Canaris?
We know that Canaris was opposed to aspects of the German war effort, and we know that he acted to undermine Hitler and Nazi Germany.
For me, he becomes a particularly interesting figure because he's been so good at keeping secrets about himself under wraps. It seems that nobody on either side knows exactly what his motives are. Historians aren't able to understand his goals. Psychologically speaking, that actually itself says something to me about the type of person he likely was.
I think he raises really big questions about how we would all behave in wartime. He's obviously got a really plum job, and he wants to keep it. Yet at the same time, some of what he sees, he finds morally repugnant. There's so many ways of interpreting Canaris' career and his actions. And so therefore, I think we really need to drill down very deeply.
I'm starting my investigation at the German Spy Museum in Berlin. I want to find out as much as I can about Canaris' tenure as Hitler's spy master, both before and during the Second World War.
Spying is famously called the second oldest profession in the world.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Florian Szymakowski is a scientific associate here.
So where are you taking me to?
We're now going to the Second World War section. That's where people like Canaris were working.
Canaris is the head of the Abwehr. That is the German military intelligence unit. And he's the boss. It's his job to gather military intelligence. The Abwehr has its tentacles in lots of parts of the military all over the Third Reich. It's a really big player.
What are we looking at first?
We're going to have a look at the spy radio set, especially constructed for agents of the Abwehr operating abroad.
Wow, so that's an actual Abwehr radio.
Yeah, and as you can easily see, it has been in use.
Spying is all about getting your intel back to home base. That made this a vital tool of the trade.
The Abwehr only produced like 500 pieces of this radio.
So it's very rare then.
It's quite rare, actually. It's built like a tank, so it's really hard to destroy. They used to throw radio sets like this down from planes with parachutes. We've got a parachute just above us, actually.
Okay.
Because it was complicated to smuggle the radio sets inside.
So the agents would have already infiltrated the country, and then they would wait for the radio to come after they'd arrived?
Most of the time. As you can see, the writings are in English to disguise where the radio was actually coming from. So when an agent gets caught with the radio, they don't follow it back to Germany. You see the Morse button down here.
Canaris and the Germans wanted to get hold of as many secrets as possible. They wanted military secrets, they wanted to get hold of technological secrets. Countries have been doing this to each other for centuries, millennia.
Radios like that, where were they being used?
They have been used by German agents working in France, Great Britain, or even in the eastern countries to spy on people and to send their messages home.
The other half of Canaris's job was to prevent enemy spies from gathering German secrets.
I understand that one of the jobs of the Abwehr led by Admiral Canaris was counterintelligence.
Canaris arranged the whole Abwehr systems, counterintelligence. That was one of their tasks, yes.
What sorts of periods of history?
Under Canaris, Abwehr counterintelligence agents were sent to infiltrate enemy spy units, to destroy evidence and spread misinformation. This was real-life cloak and dagger work that called for secret weapons from the pages of a spy novel.
So we opened it up that you can actually see the constructions inside. It was a one-bullet gun with just a small bullet, just 4 to 6 millimeters, but sometimes that could be the bullet that saves your life. So this wouldn't be maybe a gun to really do an assassination, but more kind of a self-defense. So if you get disguised as a spy, maybe that bullet gets you free.
So something to defend yourself if you were suddenly discovered?
Yeah.
Can I get my hands on this?
Of course.
Thank you very much. Wow. It's amazing. It's quite heavy for a pipe.
So if you want to fire it, you have to remove the mouthpiece and the security wire.
So this is like the equivalent of a safety catch.
Exactly. And if you want to fire it, you have to hold it and then twist.
So you'd be given this already preloaded with a bullet.
Yeah.
And then if you needed to use it, you would then remove this safety catch.
Exactly.
And then you would aim it at your target and twist this, and it would fire.
Yeah.
Wow.
You can fire a single bullet that might save your life.
And I imagine if I needed to use this, I would have to be pretty close to the subject.
Yeah, because with really small bullet guns, the distance where it's really aiming correctly is like 10 to 15 meters, and after that, it gets complicated.
You'd have to be in quite a bit of trouble to use this thing. You only get one shot, you don't get a second chance. And I would not want to have to use this.
This was the world of espionage in the 1930s, with Wilhelm Canaris sitting like a spider at the heart of a vast intelligence web. But I want to know how he became head of the Abwehr, and if there are any clues in that story which might explain why he later turned against the Nazis.
Canaris had spent time in Latin America before World War I, and when World War I started, he was on a ship fighting the British in Latin America.
He served in the German Navy, first as an intelligence officer on a cruiser, and later as a submarine commander.
He was captured and interned on an island in Chile, and because he spoke Spanish, he managed to escape from internment and make his way back to Germany.
He served with distinction, but after the war, like so many German veterans, he returned to a homeland he no longer recognized. This is Michael Tramer. He's a photojournalist who can help me understand the nation's turbulent post-war period.
Germany was struggling with the leftovers from First World War. Times were tense, political violence was a very regular thing.
He's going to tell me about the events that transformed Wilhelm Canaris from a naval officer into a political firebrand.
Because I understand World War I's coming to an end, Germany's defeat is in sight. All of a sudden, this new ideology that's erupted in Russia, communism, comes on the scene.
People were trying to set up a Soviet-style communist republic.
Germany's centuries-old power structure found itself facing a large-scale communist uprising. Canaris was an old-school monarchist. He hated the communists and feared they might seize power over Germany in its weakened state. So he helped organize a fighting force to combat them, part of what became known as the Freikorps.
The Freikorps were right-wing paramilitary groups formed by ex-soldiers who saw it as their mission to be counter-revolutionaries, to fight and stamp out radicalism, communism, and revolution in Germany. So you have right-wing militias populated with former soldiers doing battle in the streets with advocates of this declared Soviet-style republic.
They were performing basically a counter-revolution. The support of the Freikorps, buying right-wing ex-soldiers to fight communists, train them at the weapon, even though we are after World War I in Germany, nobody's supposed to bear a weapon at that time.
The Freikorps used deadly force to crush the communist uprising, but they weren't finished yet. In January 1919, Canaris and the Freikorps themselves tried and failed to overthrow Germany's government. This was a man who wasn't afraid to use violence to get what he wanted. And at that time, he was far from alone.
The Freikorps and the actions of the Freikorps, that laid the foundation for the rise of the Nazis and the rise of that far-right violence and political feelings.
Yeah, I would completely agree on that. And it set up the basis for the armed wings of the Nazis that were really, really important for taking the power and also ruling the streets and conducting attacks on those that do not fit into their idea.
In March 1933, Hitler and the Nazis completed their rise to power. A relentless campaign filled with anti-Semitic and anti-communist propaganda and deadly violence.
Canaris approved of Hitler. He approved of a strong leader to sweep away what he saw as the weakness of Weimar democracy.
Wilhelm Canaris became one of Hitler's devoted followers and would soon put his skills to work for the Third Reich.
Hidden radio transmitters and German spies. Hitler wanted to know every American secret.
This was a spy chief who had to be reckoned with.
I'm in Berlin on a mission to determine where Nazi spy master Wilhelm Canaris ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil. I'm about to investigate one of his early operations as head of the Abwehr, one that changed the course of European history.
During the period between World War I and World War II, Canaris was working on plans to secretly build weapons, things that Germany was forbidden to produce under the Treaty of Versailles. Canaris even supervised a secret plan to build U-boats in Japan.
In 1935, Canaris' many years of service were rewarded when he was made head of Germany's military intelligence organization, the Abwehr.
Heiko? James.
Oh, hi.
Very nice to meet you.
Yes, you too.
So I know you were an expert on Admiral Canaris.
Oh, yes. Canaris was one of the only German officers who was able to speak Spanish at that time.
This is Heiko Zur. He's a historian and author of a recent in-depth biography of Wilhelm Canaris.
What's this monument?
That's the International Brigades Memorial, and it's erected in 1968 and dedicated to the Germans who fought in the Spanish Civil War.
The Spanish Civil War saw the fascist forces under General Franco try to seize power in Spain in the mid to late 1930s. As a result, it kind of becomes a proxy war.
Combatants from all over the world poured into Spain to fight for their chosen side, and Germany was no exception.
So this would have been the Germans who were fighting on the side of the left-wing Republicans against the conservative right-wing forces of Franco.
Oh, yes.
But back in 1936, those men were considered outlaws here in Germany because the Nazis were clear about what side they supported.
Hitler wanted to help his fellow fascist, Franco. And he wanted to make sure that if anybody was going to win the Spanish Civil War, it was going to be a fascist and not a communist.
Obviously, Canaris was on Franco's side.
Yes, he was.
So how was Canaris involved in the Spanish Civil War?
Canaris was the one who organized intelligence, who organized military support from Germany and also from Italy to Franco.
Canaris was working entirely in the service of the Nazi regime when he coordinated the delivery of weapons to the nationalists under Franco. Canaris was also involved in spying on enemy shipping and working on the supply network.
The rest of the world started to watch the Spanish Civil War very, very closely when they realized that the Germans were waging it as well.
Canaris' work was instrumental in establishing Franco's brutal authoritarian regime that would hold Spain hostage for nearly 40 years. But even as the war in Spain raged, Canaris was hard at work planning for a much larger conflict. A global battle for supremacy between Germany and the United States.
The Duquesne spy ring was actually a brilliant and bold plan executed by Canaris, named after its chief operative, Fritz Duquesne. Now, this was a spy ring of about 30 agents peppered in key tactical locations throughout the eastern United States, in dockyards, in various sort of offices that were important. What it was there to do was to gather as much intelligence as they could about the United States, military intelligence, other sort of secrets, and send it all to Berlin.
Their mission was to identify the structures, industrial centers, and institutions that would be vital to any American war effort, and plan their sabotage. But a double agent recruited by the FBI infiltrated the ring.
The man walking up and down the street is Harry Sawyer, a naturalized German-American citizen.
And prevented any secrets from making it back to Canaris.
A spy trap was set. Sawyer was working for the FBI.
The Duquesne spy ring was essentially busted by the FBI.
Spies beware. Hiding their faces and under guard, 33 were seized. 19 pleaded guilty. 14 went on trial. The evidence was there, reams and reams of it, gathered by the ingenious men of the FBI. Hitler wanted to know every American secret, but dug up only grief for his blundering agents.
And it's one of the early uses of covert footage.
Walking into this trap is Colonel Fritz Duquesne. He is describing the gas operating principles of the M1 rifle, a secret which might have made a difference in the lives of a lot of Americans had it reached Germany.
And so we can see the Duquesne spy ring going about their business.
Hotwood Kleist has brought the blueprints of the steamship America, showing the plans of a secret gun emplacements.
Ultimately, it was a failure for Canaris, but it shows how bold he was, and it shows that this was a spy chief who had to be reckoned with.
And the stakes in this espionage game were about to get much higher.
In 1939, the Abwehr, which was led by Canaris, was creating a situation that could be used as a pretense for Hitler to invade Poland and pretend he was doing it defensively. Canaris provided Polish uniforms, weapons, and ID cards to members of the SS, and these SS men used these Polish documents and uniforms to attack a German radio tower on the border with Poland.
Canaris' Abwehr is partly responsible for this dummy attack. The Germans say that this supposed Polish raid was an act of Polish aggression against Germany and gives Germany the reason to go to war against Poland.
The ruse worked. The people of Germany gave Hitler their blessing to send their sons marching into yet another war. The invasion also began a surge in Nazi action against the Jews.
I know that some historians have suggested that Canaris was responsible for the idea of the Jews wearing a badge. Is that true?
I'm on a mission to find out where Nazi spy master Wilhelm Canaris ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil. I'm about to investigate one of the most disturbing chapters of his life story. On September 1st, 1941, the Nazis issued a decree ordering that all Jews over 6 years of age living in Germany and conquered territories like Poland must wear a yellow Star of David badge. It's an infamous moment in history.
Many say that Canaris was responsible for suggesting to Hitler that Jews be required to identify themselves by wearing a yellow star.
I've come to Berlin's Jewish Museum to find out more about the stars and Canaris' connection to them.
So Christoph, where are you taking me?
I'm going to take you to a showcase where we present yellow stars, yellow badges, and we're going to take them out for you to look at them.
Oh, wonderful. So these are going to be original badges that Jews were made to wear during the war?
That were worn between 1941 and 45.
Oh, wow.
Christoph Kreutzmüller is the curator here.
Danke.
So these were badges that were actually worn by Jews during the Second World War?
Yeah, by a certain family living in Berlin. Georg Markus, his mother, and Erich Markus, and the brother. And they actually had to buy them for 10 pfennigs.
So you actually had to buy them? You were being forced to wear them, but you had to physically buy them?
Yeah.
Wow.
Nazi policies towards the Jews were intended not only to strip them of their rights, but also of their identity. They were all required to put the same yellow star on their chest. This removal of an individual's identity, it has a profound effect on your psyche. It likely influenced their ability to fight back, their resolve to fight as well.
I find there's an incredible irony with these badges that the Nazis claimed that they could identify Jews just on the street, presenting them as a separate racial group. Yet, when it came to it, they actually had to physically mark them themselves to identify them as a segregated part of society.
Still said all the time, oh, yeah, you can recognize them. And then found, no, of course you can't.
No. So they needed these badges.
Yeah.
And the yellow badges were a prelude to the deportations.
Yeah, and a tool.
Wow.
It's sickening to think that Jews had to pay for what was essentially their ticket to a concentration camp. But my visit has left me wondering, did Wilhelm Canaris, a career spy, really create the infamous badge? I've caught up once again with Canaris biographer Heiko Suhr to get his take on the claim.
I know that some historians have suggested that Canaris was responsible for the idea of the Jews wearing a badge. Is that true?
No, it's not true.
It's not true?
It's told in German books and in British books for about 50 years now, and it's repeated constantly. But it's not a German invention. It's a very long and old tradition in Europe to mark Jews with badges. It's a tradition from the Dark Ages, the Middle Ages.
Forcing Jews to wear a yellow Jewish star is something that has historical precedent in medieval Europe. But there weren't any examples of Jews being forced to wear a yellow Jewish star until the Nazis revived the practice.
Someone in the party had clearly done their history homework to revive the Jewish badge. The question is, who?
In 1941, Goebbels himself had the idea to introduce the Jewish star for the Jews in Germany.
Joseph Goebbels was Hitler's infamous minister of propaganda. He was perhaps the Führer's most fanatical follower, and a virulent anti-Semite. For years, Goebbels had been pushing Hitler to approve a mandatory ID mark for Germany's Jews.
Goebbels asked his right-hand man, Leopold Gutterer, to organize some kind of conference with almost all important institutions in Germany.
Leopold Gutterer was Goebbels' subordinate and a loyal party member since 1925.
And they discussed the question if it's possible to introduce a Jewish star. And Leopold Gutterer directed the way of the discussion.
According to Heiko, Gutterer suggested the centuries-old badge be revived to identify Jews living in the Reich.
He was the one who pushed Goebbels, and then Goebbels pushed Hitler to introduce the Jewish star.
Okay.
Leopold Gutterer survived the conflict was sentenced to hard labor for his war crimes and died in 1996. The yellow badge went on to become perhaps the most infamous symbol of oppression of all time.
So where did this story that Canaris was responsible for suggesting the Jewish badge come from?
In 1949, Goebbels told it on court that Canaris was the one who pushed Hitler to introduce that badge, the Jewish star.
So he actually successfully managed to pin the blame on Canaris?
Yes, very successfully. One of the newest biographies on Canaris, written in 2006, repeated that story again. But the evidence is clear that Canaris is not the one who introduced the Jewish star.
So he had nothing to do with it?
No, nothing.
The implication is enormous. Goebbels would have known that by shifting blame to the Abwehr chief, he was painting him as an unspeakable villain for all history. But why Canaris?
Canaris engaged in numerous forms of resistance.
He's going against one of the major tenets of Nazi policy, which is to exterminate Jews.
I'm in Berlin on a mission to determine where Nazi spy chief Wilhelm Canaris ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil. I've seen how a fellow Nazi falsely identified him as the creator of the infamous Yellow Star badge. But why Canaris? The answer may be found here, at Berlin's Resistance Museum.
This building was established in the year between 1911 and 1914.
Professor Johannes Tuchel is the museum's director.
And this wonderful space was a place where the residence of the War Ministry at the time was. In the Second World War, it was here the head of the reserve army and part of the command of the army.
According to Johannes, in the late 1930s, as Hitler steered Germany towards a new war in Europe, Canaris feared for the nation's future.
You can place Canaris as a very well-informed man. People described him as a dark personality, as a man who was very skeptical about the chances of the war. Will Germany win the war?
Canaris wasn't alone. He was one of a number of high-ranking Nazis who had deep misgivings about Hitler's increasingly aggressive posture in Europe. The situation came to a head in 1938, when he threatened to invade Czechoslovakia.
Canaris was in contact with people who were involved in the coup d'etat preparations, also in 1938.
A clandestine group led by Canaris' Abwehr subordinate, General Hans Oster, planned to kill Hitler and seize power to prevent the invasion from happening. A plot that became known as the Oster Conspiracy. But before they could move, Hitler struck the infamous Munich Agreement with Britain and France that allowed him to begin annexing Czechoslovakia without firing a shot. The coup plans were quietly shelved, and Canaris continued to lead the Abwehr as though nothing happened.
In order to be a good spy, you need to be able to be different people in different situations. You need to be pretty comfortable lying. You need to be able to hold multiple personas and remember those personas and when you were one and when you were the other. This is something that most people have a very hard time with and would find extremely stressful.
Canaris was once again the head of the German intelligence service. That is the complicated picture I can paint you about Canaris and the German resistance movement.
Canaris opposed Hitler's drive to war for strategic reasons. He didn't think Germany was prepared to win a war. This opposition didn't derive from moral qualms, it was more about strategy.
But that view would change just weeks into the fighting.
Shortly after the war began, Canaris visited German soldiers in Poland, and he saw what was happening there on the ground. He saw the murder of Jews and other civilians, and this action really showed him what this war was going to be like.
In the city of Bedzin, Canaris was confronted with the image of German soldiers forcing 200 Jews into a synagogue and then setting it on fire. the experience shook him to his core.
He was deeply depressed about the war crimes, and he was very skeptical for the future of Germany.
The incident drove Canaris to step up his efforts to undermine Hitler's plans.
Canaris engaged in numerous forms of resistance, ranging from sort of micro-resistance to networking to covering up the activities of people engaged in resistance plots.
We do know that he did provide information to the other side, to the British. But it was very unclear as to whether the British, were ever going to act upon what he told them, because, of course, they could have thought that Canaris was sending false information.
During the war years, Wilhelm Canaris led a bizarre double life. On one hand, he was still hatching deadly schemes against the Allies.
Operation Pistorius was an Abwehr plan to recruit Germans who had lived in the United States, smuggle them back into the United States by U-boat, and have them commit acts of sabotage, blowing things up. The plan didn't work. The agents that the Abwehr attempted to smuggle into the United States were caught and put on trial.
At the same time, Canaris had his hands in a radically different kind of plot.
He was directly involved in actions to help Jews to leave Germany in 1942 and 1943.
In the summer of 1942, Canaris helped cover up a plan by 2 other Abwehr officers to rescue 14 Jews from Berlin. The Gestapo was told that these Jews were necessary for a secret mission to Latin America. In reality, the Abwehr worked with Swiss officials to allow these Jews to be given entry to Switzerland and saved from certain deportation and death.
Canaris, a high-ranking Nazi surrounded by vicious anti-Semites, had done the unthinkable.
You've got the head of Nazi military intelligence actively saving Jews from being deported to their deaths. Now, we've got to put this into the reckoning when we come to assess Canaris, because he's going against one of the major tenets of Nazi policy, which is to exterminate Jews.
Why was Canaris helping Jews, the prime target of Nazi hate? I'm sure the Poland atrocities were a major factor, but there may have been another.
Prominent figures from the Third Reich know that Canaris' daughter was disabled. That's terrifying.
I'm in Berlin on a mission to find out where Nazi spy master Wilhelm Canaris ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil. I've just learned that in 1942, he began helping Jews escape from the Third Reich. I want to know why. So I've joined Heiko Zur in Berlin's Zellendorf neighborhood to get his view on this extraordinary turn of events.
So this is the neighborhood that Canaris was living in when he was head of the Abwehr?
Yes.
And which one is his house?
This one.
All right, let's go and have a closer look.
Yes.
Among his neighbors here were the Jews he helped escape to Switzerland. Also nearby was the home of feared SS intelligence chief, Reinhard Heydrich. Heydrich was an old colleague of Canaris, and notorious even among his fellow Nazis for being ruthless. Hitler himself once called Heydrich the man with the iron heart.
Canaris and Heydrich are not friends, but they had to meet socially, and the wives had to meet socially too. And it was very difficult for Canaris to deal with Heydrich. Canaris' daughter told me that her mother, so Canaris' wife, had to come to Miss Heydrich, and they drink tea together, and they know that Canaris' daughter was disabled. Heydrich's wife said, "We had to kill all disabled persons."
Oh my God, that must have been absolutely terrifying for Canaris and his wife to know that one of the most evil men in the Nazi regime is aware of the fact that they have a child that is disabled.
Yes.
And in the Nazis' eyes, and especially in the eyes of Reinhard Heydrich, and it sounds his wife as well, that she should have been killed.
Yes.
That's terrifying.
Canaris was well aware of what the Nazi regime's policies were toward the disabled, and that injected a moral dimension into Canaris's growing suspicion about the regime.
That's an impressive-looking church.
Not far from the family home is another pillar of Canaris' life.
So this is where Canaris went to church?
Yes.
Was he a very religious man?
Yes, his faith was very important.
So did Canaris's faith play a role in his decision to go from supporting the Nazis to opposing them?
Yes, of course. Canaris did not make any decision before he think, and religion is one part of that process.
Faith, family, and the slaughter in Poland prompted Canaris to change his ways. But even as he did, rumors of his subversive activities spread, and in early 1944, SS chief Heinrich Himmler convinced Hitler to dissolve the Abwehr. Canaris was no longer a spy. A few months later, a group of Nazi officers famously tried to assassinate Hitler with a bomb, but failed. Canaris was implicated in the plot.
He actually couldn't have participated in the attempted assassination, but this attempted assassination was a good excuse for Hitler to get rid of somebody who he'd come to see as a thorn in his side. So Canaris was arrested.
Wilhelm Canaris was found guilty of treason and executed at Flossenburg concentration camp on April 9th, 1945.
Seems to me that he was very brave to do what he did, trying to resist and also save lives. Do you see him as a heroic figure?
In my opinion, no officer from the Third Reich can't be called a hero. What is the difference between Oskar Schindler and Canaris? Schindler risked his life. Canaris, not really. He had a powerful position within the Nazi state. So Canaris risked not his life, but he used the power he had from his position.
It's a convincing argument. But before I make my final judgment of Canaris, I want to find out what life was like for everyday resistors living under Nazi rule. I've come to the University of Munich. During the Third Reich, it was home to a student resistance group known as the White Rose.
The White Rose opposed Nazism and attempted to resist, mostly through intellectual means, mainly distributing pamphlets. They didn't engage in armed resistance, but they did try to spread ideas that were opposed to the regime.
This is a stunning university.
Yes, it's 150 years old. And you must know...
Hildegard Kronewitter is a former politician and an authority on citizen resistance during the Nazi regime.
The siblings, Hans and Sophie Scholl, put the pamphlets beside the doors here, and then they went up to the second. The leaflets were thrown down.
So they threw leaflets down from up there, and they would have landed on the floor of the atrium.
Here, yes.
Somebody sympathetic to the regime saw the pamphlets they were distributing and reported them, and they were both executed because of the pamphlets they were distributing.
During the prosecution, the siblings say there are only a few.
All right, so they protected maybe a larger group of people by just focusing on themselves.
Yes.
And that obviously destroyed the group.
Yes, yes.
I suppose it's easy for us today to say, why didn't more people resist the Nazis? But as you very clearly pointed out there, that dictatorships are extremely hard to resist against.
Yes. There are really 7 persons who had to pay with their life for the freedom word. And this is the memorial here. It's really touching for us because there is no order that this memorial should always have white roses. There are people who bring roses with them.
Really? So does that give you hope?
Of course, because this is a sign that the people appreciate the persons who had been murdered by the Nazis, and they admire them. And I think if a person admires other persons, this person will learn from this.
I still can't believe they were just students trying to express free speech. And all they were doing was distributing pamphlets, and they lost their lives for it. It's Unbelievable. But it really shows how incredibly brave they were to resist the Nazis.
Do Canaris' acts of resistance compare at all to the selfless heroics of the White Rose? It's now time to find out where the Nazi spy master ranks in Hitler's Most Wanted.
He was complicit with the regime. He didn't have to do the job he did.
Did he do as much as a committed resistor in his position could do?
My journey has given me new insight into Wilhelm Canaris' many plots to destabilize the world, setting the stage for the Second World War. It's also revealed his remorse and attempts to make at least some amends. Now it's time for us to decide where he should sit in the hierarchy of Hitler's Most Wanted.
Canaris' story is definitely one with many twists, and it's quite hard for me to figure out where we should start with this, but I think we do need to start with the bad things that he did. Anthony?
Well, he was drawn to Hitler. He was drawn to somebody who he thought embodied strong leadership and even dictatorial leadership. The relationship among Hitler, Mussolini, and Franco in Spain is a key relationship. And Canaris was directly involved in supplying arms from Germany and Italy to the fascists in Spain.
Guy, how important was intelligence gathering during the Second World War and the role that Canaris played overall as effectively Hitler's spy master?
I don't think it's as important as your kind of thriller writer would like. I think that it's an exciting and fascinating part of war, but I don't think that the actions of Canaris and other spy chiefs fundamentally altered the course of the war. I think we can go in hard on him because of the fact that he was complicit with the regime. He didn't have to do the job he did. No one was going to execute him if he didn't do the job.
One thing to consider is the fact that he is, in fact, a trained spy. He was very comfortable with lying and being able to put forth whatever face was necessary for the situation. And yet he was, in fact, against some of the worst actions of the regime and aligned with the resistance to some extent.
That's right. He was completely repulsed by what was happening to Jews in Nazi-occupied Poland, by mass shootings and by the early stages of genocide.
But how effective was his resistance against Hitler?
If you're one of the Jews that he was able to save, you'd say very effective. And he found some creative ways to save Jews given the powers that were at his disposal. Did he take a lot of risk to save Jews? Did he act in ways that might have brought unwanted attention to himself? Did he do as much as a committed resistor in his position could do? Probably not.
Let's face facts. Yad Vashem is not going to make him the righteous among nations for helping to save Jews during the war. But certainly there is enough sense of whiteness in all these shades of grey with Canaris to not call him a hero as such, but certainly not to write him off as a complete villain.
These shades of grey make Canaris an extraordinarily difficult personality to pin down. He was instrumental in starting a war that rained misery and death down upon millions, but it's impossible to ignore his clandestine resistance campaign.
What I'd like to do now is come to some sort of conclusion where you think he should rank in the hierarchy of evil. What I'm most interested by is, based on our conversation, does he even deserve to be in this pack of cards? Guy, what are your thoughts?
Personally, I think no, he doesn't. Why? I happen to think that there are 52 worse Nazis in the Third Reich who are deserving of a place on this deck. So therefore, I'm not going to put him on this at all.
I tend to agree with Guy, but there's enough doubt in my mind to have me rank him particularly low on the deck at least. I'm going to put him at 45.
Anthony?
I disagree with you, Guy. The success of the nationalists in Spain was a central goal of the Nazi state, and Canaris was integral to that success. The Franco regime outlasted the Nazi regime by decades. Because of that, I think he does belong in this ranking, and I rank him number 52.
This has definitely been the hardest one for me to assess. I understand that he was involved in resisting Hitler. I understand that as being maybe a redemptive quality about him. However, he still was part of the Nazi regime. There are still things that he did that have to be taken into account. So I disagree. I don't think he should be left out of the pack of cards entirely. I also disagree. I think 45 is a little high because I think there definitely are a number of Nazis that are ahead of him. So I have to agree with Anthony here. I think he is number 52. He's therefore the two of clubs.
Wilhelm Canaris became enthralled with Hitler and masterminded a deadly intelligence network that destabilized Europe.
But during the war, he turned against the Nazis and actually helped Jews escape to safety. For that, he ranks 52nd in Hitler's Most Wanted. Benito Mussolini, a brutal dictator whose violent path to power set the template for the rise of Nazi Germany.
For Hitler, Mussolini was very much an idol.
He helped forge an evil alliance that unleashed death and destruction across Europe and betrayed his own people.
There was a kind of blood coming like a rain, and they started to shoot everywhere.
How did Benito Mussolini go from fascist radical to partner in global terror?
Most people from my generation don't understand how over 70 years ago, a small group of Nazis could start a war that killed 60 million people. I want to find out, and to help me, I'm going to use playing cards. Today, they're used by both the military and law enforcement to help identify their targets. But nobody has ever put together a pack of cards for the most notorious group of killers in history. Working with experts, I want to know where each of these Nazis rank in the hierarchy of evil. My name is James Ellis. This is Hitler's Most Wanted.
Hitler was in Mussolini's shadow for effectively 11 years. What did he learn from Mussolini in terms of a blueprint for taking power?
Hitler would have come to power without Mussolini. But in important ways, Mussolini was the model for what fascism was and for how a movement like Hitler's could take power. And he was a fascist dictator. He was a serious, brutal dictator who committed many atrocities in his own right.
Yes, I think this is really important because even though he wasn't a Nazi, he was a fascist.
Guy, why would two dictators want to work together and effectively interact almost as friends?
The answer is simple. It's realpolitik. They needed each other in order to build up what became the Axis. They needed to provide a kind of bulwark against what they saw as these decaying nations, the democracies.
When two alpha males come together, even in a partnership, inevitably there's going to be some conflict. So a particularly interesting question is, who was actually in charge?
Given that he wasn't a Nazi, how do we evaluate his importance to this period of history?
For that, you've got to go to Italy.
I'm starting my journey in Predappio, the small village in central Italy where Benito Mussolini was born. This is Mussolini's childhood home. Since his death more than 70 years ago, this building has become a sort of monument to his legacy.
Ciao. Hello. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. Buongiorno. Buongiorno. Buongiorno.
I couldn't help but notice you doing the fascist salute back there.
Lui parla inglese.
Explain. Noi siamo fascisti tutti e tre, sì.
What do you think of Mussolini?
Pensiamo bene, tutto il bene possibile.
Why?
Perché? Perché?
Perché? E perché voi non gli volete bene? Ditemelo voi il perché.
He said you why you don't love Mussolini? Why?
Because he was a fascist dictator and he dragged this country into the Second World War.
Eravamo costretti in un certo senso.
Right, so you think that he was forced into his alliance with Hitler?
No, il rapporto di forza si è invertito. Cioè prima erano pari, poi Hitler ha detto sono io che comando. Se non ti sta bene, rimpiangerai le sorti della Polonia. Sì.
I'm struggling to come to terms with what just happened. We're outside the house that Mussolini was born in, and a couple of guys openly did the fascist salute. And then, after speaking to them more about it, they then expressed admiration for Mussolini.
Instead of renouncing him, Mussolini's hometown has become a sort of shrine to his memory.
People tend to think about memory as if it's a video camera where there's an accurate play-by-play representation of all past events. But this isn't the way that memory works. People have a tendency to shift their memories to adapt to the narrative that they would like to tell.
Some people here are even cashing in on a shifted memory of Mussolini.
Do you get a lot of people who come in and buy this type of stuff? Yeah, you do. Are they people who are just tourists in the area, or are they supporters of Mussolini? See, so I can't ask her any questions? No. But got a few items. First of all, T-shirt with Mussolini's face on it. Next, I got some Mussolini head-shaped pasta. But then finally, I managed to buy this there. It's a swastika armband. A little part of me can understand why that store would exist, but it is really disturbing to see them selling Nazi paraphernalia in that store.
It's a troubling situation. To understand how we got here, you have to go back to Italy at the end of the First World War. Italy ended the war as a victor, but the Treaty of Versailles didn't give Italy the territories it felt it deserved, leaving many Italians feeling betrayed and angry. Adding to the bitterness, the Italian economy was floundering, unemployment was high, and strikes were constant. Enter Benito Mussolini. A war veteran himself, Mussolini began attracting followers with his belief that brute force was the only way to reclaim Italy's deserved glory.
Mussolini regarded liberal democracy as degenerate, doomed to failure, and that needed to be replaced by an ideology based on action, where a strong leader could take charge and get the country going in the direction that he wanted it to go in.
In March 1919, Mussolini formed the Fasci Italiani di Combattimento, a paramilitary group that embraced fascist ideology.
A fascist is someone who believes in the supremacy of the state, who believes that nationalism is far more important than the rights of the individual.
Mussolini's new group attracted many unemployed war veterans. He organized them into armed squads known as black shirts and set them loose on Rome.
The black shirts were engaging in street violence and in attacking property and newspapers of socialists and other political opponents.
Mussolini's black shirts swiftly grew in number to more than 150,000 strong. By 1921, the Italian king Victor Emmanuel III dissolved parliament amidst the growing violence and chaos. As part of the anti-socialist national blocs, Mussolini's Fasci of Combat won 35 seats in the next election, setting the stage for a change in leadership.
In 1922, Mussolini leads this famous march on Rome in an attempt to literally seize power. Forget doing it the democratic way, let's just march on Rome and let's get it done.
So when fascists descended on Rome, the king of Italy, in an attempt to maintain order and avoid declaring martial law, actually dismissed the government and asked Mussolini to form a new government, in effect allowing Mussolini to seize power for himself.
Now, there's someone watching this and seeing it as a kind of model way in which he too might seize power. And that, of course, is Adolf Hitler.
The idea that Mussolini had created a new Rome, had created something new out of a democratic order that Hitler also regarded as degenerate and decadent, deeply impressed Hitler.
Aveva Cesare, Virgilio ed Augusto.
When Hitler visited Rome in May of 1938, Mussolini welcomed him with an enormous spectacle.
So, Christian, you're taking me to the Roma Ostiense train station.
The Roma Ostiense train station is a really important monument in the history of the relationship of Mussolini and Hitler.
Right. Historian and author Christian Goebbels is an expert on the alliance between Mussolini and Hitler.
It is a huge monument.
Wow, it is, isn't it? Look at it.
The building was put up for Hitler's arrival in May 1938, when Hitler came on his only state visit to Italy. The idea was to show off the strength and power of fascist Italy to the Nazis, that fascism in Italy would be the strongest ally for Hitler and the Nazis.
Well, let's have a closer look at the building then.
Look at this.
Yes.
This mosaic is a very strong reference to the Roman Empire. This was a theme that ran throughout Hitler's visit in May 1938, and it left a profound impression on Hitler and the Nazis. The idea that fascist Italy would be as strong as ancient Rome made Hitler and the Nazis believe that fascist Italy would be and should be Germany's ally.
It's an alliance that makes a lot of sense when you look at the goals of Hitler and Mussolini as leaders and the goals of fascism and Nazism as movements. Mussolini needed Hitler as fascist Italy had become a bit isolated internationally. For Hitler, there weren't really obvious choices among European powers for a military alliance.
Let's go inside.
Let's have a look.
So what were Hitler's impressions of Mussolini when he came here?
Extremely positive, because for Hitler, Mussolini was very much an idol. Hitler believed that Mussolini, as the first fascist dictator in Europe, was someone who had reached power through a twofold strategy. One, to use political violence against political opponents, beating up, killing, murdering, torturing political opponents. The second part of the fascist strategy of power was the attempt to play by the rules of parliamentary politics.
So it was like Mussolini had created the playbook of how to come to power, that you use political violence when it's necessary, but you also play by the rules as well.
It was this fascist template for securing power that greatly inspired the Nazi rise to power, that facilitated the Nazi rise to power.
The alliance between Mussolini and Hitler would have devastating consequences the world over and change the face of Italy forever.
You have 9 columns, 9 being the number of letters in Mussolini's last name.
Wow, you can still see his name on it.
I'm on a mission to find out where Benito Mussolini ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil. I've come to Rome to learn about Mussolini's grand plans for Italy alongside author and historian Christian Goebbels.
So where are you taking me, Christian?
I'm taking you now to the so-called Palace of Roman Civilization. The building is one of the most famous architectural legacies of Italian fascism.
Wow, I mean, it's a very imposing building, but when I look at it, I sort of feel that I'm looking at a square version of the Colosseum.
This building was part of a grander scheme to build a new neighborhood in Rome called the Eur neighborhood, Eur being the Italian abbreviation for the World Exposition that was scheduled to be held in Italy, again to show off the strength and power of fascist Italy.
The closer you get to it, you really sort of feel the size of it, how imposing it is, and sort of plays into that idea of trying to make you as an individual feel insignificant.
What is striking about the architecture of this building is you have 9 columns, 9 being the number of letters in Mussolini's last name, and 6 columns, 6 being the number of letters in Mussolini's first name.
So they sort of subtly signed his name into this building.
It could well be an urban myth, but several commentators have pointed this out.
And what does the inscription at the top say?
A quotation from Mussolini that celebrates Italy, in this case, as a people of poets, of artists, of heroes. Not only a great military power, also a great artistic, cultural, intellectual power. The message of this palace is to reinforce the notion that fascist Italy stood in the footsteps of ancient Rome.
Both Mussolini and Hitler were hearkening back to either an historical or mythical past, a time of supposed greatness of civilization. For Hitler, you have a mythic Germanic past and the idea of an Aryan civilization that was superior to all others.
For Mussolini, this is very clearly the Roman Empire.
Aligning himself with the glories of ancient Rome allowed Mussolini to fuel the cult of personality spreading across Italy.
Cult of personality occurs when a country uses mass media, propaganda, demonstrations, advertisements to try to create a godlike or almost superpower, omnipotent image of the leader.
I want to learn more about Mussolini's obsession with ancient Rome.
Whereabouts are you taking me?
I'm taking you here to what we now know today as the Olympic Stadium.
And the best person to ask is historian Richard Bowen.
To see a complex that was built in the 1930s. So you have an obelisk here.
Wow, you can still see his name on it.
Yes.
I find that really odd that his name is so openly displayed on this obelisk in front of this building today in Rome.
Yes, it is a little strange, but this is how it is, if you like, there. This is part of the history of the city, rightly or wrongly, and it's still on display today.
So what exactly is this site, and what did Mussolini intend it to be when it was being built?
So this was a site that was taken up by Mussolini and made into a huge sporting area to show off the importance of the regime, and also in some shape or form or another, the new architectural plans that Mussolini had for Rome, build these big wide boulevards and create these new sort of like architectural projects that in some shape or form or another evoke the past of ancient Rome, but are also at the same time modern in their own outlook as well.
So I notice here we have the fascist symbols on the ground.
We have a lot of the fascist rods over here. We have the M for Mussolini interlaced with the fascist rods over here. And then we also have a map of Rome. So we get bits and pieces of ancient Rome here, which the modern day Italy is going to evoke. We can see the fascist eagle over there. So a lot of the fascist symbols were dug up, if you like, there from the time of ancient Rome.
Even the actual fascist symbol itself is something from the ancient Roman period.
It literally means a bundle, so the idea that fascism would be a unified kind of like guild of people working together.
What was Mussolini hoping to achieve with all this fascist symbolism?
Well, a greater sense of unity and the idea of a nation state. You know, Mussolini inherited a nation that was still very much regional in its outlook. I would even argue that even today, parts of Italy are still regional in its outlook rather than nationalistic. So one way he was able to try to sort of like create this idea of a nation state was to use a lot of this ancient symbolism.
So he was using Italy's ancient past as a kind of unifying force.
Definitely, yes.
I find that incredible that thousands of people will come through here to watch a football game, to watch another major sporting event, and they're walking right over all of this fascist imagery that Mussolini placed here.
Mussolini's plans to create a new Roman Empire were wildly ambitious. And soon they would plunge his country into chaos.
The clock is set on the precise time of the first air raid over the city of Rome.
That's incredible.
In my quest to find out where Benito Mussolini ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil, I've come to explore Mussolini's villa in Rome.
So we're leaving the main floor and heading directly under the house?
Yes, we are reaching the basement of the house.
So this bunker was built for Mussolini?
Francesca Paino is a guide with the organization Rome Underground.
This is actually an air raid shelter that was arranged in 1941.
Oh, wow.
This room is actually under the dancing room of the main house.
Why did he have this bunker built?
Because Mussolini and his family, they were living here in Villa Turlania in the main house called Casino Nobile.
This underground shelter was designed to allow Mussolini to continue his rule in Rome as Europe erupted in war. In September of 1939, Hitler's invasion of Poland started World War II. Only months earlier, Hitler and Mussolini had signed the Pact of Steel, a mutual agreement to support each other in times of conflict.
The war has started. Now, who's meant to join in? According to the Pact of Steel, Mussolini. What does he do? Nothing.
Hitler was furious. But Mussolini had his reasons.
It's because his military is basically hopelessly undermanned. It doesn't have enough weaponry and material. He's realistic enough to know, clever enough to know, that even if he does declare war, there's not a lot he can do.
Less than a year into the war, however, Hitler's armies were sweeping across Europe, and Mussolini reconsidered his decision to abstain.
Of course, by May 1940, Hitler's doing incredibly well. He's overrunning the Low Countries, he's going into France, and Mussolini thinks, hang on, I want to be part of this action, I want to have a slice of the pie. So if I join Hitler, I can get all sorts of territories in southern France and who knows elsewhere.
L'ora delle decisioni irrevocabili.
It soon became clear, however, that Mussolini would not prove to be an effective ally to Hitler. Italian forces failed miserably in North and East Africa and Greece. Again and again, Hitler's armies were called out to help Mussolini's struggling forces.
So what else can you tell me about the shelter? I mean, what are some of the features? What's it equipped with?
First of all, the anti-gas doors. So here we have an anti-gas door, and they were usually in couples. So there is another anti-gas door on the other side, and they opened on the two sides. So this was the best way to prevent the gas enter into the room. And the second thing is the air filtration system, because the gas is the worst thing in these cases.
And then I see there's a desk here.
They are here because probably Mussolini worked while he was waiting here in the air raid shelter.
Right, so he could continue working, whatever he was doing up in the main house, he could bring down here and continue that. Did he ever use this particular bunker?
So this bunker was built in 1941, and the first air raid over Rome was in 1943. So we should say that he didn't use during the air raids, but he probably used when there were alarms that did not ended up with an air raid over the city of Rome.
So if there had been alarms, it would have been likely that he would have come down from the house and taken shelter in here in preparation in case Allied aircraft suddenly appeared over Rome and started dropping bombs. Is there a significance to the time that's set on that clock?
The clock is set on 11:13, which is the precise time of the first air raid over the city of Rome, on the 19th of July, 1943. So this is just to remember that time, because it was a very bad moment for the city of Rome.
As more and more Allied bombs fell on the capital, Mussolini struggled to maintain power.
Mussolini's having a far tougher time controlling his own country, his own territory, than Hitler does. What's the reason for that? Well, actually, Italy has always been a pretty fractured country. It hasn't really existed as a country for a very long time. And even today in Italy, there are vast differences between the north and the south. They almost regard themselves as separate nations. For Mussolini, trying to hold that all together while also trying to carry out wars in Africa and in the Balkans, it's an incredibly tough call for him.
By 1943, the Axis powers were losing control of the war.
The Allies are doing incredibly well in North Africa, the Italians and the Germans are retreating, and we're also going to get the landings by the Allies on Sicily.
The invasion of Sicily. 2,000 ships bringing great armies of battle-hardened British, Americans, and Canadians.
Suddenly, the Allies are now on Italian Axis soil. This is a major moment in the war.
As the Allies closed in, work on Mussolini's bunker continued deeper underground.
Where are you taking me now?
So now we are going into the proper bunker. It's a tunnel that was built in 1942.
Certainly a lot deeper underground.
Yeah, here we are about 6 meters under the floor of the house.
6 meters
6 meters under.
underground.
Yeah. Wow. This bunker was made actually of this tunnel. So you can see that something is missing. The doors are missing. The air filtration system is missing in this bunker. And then these 2 rooms on 2 sides. We don't know what they were used for because this bunker is unfinished. It was never completed.
Mussolini's bomb shelter was never finished because by July of 1943, the Italian people saw only one way to extract Italy from the war and avoid escalating crisis.
In 1943, Mussolini is removed from power by the Italian king. There is still a check and a balance on his dictatorial powers. There isn't the same thing in Germany, and that's one of the reasons why Hitler, of course, will stay on right to his dying day. So Mussolini, in 43, after basically 2 decades in power, the king says, right, we've had enough of you, the people have had enough of you, time you went.
Once again, Hitler had to come to Mussolini's rescue.
Even though Hitler essentially regards Mussolini as almost a sort of bit of a buffoon, he still feels a loyalty to his former fascist bedmate, if you like. Mussolini is incarcerated in this mountaintop hotel, and actually there's this very daring rescue mission carried out by the SS that actually rescues Mussolini and takes him off the mountainside in a tiny little aeroplane.
German pilots speed Mussolini to Hitler's secret headquarters. And a discarded Duce greets the man who gave him the kiss of death.
It's a great coup for the Germans to prove that they can actually snatch Mussolini from right under the Italians' noses. So it's a great coup for Hitler, and the world goes, wow. But actually, it's changed nothing.
It was rumored that Mussolini was dead, but these pictures show him as still much, too much alive.
Mussolini is then installed in the German-controlled north of Italy. He's now become a kind of puppet dictator. He's just another one of these kind of satellite fascist leaders with no real power of his own.
The rescue saved Mussolini, but plunged Italy into chaos. The king and military leaders fled south. The Germans marched in and took over Rome. Nazi oppression in Italy was brutal. On March 23, 1944, the Italian people struck back.
The Führer wanted for every German soldier killed 50 Italians to be killed. There was a tremendous 50.
My journey to discover where Benito Mussolini ranks in Hitler's hierarchy of evil has brought me to this narrow street in Rome to meet with Mino Carbone, an expert on the history of the Italian resistance. In September of 1943, the Nazis had begun an oppressive occupation of Rome.
So it was a very brutal Nazi occupation.
Brutal occupation. There was a curfew, the food was not possible, didn't find food. There was the black market. A piece of butter costed 10,000 more the regular price.
Wow.
So it was terrible. It was a situation which was horrible. The Nazi was terrible.
There were plenty of Italians who really didn't care for having German jackboots, clacking their way down Italian and Roman streets.
On March 23, 1944, the Italians struck back.
So what happened here?
They want to give to the Roman people a kind of wake up call. Please, wake up, we can help the Allies, we can get rid of the Nazi. This group made of students, they were students. They decided to attack this group, which were made up of 156 soldiers, and they organized a bomb, which was terrible, was about 18 kilos of TNT. Imagine there were 156 soldiers marching, they were going up. As soon as it arrived at Palazzo Tittoni, there was the blast. One of the strongest ever. All the city normal trembled. There was a kind of tremble everywhere. And the first lines were completely decapitated, were completely tremendous. There was a kind of blood coming like a rain. Yeah. And the back lines were normally safe. And they started to shoot everywhere because they thought there was a bomb coming from the top. Nobody understood that. You see the bullet splashes over there. Nobody understood where the bomb came up. And the 32 of them died immediately.
Of course, when Hitler finds out about this, he goes absolutely crazy. There's no other word for it.
And the Führer wanted for every German soldier killed, 50 Italian to be killed. There was a tremendous 50.
For every one German,
for
50
Italians.
Eventually, Hitler's talked down from that simply because of the practicalities of the situation. The local Gestapo are ordered to go round Rome's prisons and round up anybody they can find to execute and carry out these reprisals, which are now going to be carried out at a ratio of 10 to 1. They go to prisons and they find lots of young men. Some are in prison for very, very minor offences. I mean, literally just kind of shoplifting and burglary. And they take them to the Ardeatine caves.
I've come to the Ardeatine caves on the outskirts of the city to learn the next part of the story.
Lieutenant Colonel, James. Very nice to meet you.
Lieutenant Colonel Francesco Sardone is the director of this memorial site.
I know this was the site of a brutal massacre. What exactly happened here?
Le vittime venivano scaricate nel piazzale 5 alla volta e con 5 SS vicino venivano portate in questo posto, fatte entrare nella grotta, praticamente fatte inginocchiare e ogni tedesco sparava al condannato che aveva vicino 2 colpi di pistola, uno dietro la testa e uno davanti la faccia, in modo che la morte era assicurata e veniva, una volta ucciso, lasciato sul posto. La situazione era che chi arrivava qui, il condannato che arrivava qui, trovava già 1 metro di cadaveri uno sopra l'altro e doveva montarci sopra, inginocchiarsi sui suoi compagni e trovare la morte in questo modo, in modo psicologico e molto duro.
How did people find out what happened here?
Per i tedeschi sostanzialmente era importante per loro non far ritrovare i corpi, quindi pensarono di far crollare con della dinamite tutta questa parte che vediamo. Erano di difficile ritrovamento successivo. Non presero in considerazione che qui intorno però in quei giorni c'erano molti pastori, c'erano anche dei frati di un convento vicino che sentirono tutte queste grida, tutti questi spari e tutto questo movimento e quindi successivamente, quando poi il Comune di Roma e gli americani nel luglio del 1944 cercarono il posto dove potesse essere stato fatto questo eccidio, l'esercito americano si riuscì a trovare esattamente dove fu fatto questo eccidio.
How did people react?
Fu una cosa orrenda sapere il massacro che era successo e per il motivo per cui era successo. Il popolo italiano poi ha voluto in maniera molto forte, ma soprattutto i familiari delle vittime hanno voluto molto forte che in questo posto dove hanno ucciso appunto 335 persone costruissero una memoria di quello che era successo. Il popolo romano lo vedono come il simbolo della resistenza dell'epoca, un simbolo della richiesta di libertà dell'epoca.
The people did not have to wait long to be free. 3 months after the massacre, in June 1944, Allied forces entered the city.
With the Germans in headlong retreat, Yanks of the Fifth Army enter Rome in triumph.
The liberators were acclaimed with ecstatic fervor. Rome is the first great capital to be freed from the enemy.
By April of 1945, it was clear the Allies would win the war. Mussolini decided to flee.
Mussolini, with his mistress, Clara Petacci, wants to escape to Switzerland. He thinks that maybe he's going to find safe haven there. So when he's in a village called Dongo, near Lake Como, actually, he's captured by Italian fighters. This does not end well for Mussolini and Clara Petacci, because they are shot.
Dead in the streets of Milan lies the body of Benito Mussolini, first of the dictators and the first to go.
His body was then taken to Milan, along with Clara Petacci's, and it was hung upside down from a petrol station.
Two days after Mussolini died, Hitler committed suicide. The following week, Germany surrendered. The fascist alliance between Germany and Italy was finished. But Mussolini's story was not over yet.
Holy, this is very creepy.
To complete my journey to understand Mussolini's story, I've come back to Predapio, his hometown. This is Mussolini's family crypt, where Benito lies buried. Like many places in town, it's become a pilgrimage site. This place is considered so sacred, you're not allowed to speak out loud in here.
What's really curious is that Mussolini is venerated and commemorated in Italy in the way that Hitler simply is not in Germany. Why is this? Well, I don't think it's because Mussolini's legacy is beneficial in any way. I think it's because Italy has never really had to have the same soul-searching and acknowledgement of fascist excesses and brutality in the same way as Germany's had to.
The almost total buy-in in German society to Nazism and the resulting unconditional surrender and occupation forced a reckoning with what had happened and what people were complicit in. That reckoning didn't happen in Italy.
Holy, this is very creepy.
Not everyone here is on Team Mussolini. Some are working hard to change the way he is remembered.
So you won this award for your anti-fascist work?
Yes.
Including Giorgio Frassonetti, the mayor.
È una piccola targa che è molto importante perché rappresenta la contraddizione di Predapio, no? Qui è la stanza dove viveva Mussolini, il capo del fascismo, e oggi chi l'abita è il sindaco di Predapio che ha ricevuto un premio dal governo austriaco come antifascista dell'anno nel 2016. Noi siamo contro il fascismo, noi siamo contro il totalitarismo, noi non vogliamo che accada più. Questo messaggio, se parte dalla stanza dove dormiva, viveva il giovane Mussolini, ha ancora più forza e valore.
So I noticed you have the fascist emblem on your desk. How do you feel about that?
Io non ho paura e anzi non mi interessa, nel senso che è storia. Cioè non è un qualcosa che riguarda il futuro, è una cosa che riguarda il passato, un passato assolutamente difficile, scomodo, complicato da gestire, ma è qualcosa che è passato. La sala dell'assemblea più importante di Predapio, che è la sala del Consiglio Comunale. Come vedi sono state grattate dai simboli del fascismo. Cioè, questa sedia racconta due storie. La prima storia è chi ci ha messo il fascio littorio, il simbolo del fascismo. La seconda storia è quella che l'ha tolta.
Why is it so important to understand what happened here in this place?
Noi non possiamo permettere che possano tornare i totalitarismi, i fascismi, i nazionalismi.
My journey through Italy has really opened my eyes to Mussolini's legacy. Now it's time to decide where he ranks in Hitler's Most Wanted.
Frankly, I find it highly disturbing that Mussolini is still venerated in Italy today.
My mission to Italy has given me new insight into the rise of the fascist alliance between Mussolini and Hitler. It's also revealed how Mussolini enthusiastically joined Hitler in war and unleashed massive destruction across Europe. Now, using our unique system of playing cards, I want to know where Benito Mussolini ranks in Hitler's Most Wanted.
The place that I went to that had the biggest impact on me was Predapio, which is Mussolini's hometown. There is what I can only describe as a fascist tourism trade going on there. Anthony, why is Mussolini revered by many Italians today?
Partly has to do with the persistent myth of the good Italian fascist and the bad Nazi, the myth that Mussolini did some good things and that the bad things he did, he was forced to do by Hitler. There are people in Italy who will still point to things like Mussolini supposedly breaking the hold of mafia in certain territories, or the famous line of making the trains run on time. And in this fog of nostalgia, that tends to override the actual realities of brutal fascist dictatorship.
I agree with you, Anthony. Frankly, I find it highly disturbing that Mussolini is still venerated in Italy today. I think it also tells us a lot about the fragmentary nature of Italian politics and indeed Italian society. You may think of Italy being this sort of, solid boot-shaped country, but in fact, the North and the South are almost completely separate countries. And I think what Mussolini represents to a lot of Italians is a kind of coming together of this very troubling nation. He did seize it by the scruff of the neck, held it together for quite a long time.
To add to that, it's interesting that Mussolini's remains are in a tomb in an elaborate family crypt, yet Hitler's remains have been unceremoniously disposed of.
Mussolini might have actually benefited from being in Hitler's shadow to some extent. The shadow of Hitler's atrocities compared to the terrible things that Hitler did, Mussolini might appear to be the lesser evil. And I wonder if Hitler didn't exist, if Mussolini would not be quite as revered as he is today.
I think you're exactly right. Adherents of the cult of Mussolini can hide behind Hitler's atrocities.
He elevated fascism to great heights in Europe through a brutal and murderous regime. All that, combined with his alliance with Hitler, places Mussolini well inside Hitler's circle of evil.
What I'd like to do now is come to a conclusion as to where we think Mussolini ranks in the Nazi hierarchy of evil, and the fact that he wasn't a Nazi, whether he deserves to be in here at all. Guy, what are your thoughts?
Well, you're right, of course. He's not officially a Nazi, so therefore he shouldn't necessarily be in the deck. But, let's face facts. He is a major fascist leader. He committed enormous atrocities, murdered political opponents, who used poison gas, who slaughtered entire villages in order to promote a twisted racial ideology. That's got to be very high. I'm going to put him at 5.
Anthony?
Guy, I agree with your reasoning, but not your conclusion. Mussolini is absolutely central to the history of fascism. But in terms of his influence on the Nazi regime, well, Hitler would have come to power without Mussolini. The Holocaust would have happened without Mussolini. Hitler did launch World War II without Mussolini. And yet Mussolini provided a model for fascist seizure of power, and the International Fascist Alliance is incredibly important. I rank him number 29.
Matt?
I largely agree with Anthony. I think if we were rating him on a hierarchy of overall evil, I'd rank him very high, possibly as high as Guy. But in terms of his ranking in Hitler's hierarchy of evil, he just doesn't seem as central a figure to the regime. I'm going to put him very similar. I'm going to put him number 30.
Interesting. So both of you are pretty much on the same page there, but Guy, you're very different in your opinion. I personally think he has to be remembered for what he was, a brutal fascist dictator and one of Hitler's principal enablers. Based on that, I'm going to say he stands at number 15. He
is the Jack of Diamonds.
I see Benito Mussolini as someone who was a clear role model and a big inspiration for Hitler. He went into an alliance with Hitler that dragged his country into the Second World War and brought suffering to the Italian people. Even though he was not a Nazi, he deserves a place in Hitler's Most Wanted.